Hello and welcome to the Atrax Acquisition Free Sales Masterclass. So this is, well, as you can probably see, a slightly different background and different haircut compared to myself in the lessons. So these lessons are from a couple months ago. They are very recent, very up to date, and full of absolute sauce. But I'm not going to sit here and just waffle to you guys. So before we jump straight into the masterclass, before we get to the lessons, before we start spilling all the sauce, make sure to like, subscribe, and share with a friend because, yeah, the amount of value in the next 5 hours is silly. So without further ado, let's just roll the lessons. And yeah, I will see you guys, well, in just a second for these lessons. Peace. Paradigms and perspectives. Perceiving your reality and the world. Now, before we jump into this, going through paradigms and all the stuff we've got to go through in this lesson, many of you may be wondering, Sam, why the hell are we doing perspectives, this thing called paradigms? I can see it says beliefs, ideas. What is this about? I thought I was here to learn sales. And you're exactly right, you are. Sales is made up of 95% psychology, and that is a fact. You need to know how to be in the right frame of mind to sell, how to sell without manipulation, but by helping. And you also need to know what kind of mindset, mental framework you need to be in to get to where you want to be. Because if you're going through this training, you're not where you want to be in life, in a job, in a career, and you've got your mindset. So do you maybe think that if you had a different mindset, better understanding of psychology, especially within sales, that it would help you get to where you want to be? Because it definitely did for me. It has for people who have already gone through this, people who got early access before it was released, and thousands of other people across the whole world getting into sales, learning sales. So if you're still questioning me after we've gone through this lesson, it's because you haven't really understood. And that's no fault of your own, because I'm sure this is going to be very new to a lot of people. So what I want you to do is, before you skip all of this and jump into how to become an appointment setter, how to land an appointment setting job, the scripts, and all the other juicy stuff that we are going to go into, you need to go through the mindset a couple times. Now, mindset is, like I said, 95% of sales, and it is the most important bit of all of this. So I'm going to say it one more time. If you don't understand this by the end of it, then please go back, watch it a couple more times, read through the assets, question yourself on it, question a relative on it, question someone else on it. Find someone in the community and be like, hey bro, going through my mental mindset framework training, can we test each other? And I'm sure everybody will be willing to help. The more you go over it, the more you understand it. Even myself and great salespeople in the world, you have to constantly stay on top of your sales training, otherwise it will go. Think of it as like this. A Formula One driver, if Max Verstappen just stops training, do you think he will be the best in the world? Obviously not. If you look at someone like Kylian Mbappe or Cristiano Ronaldo, Leo Messi, some of the best footballers of our current generation, Thierry Henry, generation before, if they all stopped going to football training because they said, yeah, I'm good at football, do you think they would be good at football? Of course not. So this is exactly like anything else in the world. If you want to be at your peak performance and at the top of your game, you need to continuously go through the training. So I can't stress enough how often and how much I want you to keep going back over this and the other mindset stuff we're going to cover before you go ahead and just jump the gun and jump to all the juicy stuff. But yeah, now all that waffle's out the way and you understand the importance of this mindset stuff, we'll jump straight into it. So a paradigm. What is a paradigm? Your paradigm is the filter which you see and understand the world. It's made up of beliefs, assumptions, judgments, ideas, knowledge, faith, and opinions. Now, you might be sat there thinking, I know what a belief is. I believe that it's sunny in Spain, right? Well, technically, you don't, right? Hear me out. Work with me. A belief. This is what you believe to be true or not. However, it is something that is not known. Like I just said, you believe it's sunny in Spain because it's the summer and Spain's hotter than the UK, but it might not be. You're not there, you don't know. You could believe that at 6:30 p.m. when you have dinner every single night, you're going to be hungry. However, it's not 6:30 p.m. You don't know that you're going to be hungry. You could believe that you're the best go-kart driver in the world. But until you're winning championships, it's only a belief. You do not know that. So remember that. A belief is something that you believe in, but it's something you do not know. You can't believe in something you know because you know it. So I know at 2 p.m. I'm going to have lunch. I don't believe it. I know it. An assumption. This is what you can assume to be true or not. Yet again, it's something you do not know. You could assume that I'm really short, sat here, filming this video for you. However, until I meet you in person or stand next to you, you don't know that I could be 6'5" or I could be 5'1", right? You don't know. You're assuming it. Judgments. The judgments you make on a consistent basis of yourself and others. Ideas. The ideas you give power and focus to. Knowledge. The knowledge you can consume and already have. Faith. What or who do you believe in and why? What do you have faith in and why? Opinions. Your opinions of both yourself and others outside. Now, we talk about perception versus a paradigm. Paradigms are the mental framework we use to organize and interpret sensory information. They shape how we view and understand everything around us. It's the filter that is already pre-existing, right? It's pre-existing. It ciphers through information of what we believe to be important or not, what is good or bad, what is painful or pleasurable. Now, perception is how we interpret, and make sense of all that information after it's gone through the filter. What we see, what we hear, what we smell, what we feel, what we taste. Now, I know taste is a bit of a crazy one, but in some aspects, it's true. It's how you make sense of that information after you've received it. Now, I've got some real life examples because you may be thinking, wait, that's just gone all over my head. What the heck? So imagine this, the situation. Two people walking through Times Square, New York City, right? Any big busy city is the first one that came to my head. Person A grew up in a peaceful rural area and believes that cities are dangerous and chaotic. For example, me. Hate going to London, live in the countryside. It's dangerous, people getting robbed, riots, stabbings, crazy. That's my perception and my paradigm. Person B grew up in a city and views it as an exciting place full of opportunity. Now, both of these are correct, right? Because it's your belief, your paradigm. But you need to be open to interpretation and a shift. Perception. Person A notices the noise, the crowds, and a fast-paced living lifestyle. They feel anxious and overwhelmed. Whereas person B, on the other hand, sees the same things but perceives them as energizing, full of life and excitement. So do you see the difference in perception? Person A notices the crowds, fast-paced, but feels very anxious and overwhelmed. Whereas person B sees it as a thriving place to live, full of excitement and life. Now the paradigm. Person A's paradigm is shaped because of their past experiences and beliefs, leading them to focus on the negative aspects. Person A sees that on the news there's lots of stabbings, there's lots of robberies, sees videos on Instagram of people getting their Rolex stolen, getting Range Rovers stolen, this, that and the other, right? Whereas person B's paradigm is formed by their positive experiences in the urban environment. They've lived there all their life, they've made great friends, they know all the hot spots that locals know, and it's great, right? So they focus on all the excitement and the opportunity. Now the outcome. Because of their different paradigms, person A and person B have entirely different experiences in exactly the same environment. They could literally be stood side by side. It could be you and your partner holding hands, literally exactly the same environment. Their perceptions are shaped by pre-existing and underlying paradigms, influencing how they feel and act in certain situations. Person A. A loan I took out to begin my business and career in sales. Paradigm. I believe debt was bad and people who took out loans were stupid to do so. The perspective. I should never take out loans because I'd be owing people money I didn't have and would set myself back more. The consequence of the action of this. Looking back, I missed so many opportunities to create success and wealth for myself because I was so set in my ways. I was too afraid to take out a loan to build something great. I was too afraid of the debt. So what changed? I was in a horrible situation personally and business-wise. I took out a loan to kickstart my career. What happened? I failed, I learned, I grew, I networked with insanely talented and successful people, found opportunities, found success, became financially independent and never worked a 9-to-5 again. A domino effect of doors opening that otherwise never would have. It's opportunity that needs to be looked for. Key points. Your paradigm shapes how you see reality. People view the world on who they are, not what the world truly is. Different perspectives lead to different life choices and different outcomes. What you believe to be truly true? What you believe to be true affects how you experience life. Where you are in life now is the result of how you've seen and acted due to the world's circumstances. Now, how can you shift paradigm? Because it's one of the most OP, overpowered, mental things you can do. Is go from here, being person A, oh, I hate the city, it's too busy, it's horrible, I'm going to get robbed, I'm going to get pickpocketed, I'm going to spend so much money because it's really expensive, over to being person B, where you thrive in the situation, you love the environment, and you have an absolute blast. How would you go from being person A to person B? Well, here are the requirements. Humility. To grow, you need to be open to new ideas, even if they challenge your current beliefs. Your ego and pride needs to be put to the side because it will block this from happening. As humans, we like to be right. But often, or more often than not, we're wrong. So that ego and pride being put to the side is super, super important. Repeatability. Learning new things isn't enough. You need to be reminded regularly and make lasting changes. Exactly what I was saying about being best in sales, the top appointment setter, repeatability. You need to be going over this plenty of times so it makes lasting changes in your life or in your business. Just learning it once or twice isn't enough. Because as humans, we are creatures of habit. Knowledge. The more you know, the easier it is to understand and accept new ideas. Building a strong base of knowledge helps you adapt to new ways of thinking. Important takeaways. So your paradigm is the most important thing in shaping your reality. Your paradigm influences your thoughts, which influences your actions, which influences your results. Remember, thoughts to actions, actions to results, and results equals your reality, right? Your reality. Brilliant. Missed it. Your reality. Thoughts to actions, actions to results, and then the results are your reality. To change your life, you need to understand meaning. Become aware of your paradigm and sometimes change your paradigm. This requires humility, constant reminders, and a strong foundation of knowledge. Now, I can understand for a lot of you, that's going to go straight over your head, right? So go back over it, watch it a couple more times. Of course, we've got other stuff, following lessons as well, which are going to go more in depth and explain it. So I'll catch you in the next one, guys. Peace. Discipline and habits. You're here because you want to change your life. But how bad do you really want it? Pain is a factor that will show you those who really want it and those who just talk the talk. Thought, action, results equals your reality. Last lesson we went over this, how to shift your paradigm, how to shift your thoughts, the knowledge you need to take action to get the results, which will then make your reality. Now, changing your thoughts is pretty easy, but the action that is required requires a lot more effort. So what are you going to do? Are you going to get this action with motivation, or are you going to be disciplined to take this action? What is the difference? So the difference between motivation and discipline is that motivation is strong at times, but it's only temporary. Whereas discipline is power, right? So I could be motivated to go to the gym in January. New Year's resolution, I'm going to the gym, I'm going to get big this year. I'm motivated. I get to mid-February, go for 6 weeks. Well, I had to walk the dog this morning, and then we had no butter for my toast, so I had to go to the shop, and then next thing you know, it was too late for me to go to the gym, and then the next day, I didn't go yesterday, and now something else has come up, and then over time, that motivation drops. You lose the motivation. Whereas if you're disciplined, it's a must, it's a need, it's a must-have from inside. Willpower is a muscle, right? And the discipline that you need is willpower. You can't just sit there and go, oh, I don't feel motivated today, so I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to put the work in. You need that willpower, that discipline to say, you know what, I don't want to do this. I don't like doing it, but I'm doing it because work needs to be done. I'm not where I want to be. The job is not finished. So the discipline is taken over and I'm doing it anyway. Because I know that if I do it, rewards will come and hard work pays off. So your willpower, that is a muscle, needs to be worked out. Your biceps in the gym, to get big, they need to be worked out. If you want big legs, peachy bum, whatever you want in the gym, you need to work out. If you want to earn $1 million a year, you need to work out. You need to work out what it's going to take for you to get there, and then work out what work you need to put in to get there. It's the same with your willpower. It's the same with discipline. It needs to be worked out. Starting in the beginning, you'll have a finite amount of willpower. But over time, the use plus the volume will equal growth. It's exactly the same in the gym, right? Muscular overload. To keep working and keep working and keep working and keep working, you use the muscles over a long volume of time, your muscles will grow. It's exactly the same for your discipline and your willpower. And there is no excuses, right? There genuinely isn't. You could say, oh yeah, well, I can't afford a gym membership, I can't afford this and that. If you're in here within the first 3 weeks, you get all of this for free for life. If you've paid for it, it's paid for. You have it. you have no excuse to keep going back over this training and over this training and over its training. It's exactly the same with your discipline. If you're training for a marathon and you have no motivation at all, you hate running, the discipline you have to keep on training for it, run every single day, have an ice bath, have a really hot bath, do your hot cold recoveries, eat really well. You have no excuse. You have a marathon to do. You need to do it. And it's exactly the same within sales. There is a cheat code to building up willpower and keeping discipline. Now, what is that? Consistency. Every single day, all day, every day, keep on doing it until it pays off. As we said in the last lesson, humans are creatures of habit. So if you take this motivation, turn it into discipline, and then have it as a habit, it will just work and work and work and work. And next thing you know, it will be like going to the toilet, brushing your teeth, going to sleep. It's a habit and it will just become part of your routine. We need change, but we do not like change. Change is hard. But for change to occur, you need to have that willpower, that discipline, and that graft, that grind to keep on going. Change, in fact, I believe is a very, very good thing, right? Because it takes you, especially if you're not where you want to be, if you're in an uncomfortable place, change is extremely good because it takes you from where you're currently at to where you want to be. And everybody is currently somewhere, and 99% of people want to be somewhere else at a lot better place. Now, making big life changes requires a ton of effort, both physically and mentally. Therefore, the best way to change is by changing your habits to tiny, small little things. For instance, your routine. Once habits and routines have been created, your mind and body will easily follow through with them. Muscle memory. Once you learn how to deadlift at the gym, you can increase the weight, and start deadlifting more. Understanding your habits and your routines. Here are the key points. So habits are formed and created because they have specific parts and purposes. 4 to be exact. Habits can both be good and bad. Some examples of good habits: your health, keeping that in check, going on runs, eating well, making sure you eat at the same times every day. You're not going to bed whilst you're on a full belly, so your body has time to recover in your sleep instead of just digesting your food. Bad habits. This would be sleeping in, skipping classes, right? Going out and partying too late when you've got something important to do the next day. Now, the 4 parts to make up the habit loop. A trigger that prompts a habit, e.g., waking up, checking your phone. So the trigger in this example could be having a notification on your phone that says, go through Sam's school lessons. You say, right, okay. It triggers it. Next thing you're going to do is take action, go through the lessons, and then to build these habits, you want to reward yourself. Now, this is something I like to do called trigger action reward. Create a trigger, a stimuli to make you do something you don't want to do. If you're trying to build habits in your routine, say you don't want to go on a run, right? Let's go back to our marathon. You're training for a marathon. Every single day you need to do 15k. And you're like, man, I hate running. I'm not doing it. I hate running. Make a trigger, right? Put your running shoes outside your bedroom door. So you wake up in the morning, get out of bed, open the door to go to the toilet, have breakfast, make a coffee, whatever. My running shoes. You're like, right, okay, I've got to go on a run. So you put your running shoes on, you go for a run, you get back. Now it's time to reward yourself so your mind and body can make the muscle memory connection that if I do what I meant to do, go on a run, then I will be rewarded. You will have conscious and unconscious rewards. So for things like going on a run, the unconscious reward would be the serotonin that has released your feel-good feeling in your brain, and you're going to feel very good afterwards. But you also want to make sure that there's a conscious reward. This could be like your breakfast. So you wake up, go on a run fasted, you think, yes, 2 more K, get home and I can have my favourite breakfast. Maybe it's salmon bagels, maybe it's Marmite on toast, maybe it's eggs, right? Do it with a coffee. Say, right, I'm going to get home and I get to make myself a lovely iced caramel latte with sprinkles, if that's what you're into. So make sure when you're building and making up these habits that you have your trigger, your action, and your reward. As we go into here, the craving, the desire for the reward. This could be you either craving entertainment, this could be you craving a coffee, or it could be information. You're craving to just, Sam, give me the script. I really want that script. But unfortunately, for you to make a habit of learning and be disciplined, we've got to go through all the mindset and the mental frameworks first, so you understand how to use the script. The response, the action you take. This could be going on the run. This could be checking your phone. It could be sitting down and replying to all your emails. And then, of course, the reward, the benefit that you receive. It could be the coffee. It could be, I've gone on a 5K run, so I'm going to allow myself to watch a YouTube video for 15 minutes. I'm going to sit down and read a book for half an hour because I enjoy reading, and I've just put myself through the pain of a 15K run. So the cue, craving, response, and reward, I like to push it down even smaller to trigger, react, action, reward. What is your trigger going to be? You need to have a stimuli that says, right, okay, I have to do this. And then you do it, and then you get a reward for it. And if you can keep to those 3 simple steps, you will be unstoppable in building immaculate habits and being the most habitual person in the world with the best routines, the best discipline, and you will feel on top of the world. A little quote here from my man Albert Einstein. Compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. He who understands earns, he who doesn't pays. So let's break that down a little bit. If you understand that, yet again, we're going to go back to our run, that you have to go on a 15K run. At the end of it, you're going to earn it. You're going to get your reward of your coffee, whatever it is, that serotonin. And eventually, you're going to earn the feeling, the proudness of completing that marathon. If you don't do it, you're going to pay for it. You're going to become lethargic and just give yourself the rewards already. You're just going to wake up, have your breakfast, have your coffee, and then be like, you know what, I don't feel like going on a run today. You're not going to complete that marathon. You're not going to have the feeling of being proud of yourself, as well as all the external attention of saying, wow, that person actually did that. They actually did 15K every day for 60 days and then completed a marathon. Which, that gratification is so much more rewarding than the instant gratification of sitting on TikTok and going, wow. Maybe I'm going to get a McDonald's. Wow. Oh, this McDonald's is tasty. You don't earn anything from that. It's just going to deteriorate your life, shorten your life, and in the end, you're going to end up paying. Why are we talking about this? Well, habits are compound interest realized in one, put together. Creating small habits will, in actual fact, have a huge impact. If you focus on the small 1% improvements every day, over time, the change will compound into significant results. Even tiny habits can lead to big outcomes if practiced consistently and concisely. However, the environment you are in really does matter, which is why you need to design your environment to support these good habits and make the bad habits harder. For example, when you go shopping, place your healthy foods in the easy to reach places. Put them in the fridge, which is going to encourage eating good. If you want to buy some bad junk food, chuck it on top of the cupboard, hard to reach. You've got to climb on a chair to get it down. And it's going to make you less likely to eat it. You're going to open a fridge and go, oh, a nice potassium-filled banana, lovely. Snack on that instead of eating 4 bags of Wotsits, which is not good. For anyone who is not from the UK, Wotsits are unreal. They're like cheese Cheeto Puffs, but from the UK. They're goated. They're so good. Number 4, identifying bad habits. Focus on the person you want to become. I.e., I am a runner. I am a salesman. I am a saleswoman. I am the best appointment setter that this company could possibly employ. Rather than just the goals you want to achieve of being rich, being financially and geographically free, driving this car, wearing this watch, wearing this, that or the other. Most of the time, people's goals that they want to achieve are materialistic. So something that I'd say with this as well is have a paradigm shift about what you actually want to achieve. Sit down and say, well, why do I want to achieve this goal? If you have a goal of driving a Lamborghini, well, why do I want to achieve this goal? Is it so everyone sees me driving a Lamborghini? Well, if it is, you're probably not going to get to that goal because it's the wrong type of goal. The right type of goal would be, well, if you do want to buy a Lamborghini, because maybe you like driving, maybe you like going to car shows, maybe it's going to be a really fun track tool for you to beat around the track, because there's going to be a purpose for you. If it's a goal you want to achieve for somebody else, it's unlikely you're going to achieve that goal. Now, every action you take is going to reinforce your identity. So you need to align those habits with the type of person you aspire to be, the kind of goals you have. So if you slip up once or twice, sit yourself down, look in the mirror and say, why did I slip up? This can't happen again, because what I'm doing defines me. And if there's one thing in life that you cannot replace, it is simply irreplaceable. It is your reputation. What people think, see, look, and think about you. Anything else in life you can change. Literally anything. You can start again. You fail at business, you can start again. You get sacked from a job, you can get a different one. If you get a bad haircut, you can shave it all off and grow it out again. If you get punched in the face and lose your teeth, you can get implants, different false teeth. If you mess someone around and do them really badly, go behind their back and snake them, that's your reputation. There's no coming back from that. So every single action you take reinforces your identity. So make sure these habits, these disciplines, these trigger action rewards you're doing align with the type of person you want to be. Because if they don't, and you do these trigger action rewards, eventually you're going to become the kind of person that you don't want to be. And that will be miserable. So make sure that, for the third time, every action you take aligns with the kind of person you want to be. Number 5, patience and persistence. Habits take time to show results. Be patient, stay consistent, even if progress seems slow at start. It's exactly the same as building muscle. Willpower is a muscle, it's a mental muscle. Building muscle in the gym is a physical muscle that is voluntary, right? So when we're going to the gym, you don't go in the gym and come out and go, whoa, I've just put on 100 kg, I'm looking huge. It takes months and months and months and months of hard work and incredible dieting to put that muscle on. Or the other way around, to lose weight. It's going to take months and months and months of correct diet, correct hydration, correct workout for you to lose the weight. Habits in life and business, sales, are exactly the same. It will take time to show the results, but you have to stay consistent and be patient. Because if you're not patient, nothing's ever going to come to you. So make sure you stay consistent and you be patient. Now, over time, these habits will shape into your daily routine and ultimately determine your life's direction. Now, what I mean by this is that the habits you consistently keep doing and doing and doing are going to shape your reality. They're going to shape your paradigm. They're going to shape your daily routine, which in conclusion is going to direct your life. If you've got habits of drinking every single night, smoking weed, smoking cigarettes, eating really unhealthy, your life is going to probably go down a path which you don't want it to go down. If you're waking up every day at 6 a.m., having a cold shower to prove that you can do it for your mental strength, going on a run, eating healthy, doing good habits, your life over time is going to take a direction which you want to do. Now, the reason why these habits take time is because the day you plant the seed is not the day that you eat the fruit. Listen to that one again. The day you plant the seed is not the day that you eat the fruit. If I walk down to the bottom of the garden, plant an apple tree, all this hard work, digging, got my little plant pot with my small little apple tree in it, plant it in the ground, watering it every day. The day that tree gets planted is not the day I eat the fruit. The day you start your new routine and your habits is not the day that you win. You work now for the future. You plant the tree for the future. And it does take time to show results. But if you're patient and consistent at watering your tree, eventually you're going to have a huge apple tree and you're going to have a lifetime supply of apples. So creating new and improvement habits that align with your identity and goals creates a sustainable routine that will continuously push you forward to the person you want to become and the life you want to obtain. Based on scientific data, habits can take up to 3 to 4 weeks to solidify. And then this is where your discipline comes in. So you've done 21 to 28 days worth of putting your running shoes outside your bedroom door, sitting down, opening your laptop, watching my lessons. Brilliant. You formed a habit. Well done. Congratulations. Very well done. Now this is where your discipline comes in. Once you've crossed the line, it will take less willpower to keep doing those actions than at first. However, this will give you more power and energy to put forward into allowing your habits to compound interest and build into what you want to do. Now, for your habits and building a new routine, a book recommendation which is unreal is you should read Atomic Habits by James Clear. And once you've gone through this video a couple of times, read that book, you will be able to do anything. You will be able to build whatever habits you want to, have the discipline to see them through, and in turn, build the life you want to build. So, appreciate you guys listening again, and yeah, we will see you in the next one for goals and vision. Goals and visions. You're in the process now of setting new habits, getting into a positive routine, but why? What is the reason behind these new habits and you shifting perspectives? What's going to keep you disciplined and stop you from going back to your old ways, going back to those bad habits? No matter what your reasoning is behind your action, goals and, most importantly, visions need to come into play. Goal setting and reality go hand in hand. Before starting setting out your goal, it is crucial to clearly define what you want to achieve. Success requires a clear vision. Napoleon states, "You must define your goal clearly." He also emphasizes that success starts with a definitive purpose. You must find your purpose. Why, your purpose. And you must know exactly what you want to achieve, as this clarity directs your energy into focus. He also adds that anything you want to gain or achieve starts with a burning desire. Right now, one of my burning desires is to become one of the most influential and looked upon salespeople within the online sales space, right? Now, I have this burning desire, hence why we're building this community, we're helping show people how to get into sales, how to get their foot in the door, how to become an appointment setter. Because I have my big goal, my big why, my purpose. I want to help people. I want to show you that anything is possible. And sales is the perfect vehicle for everyone to get into, because it can be learned, it can be taught. It's a skill. Now, I'm not going to get there and become the most influential salesperson on social media with the biggest salesperson personal brand if I'm just, I could do it, or I might do it, but that burning desire needs to be stowed upon you. And if it doesn't, maybe your why isn't there. Maybe what you thought was your purpose isn't actually the purpose. I know for me, through a lot of self-reflecting, growth, and opportunities, that my purpose is to help and to teach people the greater good of life. How to move from where you currently are to where you want to be. That's my purpose, and I've had a burning desire to help and work with people for a very long time. I've worked in teaching, I've worked in coaching, both online, physical, academic, sports. I've always had that desire to help and show people what's good, what's bad, how to do this, how not to do that. So you need to find that burning desire within you, and it may take time. It may come to you very quickly. But once you've found that burning desire, you can start to achieve great things. Now, the nature of goals. A goal is a future snapshot, a predicted outcome that aligns with your desires. Without a goal, your life becomes mundane. You have no aim, no purpose. Successful people don't just stumble into success. They choose their future and they work for it. Now, if you've got a big goal, your future snapshot, you're not just going to stumble upon it. You need to choose what that goal is, that future desire, work for it, train for it, and deserve it. Because in life, nothing ever comes to you that is undeserved, whether it's good or bad. If you deserve something, sooner or later it will come around and it will bite you in the arse, or give you a thumbs up and shake your hand and say well done. Stumbling across something, especially like success, money, it doesn't happen. It's impossible unless you win the lottery. But then you could even say, well, you don't stumble upon that. You have to go in, choose which scratch card you want, choose your numbers, pay for them. So stumbling upon success is near impossible. Everybody who succeeds for a reason. And it's because they know what they want their future to look like. They know how to get there. They put the work in and they get there. Now, stepping towards your vision. Common pitfalls when setting goals and wanting to achieve great things. These are, most people don't even set goals. If they do, they choose the wrong ones, or they choose ones that don't define them clearly. And finally, most people give up too soon. Now, everyone who has ever stepped foot on this earth has faced one of these common pitfalls. They've set a goal and it's a wrong thing. It doesn't align with them. They give up on that goal, or most of the time, most people don't even set the goals. They say, yeah, I want to do this, and they don't break down how to set the goal, and it doesn't become anything. It's just gone, vanished. It was once a thought or a dream that goes like that. Some people set goals, but yet again, they don't understand or know how to work towards them properly. So it's all well and good saying, well, my goal is to become the next Steve Jobs and invent something even better than the iPhone, but I've got no idea how to get there. Or you don't understand the work that Steve Jobs put in to create Apple and the iPhone, and it all just comes plundering down. But on the flip side, clarity and realism, even if you do have a goal, it has to be crystal clear and realistic. Now, you could say anything is realistic. Look at Jeff Bezos with Amazon. People would say that he was an idealist and that there was no way he'd ever build Amazon into anything, from a bookstore to arguably the biggest online shop in the world. So everything in hindsight is realistic. However, people often set the goal too high in too short of a time frame. Misalignment with your reality and your goals can sabotage the efforts due to unconscious resistance. Now, what this means is your goals won't align with your efforts due to external circumstances. So, in very simple terms, if as a child you were overweight and not very athletic at the age of 10 and you got teased because of it, at the ripe age of 27, you may walk into the gym with extreme limiting beliefs and failing goals of becoming healthy and fit because 17 years ago in primary school you were teased for being overweight and not very good at throwing the ball at sports day. That is sabotage from an unconscious resistance. Something you have stowed within you from a very, very long time ago that unfortunately is crushing your goals without you realizing them. Now, as I just said, one of the biggest things people do is set those goals too high in too short of a time frame. They are the most important, outgoing reason as to why they lose confidence and hope within their own goal. Right, I am going to, quick example off the top of my head. Go back to our marathon. I'm going to run a marathon in 15 days time. Haven't trained for it, but it'll be alright. It's only 27 point whatever, 3-5 miles. I'm going to do it. And then it gets to there, you get 2 miles in and you quit. You got blisters, you're unfit. It doesn't work. The goal was too high in too short of a time frame. Now, people may say no goal is ever too high. You just need the duration to do it, which in some aspects is correct. But when we talk about, I have a goal to fly and you want to grow wings, that's obviously not going to happen. Moving on swiftly to the time frame reality check. So people often overestimate how quickly they can achieve their goals, leading to frustration. I've had many examples of this myself, both personal and business. But it's okay because it happens to everyone. It happens to all of us. We all think, oh yeah, I'll be able to go through Sam's appointment setting training in 4 days. Give me then like a couple of days talking to the community. Bang, within a week I'll go from not knowing anything about sales at all to having an appointment setting job. I'm going to become a salesman in 7 days. Because the course is only going to take me 4 days. I'll go over a couple of bits I didn't understand, ask some questions, and then it's done. Which that really isn't the case. It is important to align your expectations with reality. For example, scaling from 5k to 50k per month in revenue in 6 months is unrealistic without experience and proven systems. Now, a very good friend of mine in the marketing space online scaled their online marketing agency from 10k a month to 120k a month within 4 months. And it's like, 120x. But the reason they were, 12x. The reason they were able to do that is because they had proven systems, a mentor who was proven to know exactly what they were doing, and the mentor had the exact experience to be able to coach them and train them and how to get from A to B. So without that experience, those proven systems and the help, it's extremely unrealistic that they would go from 10k to 120k a month within 4 months on their own. Overly optimistic timeframes can lead to disappointment, or in fact, they will lead to disappointment. You need to adjust your expectations to avoid discouragement. This simply means expect the worst to achieve the best. So if you expect every single scratch card you ever buy to lose, when you buy the winning one, you're going to be over the moon. If you're entering a raffle, a tombola, and you say, yeah, well, I'm here to lose £10, I'm going to buy £10 of tickets and I expect to win absolutely nothing. When you win, you're going to be over the moon. If you don't win, you'll go, well, I expected it, it's fine. If you expect to start 10 businesses in a row and fail every single one of them, by the time you get to your 6th business, the other 5 have failed, the 6th one and it succeeds, you'll be over the moon. So, well, I thought it would take me 10 attempts. It's only taken me 5, 6. So make sure you're adjusting your expectations to avoid that discouragement. The importance of controlled optimism. Now, what I'm saying here, I'm not saying don't be optimistic. Optimism is a powerful tool that will keep you working towards your vision even when others look at you and think there's no point in trying. Once again, perspective. We see the other side of opportunity and challenges. Others see failure and doubt. Optimism can lead to unrealistic expectations, so you need to understand that there is a learning curve and a process that is rarely linear. So what that means is your expectations are like this, and your optimism is like this, right? They go in the same way. That is often very unrealistic. Your expectations would be like this, and you may go like this, or you may go lots of different ways, right? But it's very rare that it will be linear. It will go up together. The importance of experience and mentorship. As I said earlier about my very good friend who asked not to be named, who went from 10k to 120k a month in between like 4 to 6 months. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was a little while ago. But mentorship and experience can accelerate your goal achievement. So some may argue that these lessons going through is a form of mentorship, right? And this mentorship, the lessons I'm creating, will accelerate your goal to achieve sales and appointment setting. Otherwise, if it didn't, and you consumed all of the lessons, you'd know that I was just lying about everything. But that's impossible because I've sought mentorship, help from other people in the sales world who have taught me everything I know. And then I've come with a smaller audience to help you guys do exactly the same. So mentorship will help you to improve and develop your abilities, skills, knowledge at a higher rate than you could on your own. If I was back a year ago when I knew nothing about sales and you said to me, okay, you have 1 year to learn as much as you can about sales, about psychology, about appointment setting, and then in a year's time, you need to build out 30 to 40 hours of lessons, breaking down every single little detail about appointment setting, sales, the psychology of sales, as well as teach it to people and earn a living through it. On my own, I'd say I've got no idea where to start. What do I do? By seeking help from somebody who's already done it, they can hold your hand and give you the guidance. So when you fall down and you get something wrong, they can help you pick yourself back up and say, look, this is what you did wrong. Let's look at why you did it wrong. So then in the future, it will never go wrong again. Often by helping avoid massive self-created crisis, obstacles due to a lack of knowledge and experience. That's literally what I've just said. The real power of mentorship is speed. Success loves speed. And this is speed as in momentum. Enough said. Experience will more likely be gained faster. So if I'm here yet again, I've got no idea anything about sales. It could be you right now. If you know nothing about sales right now, and I said to you, in a year's time, you need to do exactly what I'm doing, create a community where you teach people everything about sales, how to grow, win, become a master of sales, but you've got to do it on your own, you'd have no idea where to start. I'd say you're getting banned from this group, you have to go out and find it on your own. You'd have no idea where to start. Working alongside me, Jake, Kishon, the rest of the team, you're going to find experience within us, as we are the experienced people within the community. And where you want to go, your goals are going to be achieved a lot faster, because we're here to say, look, this is what you need to do. We're here to answer questions, help you along the way, and overall just make your experience from going where you currently are now to where you want to be. We're closing that gap. We're going to get you there a lot faster. You'll learn faster, start faster, fail faster, learn again faster, win faster, and get results faster. The most important one there is fail faster. The only way you can learn is by failing. You can go through these lessons, this course, as many times as you want, and you won't learn a thing. Until you implement the knowledge that you've obtained, that is when you will learn. You have to take action on what you've consumed to learn. Scrolling through social media, watching all these self-help videos, watching all these motivational videos are just dopamine hits. You tell someone to watch 40 hours of me rambling on about sales, people will say, well, no, that's extremely boring. Other people may say, well, in fact, that's actually dopamine hits. This is a dopamine hit every time you watch it and you're learning because you think you know. If I said to you, why is mentorship important? And then you'd say, well, it can accelerate goal achievement. You think you know that, but you don't. Until you go through the process and actually learn it, that's when you will understand. So by failing faster, you learn from those lessons. So the quicker you fail, the quicker you can fix that fail and then achieve. So failing faster is a huge one for me, and it's something that I took on board very personally when I first got into the first couple mentorships that I was in. And I loved it. I loved that I could fail as soon as I joined. I could take on the information, implement it, fail and be like, perfect, excuse me, mentoree, I failed. Can we go through why? And they say, yep, we go through it together. And it's like, wow, I failed. I know how I failed, why I failed. So now let's move on and do better. So one more time, you learn faster, start faster, fail faster, learn again faster, win faster, and get results faster. So success loves speed. If you want to be successful, you've got to move with momentum. You've got to be quick, because success doesn't wait around. Moving on to the next bit. Honest self-assessment. You need to reflect on your situation honestly. This isn't to discourage you, but to ground you into reality. So this means you need to sit down, look in the mirror, get your notepad and pen out and be like, right, where am I? And be honest with yourself. Where are you at? What are the reasons for you being here? And you need to understand that while quick success is possible, it's unlikely. There is no such thing as fast money. If you make quick money, if you make fast money, if you make fast success, the time frame that you made that success and money, say it's 5 months, well, 5 months later, you'll be back to square one. If it takes you 15 years to get somewhere, well, likelihood is you'll probably have another 15 years of longevity. So quick money is bad. If you ever see someone wanting to make a quick buck, if they're in fast money, stay away. That's the one advice I would say. Stay away. Build something successful takes time. Building it properly. So understanding that while quick success is possible, it's unlikely. You need to recognize this to help prevent disappointment as well as ensure longevity. Because I would rather earn £5,000 a month for the rest of my life than earn 50k for 5 months and then go broke. I'd rather earn £2,000 for the rest of my life every month than earn 200k for a year and then be broke after that. Quick success is not what you want to go after, because as soon as you get to that success, you're going to fall off. If it takes you 10 years to get there, you're most likely going to have 10 years of longevity. You need to take an honest look at yourself, who you are and who you want to be, where you are at and where you want to go. Recognize the gap in between those and ask yourself what and why. Assess yourself correctly, your faults, your strengths, and what will improve you. The key takeaways from this: you need to define your goal, know exactly what you want. You need to align that goal with your reality. You need to set realistic timeframes and expectations. Seek mentorship, which you could arguably say you are within this community. However, it's not exactly a personal one-to-one mentorship. It's more of a community with a lot of lessons attached to it. So seeking mentorship, guidance and experience that can fast track your success. You've got to be honest. Evaluate your situation truthfully to avoid disappointment. And then again, the book recommendation that I would go along with your goals and visions is Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Appreciate your time in this one, guys, and I will catch you next time in the next lesson for non-binary thinking. Non-binary thinking. Now, before we get into non-binary and binary thinking and which one would be better suited, I want you to understand that people love sides. Now, this is the good or the bad, the happy or the sad, the left or the right, the can or can't, my way or the highway. It even goes down to politics. You're either a Republican or a Democrat. You vote Labour or you vote Tory. Now, before we go into the free will choice, I want to go over what non-binary thinking is. So, non-binary thinking is a flexible way of thinking that involves considering a range of alternate motives compared to just yes and no. It's all about the what happens if, well, exploring different contradicting demands. Is it this? No. It's not this? No. It needs to be somewhere in the middle. This possibly could happen or that possibly could happen. The reason why this is great as an entrepreneur, and especially in sales, is because we love to think outside the box. We love to think outside the box. What you don't want to encounter is binary thinking. Now, binary thinking is where you're either yes or no. You're either good or you're bad. You're either left or right. We have a choice and it's either one or the other. You're grouped into two different segregations. Now, that doesn't work in sales. There's no such thing as a yes or a no or binary thinking in sales. And entrepreneurship, you need to have the non-binary method of thinking of lots of different complex conjunctions which way you can go. Now, free will choices. We are not boxed into thinking one way or the other. However, most people don't even realise this. People literally limit themselves to believing that there are only two ways of making decisions in any given stuck situation. However, if they are both stuck, decision 1 is stuck and decision 2 is stuck, they simply give up. Non-binary thinking is one of the most powerful concepts and freeing tools that you will ever encounter once you've mastered it. Like, there's simply no going back. Once you master it, it's impossible to think binary again. Now, businessmen, salespeople, entrepreneurs, they solve problems. But if it was easy, everyone would do it. So, how do these people, myself, you going through this program, other salespeople, how do we do this? Well, we use non-binary thinking, or to the common person, thinking outside the box. When others believe that they can only walk or run, the entrepreneur invents the bicycle, the aeroplane, the boat. With limitless possibilities, creates limitless choices. Now, we move on to binary traps and hidden motives. Now, there's 11 of these to go through, so we'll rattle through them. Forming identities around sides. Choosing a side shapes your identity, but this can limit you. Your goals must require action that contradicts your identity. Yet, you might reside due to thoughts like, that's not me, or I can't do this. So what you don't want to do is do not form your identity around a side. You want to form your identity around your goals, like we talked about last lesson, and your burning desire to get to that goal. The problem with polarization. To achieve your goal, you must let go of the rigid beliefs that can hold you back. Success often requires breaking out of binary traps. Seeing paths that others do not, and make choices that others never have, could be the reason why you make it. They could be the thought that could be made. Hidden motives. Our actions are often driven by hidden motives, like signaling status or loyalty, which go beyond the binary of good and bad. Recognizing this complexity helps us understand human behavior better. Embracing contradiction. Success comes from navigating both sides of an issue. Avoid labeling one side as right and the other as wrong, because you might need to use the other side depending on the situation. In the short term, you never want to look at something as correct and incorrect, because the incorrect thing may just be the tool you need to get to the correct outcome. Which is why looking at both sides of the predicament and using the information collectively is going to always be a better outcome than just good or bad, yes or no. The truth is that right and wrong are completely subjective and cannot be measured objectively. Look at a terrorist versus a freedom fighter. Lots of things like this are going on at the moment in the UK. People saying, well, you have the right to protest, but is a protest taken too far? Once a protest is taken too far, it can then be deemed as an act of terror. You should never look at it as good or bad. You need to see both sides of them coming together to form the objective collection of what is correct. If you want to be able to see clearly, you must zoom out. To make a clear decision, you must be able to first understand the situation in its entirety. Self-deception. We often deceive ourselves about our true motives, holding multiple, sometimes contradictory beliefs simultaneously. This isn't just about honesty, but involves complex and mental processes. For an example, you could look at a marathon runner and a Lucozade Sport. Half of you could say that water is the best hydration that the human body needs. The other half could say that a Lucozade Sport is because of the electrolytes in it. Now, you could say that you personally believe that the Lucozade Sport is going to be better for the athlete. However, you don't think it's better for the athlete because it contains sugars. This is self-deception. You hold one motive, which is very strong. Water is the best hydration. But actually, well, when this marathon runner's running, the electrolytes and the sugar in the drink is probably better alongside the hydration in the Lucozade. That is number 5, self-deception. Number 6, adapting to the environment. The environment set conditions for success, and these conditions consistently change. Your environment includes not only where you are, but who you are with. We are the sum of the 5 people we spend the most time with. You must be able to shift between different perspectives and approaches to succeed. Number 7, social norms and behaviours. Social norms influence our behaviour in complex ways. We might follow norms not because we agree with them, but because they serve deeper purpose like maintaining social cohesion or signalling comfort. Number 8, reframe contradiction. See contradiction as a skill, not a flaw. Detach your ego from your beliefs to move freely between different viewpoints and actions. Number 6. Ambiguity in decision making. Decisions are often influenced by a mix of continuous and uncontinuous factors, making our decision-making process complex and purely logical or emotional. So what this means is, when you make a decision, more often than not, it is going to be a complex decision to make, because it won't be purely emotional and it won't purely be logical. There'll be bits of logic and bits of emotion all intertwined together. Number 10. Complexity of social interactions. Social interactions can serve multiple purposes simultaneously, moving away from binary thinking by recognizing that a single action can have multiple interpretations, consequences, and effects. And finally, which I personally feel like is the most important one, be like water. Adapt and remain formless. Like Bruce Lee, philosopher of being like water, which can take any shape and flow in any direction. So non-binary thinking has been a short one compared to the others. However, it's one of the most important. And something that really should hit home is that final number 11. Be like water. There is no yes or no. You should be flowing in the middle, taking arguments, opinions, interpretations from each side and forming your own cognitive opinion. So appreciate you guys listening to non-binary thinking, and next we will be moving on to unlocking the subconscious / breaking your limiting beliefs. Unlocking self-limiting beliefs and absolutely destroying them. That's what we're going over in this lesson, so let's jump straight into it. Self-limiting beliefs and removing subconscious barriers. Well, first of all, what are self-limiting beliefs? These are often negative thoughts and attitudes that people hold within themselves, which restrict their ability to achieve their full potential. Common examples of this are, I'm not good enough, I don't deserve success, I can't change my current situation. The origins of these self-beliefs. Childhood experiences. So during childhood, negative experiences, critical parents or authority figures can all install these beliefs early on. And this may come from either underachieving at something that wasn't meant to be underachieved in, or achieving something substantial and not getting the recognition you believed you deserved for it. Past failures. Repeated setbacks or failures can create a mindset that success isn't possible, which is absolutely bullshit. It's baloney. It doesn't make sense. It's not true. It is simply a limiting belief. And you need to look past these limiting beliefs to unlock your full potential. Social conditioning. Cultural, societal, or family experiences that can impose limits on what we believe is possible. Now, these three experiences or positions that can instill limiting beliefs are being faced upon everyone, right? Everybody has faced past failures, everybody has had experiences in their childhood, and everyone has also witnessed being a part of social conditioning, right? But these limiting beliefs are simply beliefs. Remember what we said a couple lessons ago? You can only believe in something that isn't true, right? So by admitting to limiting beliefs, you're literally saying that for no reason you believe you're not good enough, which I don't agree with. I think is sincerely stupid, because we have agreed and gone over that beliefs are something that you believe in that aren't factual. They're not true. You can't believe in something that's happening that's true because you know it. You can't believe in something you know. So all these self-limiting beliefs, and before we go into further down through the lesson, I want you to remember that when you believe in something, it's because you don't know it. And if you know it, you won't believe in it, you'll know it. That's a bit of a tongue twister, but what I'm saying here is that you may have all these limiting beliefs, but if you do something to prove to yourself that you can do it, by getting up and taking action and proving that you know it, you can do it, the beliefs will go out the window because you can't believe in something you know. So if you know you're good at football, you can't have any bad limiting beliefs. If you do so many sales calls, so many DM sets, so many appointments booked, because you keep putting in the action, eventually your limiting beliefs will be absolutely zero because you've done so many repetitions that you now know you're good at sales. You don't believe you're good at sales, you know you're good at sales. Moving on to common subconscious barriers. So imposter syndrome. If you don't know what imposter syndrome is, it's the persistent belief that one's achievements are not deserved or that they are a fraud, despite the evidence of success. Constant self-doubt, the fear of being found out, and attributing success to luck rather than ability are all common factors of imposter syndrome. The same as perfectionism, setting extremely high standards and fearing failure. Comparing yourself to others and feeling inferior because of this, as well as growing up in an environment where achievements were often overemphasized or undervalued. This can always, or near always, lead to at least anxiety, maybe stress, burnout, and definitely being reluctant to pursue further achievements or responsibilities. Now, the fear of failure. Fear of failure is an irrational and persistent fear of failing, often causing procrastination, avoidance, or self-sabotage. You're going to be looking at avoiding challenges, trying to achieve perfectionism, and being indecisive. This is caused by negatively internalized experiences with failure, particularly in formative years. So going back to when you were very little, failing at something and being told that you are rubbish, you're not very good, instead of looking at it from a sense of, well, why did we fail? What went wrong? How can we improve on it? This often limits personal and professional growth. It reduces risk taking, and leads to missed opportunities. Most people say they're very unfortunate and they never have any opportunities because they don't create them. They're too scared of failure, so they don't create the opportunities. I know loads of people who have opportunities every single day because they go out and they're go-getters. They go and create the opportunities for themselves. On the flip side of the fear of failure, there's a huge fear of success. A fear of the consequences of achieving success, which can lead to self-sabotage, procrastination and avoiding opportunities that can often lead to success, downplaying achievements, guilt or anxiety about outstanding finishes, offers, and outshining others. This often keeps people in their comfort zone, leads to underachievement, and can cause career stagnation. It can also cause business stagnation as well. So if and when you are successful, you need to be awfully proud of it and hold your head high with pride, because not many people succeed in a world where success is so easy. Because everybody has so many limiting beliefs that, oh, I'm not good enough, I can't do it, I've never been able to do it, so why would I be able to do it now? It just doesn't make sense. Now, negative self-image. Holding a persistently negative view of oneself, affecting self-esteem and confidence. Persistently self-criticizing, difficulty accepting compliments or praise, avoiding situations that challenge your self-perception. Now, this goes back to critical upbringing. Growing up in a highly critical environment, maybe your parents had extremely high expectations, maybe your teachers had really high expectations because they knew you were good, and instead of helping you achieve those goals, you crumbled under pressure and got disciplined for it. Secondly, bullying or trauma, which is probably one of the biggest ones, past experiences that damage self-worth. Now, bullying and trauma often cannot be helped by yourself, but external factors, right? If you're being bullied in the workplace, at school, at college, in business, within a leisure activity like a football team, a swimming team in the gym. Maybe there's one guy that's always in there and he's like laughing at you or whatever it is. That, first of all, is not your fault. And secondly, needs to be looked at by external factors, right? The people whose fault it is the bystanders who are saying, you shouldn't be doing that, you shouldn't be doing that, you can't be doing this, you shouldn't say that. So by becoming successful, if that's happening to you, you need to look out for it happening to other people. And the more you speak out about it and look for improving somebody else's self-negative image, in turn will reflect and improve your self-negative image. Cultural and social influences like social media and societal standards that reinforce unrealistic expectations. I mean, you look at some of these beauty and gym influencers that are under all sorts of Botox, drugs, trend, peds, everything else, and they claim to be natural or they're airbrushing all their photos, and it's just unrealistic, right? The only person you should be comparing yourself to is the person you were yesterday compared to the person you are today compared to who you're going to be tomorrow. They're the three most important people you need to compare yourself to. And funnily enough, they're all you. This is often going to lead to social withdrawals, depression, anxiety, difficult forms of healing healthy relationships. Now, what are the effects of these self-limiting beliefs? Often reducing self-esteem, constant negative self-talk, which erodes your confidence. Stagnation, which limits personal growth and keeps individuals stuck in comfort zones, which is the worst place you need to be in the world. If you're feeling comfortable right now, please have an ice bath, go out and lay in the rain, do something uncomfortable, because as we said earlier, the day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the apple, right? If you go and make yourself uncomfortable now, in the moment, you're going to be uncomfortable. Say you're uncomfortable for 5 minutes in an ice bath. You hate it. But you get out, and the rest of the day, you know that you've done something uncomfortable, and your day's amazing. So if you wake up at 6 a.m., and by 6:05 you've completed a 5-minute ice bath, well, for the next 18 hours of the day, you're going to be on top of the world because you've already done something which is really, really hard and really challenging before other people have even woke up. And you've got a whole day to gloat on it, enjoy it, and be like, you know what, I can do this really hard task because I've already done this today. Missed opportunities. Huge one. Fear and doubt prevents people from taking risks or seizing opportunities, which yet again is crazy considering most people don't create any opportunities for themselves. The fact that they're missing these opportunities by not taking them is crazy. And what's even worse is that when new opportunities come up, people are scared of taking risks because they've missed them before. Procrastination. People avoid tasks because they think they're destined to fail. The only way you can fail is by not starting. Let me tell you that one again because that's a heavy hitter. Effects of self-limiting beliefs. Procrastination. People avoid tasks as they think they are destined to fail. The only way you can fail is by not starting. Let that one sit with you for a minute. How to recognize self-beliefs. Self-reflection. Once again, taking an honest look at yourself and becoming aware of any self-reflections and limiting beliefs. Becoming aware of the negative thoughts and why you are there. Feedback. Asking trusted friends, mentors, family members for feedback on your behavior and thoughts can reveal subconscious beliefs and behaviors that you are unaware of. And how to remove those subconscious barriers. Awareness. Everything begins with awareness. Becoming conscious of these subconscious limiting beliefs is the first step. Challenging these beliefs. Next, you have to question the validity of these beliefs. Ask yourself, is this really true? What evidence have I got to support this? Thirdly, positive affirmations. Replace negative beliefs with positive statements about yourself. I'm not very good at football. I'm the hardest working footballer in the team. I am going to become great. Simple as that. Visualization. Regularly imagine yourself achieving your goals helps rewrite your brain for success. Mindfulness and meditation. These practices reduce stress and help in grounding you to the present moment. This and effects help you gain control over your negative thoughts. As well, something I didn't add in there, mental clarity, right? Finding the clear path of where you want to go, what you want to do, who you want to be. Meditation helps with that massively. If you've never meditated before, you don't know how to or where to start, simply go on YouTube, Spotify or Apple Music, search like guided meditation for beginners, and then you'll find videos or songs on Spotify, music, whatever you call it, of someone talking, guiding you through the meditation, and they'll take you step by step how to meditate, how you should be breathing, where you should be thinking, what you should be feeling. So that's a key one. Guided meditation. I've just put you guys on some source. Action steps. Start with small, achievable goals to build confidence and create positive momentum. Celebrate the small wins no matter how small. If you don't know how to celebrate something small, how the hell are you going to celebrate something big? Right? Well, yeah, I'm going to do this and that and this and that. Well, celebrate the small wins first. And make sure you keep those small wins private. Once you learn how to celebrate those small wins in private, well, the big wins will just come. They will compound. They really do. And finally, the key takeaways. Removing self-limiting beliefs is about identifying, challenging, and replacing them with empowering thoughts. Regularly practice self-awareness and utilize techniques that help you in breaking free from the subconscious barriers, leading to a more fulfilling and successful purpose in life. So, guys, again, if that's gone all over your head, go through, rewind it, watch it again, look through the document. Make sure we're going through all of these lessons individually. They're laid out in an order which you're meant to. Our next one is going to be emotional intelligence, and that will be the last one for the mindset section, and then we'll be looking at getting into the foundations of sales. So appreciate you guys staying tuned, and I will see you in the next lesson. Emotional intelligence. Now, before we get into this final lesson, and I say final lesson because at the time of recording this is the final mindset, emotional management, mental training, whatever you want to call it, lesson. Now, if when going through the module you see that there are several or another lesson below this, then fortunately for you, we have managed to find a way to pack even more value into the lessons, into this community, which some of you may be happy that this is the last one, because after this we will be moving into our foundations of sales and sales principles, where we start looking at sales and that kind of stuff, which is why most people are here. Some people may be a little bit disheartened purely because they have actually realized and found they've enjoyed the mindset training module. So without further ado, let's jump straight into emotional intelligence. So what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, and manage our own emotions and the emotions of others. This includes skills of empathy, self-regulation, and social awareness. It is argued that emotional intelligence is more important and has a higher influence on your success in life than your IQ, which is the traditional measurement of intelligence. Now, the components of emotional intelligence. Self-awareness. What is self-awareness? Understanding your own emotions, understanding your own strengths, as well as your weaknesses, and finally the values, what you stand for as a person. Self-regulation, managing these emotions, especially in stressful situations, and maintaining self-control. Self-control is becoming more and more rare. People are lacking it. Procrastination, short attention spans, and lack of overall emotional consistency. People are annoyed by the tiniest things, and then it becomes the biggest problem. They spilled coffee on themselves, or on someone else or even on the floor, and it ruins their entire day. They are then bitter and sharp with everyone who dares come into contact with them. Which, yeah, I know people like this and it's crazy. Well, I used to. I don't anymore because, yeah, they got cut. Wild people, but that's what happens. Short form content's becoming so apparent. Fast food is becoming even faster and more accessible. People just have no self-regulation, and it is truly upsetting and kind of sad. But then those people that are hurt by seemingly random acts of anger towards them, and it ruins their entire mood, day, and cycle continues over and over and over again. People who do not control their emotions will not be able to control their lives. They allow external forces to control their initial state, which, as we all know, then influences their choices, which then influences their reality. Internal motivation. Being driven to achieve for the sake of personal accomplishment, not just for external rewards. So, breaking this down again, wanting to achieve and being driven for pride, being proud for an accomplishment instead of just getting the bag, looking cool and flexing. Because realistically, if and when you get the bag, flexing it is not looking cool. Like, do something with it, invest in a higher level mentorship, partnership program, something like that, where you can invest to learn and then scale your skill set, as well as being able to scale your income. Empathy. Recognizing and understanding others' emotions and fostering deeper connections with the people they care for. Empathy also gives the ability to feel and understand from other people's perspectives, a unique ability that only exists within certain primates and humans. Feeling and understanding from another person's perspective allows more open dialogue and a deeper understanding of people in their situation. This further allows insights on how to influence events and the world around you. Another piece of the puzzle of bending reality. Social skills. How can we manage social relations? Can you manage them effectively? Are you persuasive? And do you inspire others? Social skills is a high-level skill. It takes understanding layers and layers of nuanced knowledge, past experience, relations, backgrounds, being able to understand the tiny differences in tonality, body language, and so on. All of these things mesh together to create social skills. Success in life is very much dependent on your ability to socialize and communicate with others effectively. Communication skills, they need to be second to none, especially within sales. If you don't know how to talk properly, and that's not me saying that you can't speak. If you're not here being able to conduct yourself in a way where you could stand up in front of 100 people, read off of a bit of paper, add your bits into it, say, oh yeah, I'll add this bit, I'll add that bit, and conduct yourself in a professional, social manner, then learn how to. YouTube is full of wonderful lessons, YouTube videos of how to speak, how to become a social creature, how to be more affluent with your language. And it's one of the most underrated, highly achieving, free skills you can learn. Learn how to speak and learn how to be social. This doesn't mean you need to turn from an introvert into an extrovert. You don't need to become arrogant and outgoing and overly confident. However, you need to be able to conduct yourself within a conversation to prove your worth. The importance of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence contributes significantly to personal happiness and success. High emotional intelligent individuals tend to have a better mental health, job performance, and leadership skills. In the workplace, emotional intelligence is crucial for teamwork, managing conflict, and leading effectively. EI in business and success. Leadership. Effective leaders often possess high levels of EI, enabling them to inspire and motivate others, handle stress, and navigate complex social situations. Leaders with high EI tend to be more successful and have more engaged teams. Having an engaged team is going to boost your productivity within the team and business. Teamwork. EI improves the collaboration and helps manage conflicts constructively, creating a positive working environment. Now, of course, this isn't just within a 9 to 5, right? I have a team, we have meetings, we always work on teamwork and leadership skills. Client relations, decision making, adaptivity, teamwork, leadership skills, social skills, empathy, self-awareness. All of these things are very, very apparent, not just when you're working your 9 to 5. This could be within your own business, working in somebody else's business, collaborating ideas and forming a business with other people. So all of these skills are super, super, A, highly attainable. They are easy to do and acquire, but B, they're super effective, right? We wouldn't be going through this if they weren't. I wouldn't sit here and be wasting my own time if it wasn't for the better good. Client relations. High EI enhances client and customer satisfaction. Negotiation skills are highly valued in the business world and rely heavily on social skills like empathy, social understanding, nuanced interaction, and more. This is all leading to stronger client relations. It says it in a nutshell, right? Client relations. If you've got poor relations with your clients and you can't build them because you've got a poor skill set, well, simply you're going to have no clients because they're all going to leave, right? It's the same with anything. If you have a bunch of friends and you're awful at spending time with them, communicating with them, you're always asking them to buy you a drink at the shop and you're never buying them a drink back, whatever it is, then they're not going to be your friends so much longer. Same with the missus, same with if you've got a boyfriend, whoever your partner is. If you're constantly milking them dry and giving nothing back because you can't work well with them, then you're going to be on your own. So it's exactly the same in sales and in business. Decision making. Emotional intelligence ensures that decisions consider both sides, logic and emotions. This leads to a better outcome. Having EI does not mean holding your emotions in and not showing them at all, but using them effectively. Balance. Having a balance between using them effectively, not just crying all the time, but not just bottling it up the whole time. Using your emotions effectively to play into the hand of which is going to work best for you in the instance that you're in. Adaptability. High EI individuals handle change well, adapt to change when necessary, innovating and creating a supportive work culture and space. Number 5, EI versus IQ. It's argued that while IQ can predict academic success, EI is a better predictor of success in life and work. IQ contributes to about 20% to life success, while EI and other factors make up the rest. Based on multiple studies from grade school students who went into their 20s, right? Participants who are now in their 20s. EI can be developed and improved over time, unlike your IQ, which is relatively fixed. The impact on relationships. So EI plays a vital role in building and maintaining healthy relationships, whether personal or professional. People with high EI are better communicators, more empathetic, and more skilled at conflict resolution or resolving them. Developing EI. EI can be cultivated through practices like mindfulness, active listening, and reflective self-assessment. Learning to manage stress, build empathy, and improve communication skills are all key steps to success. Impact on society. EI is not only important for individual success, but also for creating a more compassionate and cooperative society. Higher EI can lead to less conflict and more understanding among the people. Key takeaways from EI then. In short, while IQ is important, EI often plays a bigger role in achieving success, both personal and professionally. It helps build stronger relationships, make better decisions, and create a fulfilling life and career. So I appreciate you all listening through this mindset training. It is super, super important that you go over this a couple times. You're more than welcome to now move on to the next module. However, once you've finished all the lessons, please go back and go over this again, because as we covered a couple lessons ago, just watching something, taking it in once or twice, 3 or 4 times, you won't learn it until you put it into practice, fail, and learn from those mistakes. But appreciate you all, and yeah, I will see you in the next module. In this module, we are going to cover the foundations of sales, right? So we've got number 1, introduction, me introducing you guys to the foundations of sales. Number 2, we're going to move on to the sales essentials after this. Then number 3 levels of the brain. Number 4, context and familiarity within sales. And then number 5, arguably the most important one within the foundation, is pain, right? So let's jump straight into this. So sales essentials. Let's just go. Perfect. So sales essentials. What we will cover within this lesson. The undeniable rule number 1 of sales. Common misunderstandings within sales, moral obligation within sales, and important things to remember. So, rule number 1. Rule number 1 explains why people buy things, what the foundational principle of sales is. Pain, pain, pain. You're probably sat there thinking, what the hell is Sam going on about pain? When I buy a chocolate bar, I'm not in pain. If I go and buy a new car, I'm not in pain. What are you on about? Pain. Is this guy crazy? Trust me, we'll go through this. Pain is the number 1 rule of sales. The main reason we do anything is pain. The reason you're in this program is to avoid pain. The reason we do almost everything and anything is to avoid pain. If someone makes a decision to buy a product from you, it's because they think your product can relieve them from pain. They are buying their way out of a painful situation. Not physical pain, but emotional, mental pain. Why have you bought this program? Why have you bought into our school community to go through this lessons? Well, are you moving away from pain? You don't want to be in a painful situation working your 9 to 5. Or are you moving towards pleasure? Pain avoidance? Are you moving towards or wanting to move towards a place of pleasure where you can work your own hours, earn unlimited commission, work from anywhere in the world? So why have you bought this program? You're either moving away from pain or you're moving closer to pleasure and you're avoiding pain. You don't buy in of anything. You don't buy into things. You buy out. You don't buy your way into a gym membership. You buy your way out of being fat. You don't buy your way into a gym membership. You buy your way out of being unhealthy. You don't buy into a gym membership. You are buying your way out of being skinny. Everyone is in pain. Some people just don't know it. Right? Going back to our earlier lessons in mindset about change. Change occurs when the pain of staying the same is greater than the pain of change. This is when a sale will occur. When change occurs, sale occurs. Now, something that needs to be heightened to the maximum is that whatever you've heard in sales before about creating pain is bollocks, right? Pain cannot be created. It can only be heightened or extended. Now, morally, you cannot go around and just extrapolate mental pain, right? You can't. It's like going around and just breaking people's legs. You can't do that. However, bringing out pain points to make a prospect understand where they're currently at, bringing those pain points out will connote to how they're going to move forward, right? So if I'm here, right, I'm stuck in my 9 to 5, and I really want to learn sales. And this is where I want to be, up here with Sam, doing lots of good sales, making lots of money, living their best life. Me as a salesperson, I'm going to speak to the prospect down here, and I'm going to understand where they're currently at, and I'm going to extrapolate the pain. Okay, so why are you currently here? Well, my business failed. Okay, why did it fail? Well, I was lazy. Okay, so what does that mean for you now? Well, I'm stuck working a 9 to 5. All of a sudden, just by asking a couple questions of where they're at and why they are there, I've amplified and extrapolated the pain that already exists. They already exist in a lot of pain being in a 9 to 5 with a failed business, or wherever they are. Their current situation is painful because they want to be at their desired situation. So let's go over that again. Morally, you cannot go around extrapolating and amplifying mental pain. You cannot do that. If you're going to do that, then please, by all means, give me a message. We can refund you the money that you've paid for this, because within A-Tracks and online sales, emotional manipulation is not okay, right? The reason we cause pain is because, like a doctor cutting open someone to do surgery, the temporary pain that is being caused is for the greater good. We're causing temporary pain for them to realize how bad of a crap situation they're currently in, so we can elevate and bring them to the better place. We want to help these people. So morally, you cannot go around just extrapolating mental pain. However, bringing out pain points to make a prospect understand how bad their current situation is, the pain points will connote into how they're going to move forward, right? The science of sales. Where someone is at, where they're currently at, is most oftenly where someone has plateaued. They're facing a problem. So messages from you, or you, as an appointment setter, I know where you're at. I can get you past this pain. I can get you past where you're stuck. Hello, Mr. Prospect. I can see that you are struggling to generate leads for your agency. I know where you're at. I know how hard it is for you. I can get you past this place where you are stuck. This creates a stimuli to change. Everybody wants to grow, right? We all have problems to solve and will most likely agitate as it brings light to the situation. People hate having light shone on them when they're in a bad place, when they're struggling or they're stuck. People love the attention when they're doing well. Oh, look at me on Instagram. Yep, look at this. Oh, new chain, new jumper. Look at me, look at this. New car, new watch. People love it. But as soon as they're in a place of struggle or doubt, they shy away. They don't like being agitated when there's pain, which is why it needs to be done in an ethical way, right? Because everybody wants to grow. I don't know a single person who is here and is like, yep, I love it here. I'm really happy. I'm really, really happy. Not even 1% of me wants something better or change. So everybody wants to grow. And the reason they haven't grown is because we all have problems to solve. Well, what will happen is the setter can change from where I am, painting a picture of where they'd like to go, past to present, where you are right now to where you want to go. And the way a setter does this is by extrapolating pain within the messages. You can extrapolate pain within a message, right? You don't have to speak to somebody face to face. You can do it through appointment setting. And if somebody books a call, or if somebody books an appointment, or somebody pays for a low ticket offer where it gets closed in the DM, there's no closing call, it's because they're in pain. They want to get out of their current situation. Now, building separation from where they're currently at to where they want to be is called the gap, right? So I am currently here. You're going to see this a lot. I'm currently here. I want to be up here. This in the middle is called the gap, right? And you need to build that gap. You need to say, hello, Jeffrey, you are here. What are your pain points? Well, I'm going to amplify your pain and really find out why you're struggling, what's going wrong. What outcome do you want? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be in the Bahamas on a boat retired? Do you want to be running the business the rest of your life? Do you want to be looking after your kids? Do you want to have whatever it is? Where do you want to be? Some of that is heightened compared to where you're currently at. And the gap in the middle, well, our product fixes that. Booking the appointment fixes that. The gap in the middle is for the setter to build the bridge from where we are to where we want to be. And this is called the gap, right? So you need to ask and clearly define where you are currently at. If you can't understand where you're currently at, how can you understand where you want to go? This is A, for you, yourself. Where am I now? Where do I want to be? And it's exactly the same in sales appointment setting. So, Mr. Prospect, Mr. Person I'm selling to, where are you currently at? Well, let's find out where you're at. Oh, okay, you're currently closing 4 deals a month, right? So where do you want to be? Well, you want to be closing 16 deals a month, right? You want a 4x. Okay, well, the gap, how do we get there? The bridge we have to build is the product we're selling, right? Perfect. So, think of it like this, yeah? So, asking and clearly defining where you're currently at. If you can't understand where you're at, how can you understand where you want to go? It's the same as like taking a flight. If you're not on an airport, but you want to fly somewhere, how are you going to get there? Okay, well, what airport am I currently at? Perfect, I'm in London Gatwick. Well, what planes fly out of here? Where do I want to go? And you'd go and you'd find where you want to go on the board. Perfect. I want to go to Barbados. Well, there's a flight to Barbados. Amazing. It's in 2 hours' time. I know what the gap is. I'm currently in London Gatwick. I want to be in Barbados. Well, I need to pay for a flight to fly over the gap. It's literally exactly the same in sales as if you were stood on an airport wanting to go on holiday. Where you currently are, where you want to be, the gap. Once you know where you're at, you can explore where you want to go. And once you know where you want to be, there's a huge elephant in the room. The gap. The gap from where you currently are to where you want to be. Now, the reason I keep going over this is because it's so important. It is absolutely crucial, right? The gap is crucial. The bigger the gap you create, the easier it is to build a bridge over that gap. So you're down here, really down here. You extrapolate and amplify loads and loads and loads of pain. And all of a sudden, where they want to be is not here anymore, it's up here. Because they've realised how bad of a situation they're in. The gap has gotten bigger. So I'm not in much pain. And I want to be here. Well, the gap's small. Wow, I've extrapolated a lot of pain. And I really want to be all the way up here. The gap is so much bigger. Okay? The gap will hold the biggest pain points. And this is the place where your product fits. So the product fits and it bridges the gap. Why does it do this? Well, if you buy a bottle of water, why? To go from a place of dehydration and thirst to a place of being in comfort and hydration. Why would you buy new running shoes? Well, right now I'm in a place where maybe my feet hurt, my shoes let some water in. The gap, the purchasing of the shoes, and then the end result, up here. Well, I can now run in comfy shoes that are watertight, it's enjoyable, it's comfortable, I'm loving life. The gap you built is the paying for the new shoes, the product. I'm down here. I've got hot, sweaty, wet, damp, uncomfortable, blistering feet. I love running, I'm going to buy some new running shoes. The gap, new running shoes. The product, new running shoes. Up here, I've now got new running shoes. I run even quicker than before. I've got no blisters. My feet are nice and dry. I'm loving life. They're comfortable, it's enjoyable. All the rest of it, perfect. Right? Are we beginning to understand the gap? Amazing. So, the purpose of sales, bridging a gap, solving a problem and relieving the pain that has been extrapolated. Not created, but amplified, bigger, and then extrapolated. Business. So, you're currently stuck selling 10k revenue of a 2K info product, right? So you make 10K a month in revenue, for example, by selling 5 info products for $2,000, right? But you want to be making 50K revenue. What is the gap? What is the problem? So the gap is fulfillment of prospects. So the business needs to invest in a lead generation team to close the gap, to solve the pain, to move from the current state to the place of where they want to be, the ideal state. So where they are, the prospect here in the red dot is making 10K a month, selling 5 $2,000 products a month. Where does he want to be? Well, he wants to be making 50K a month, right? So what do you need to do? Well, you need to, your product, offer, service, to set the appointments. You need to lead generation. Okay, perfect. So you have proof of concept, POC. 5 people every month buy the product and you make 10K. Perfect. So the problem, we just need 25 people to buy the product and then we'll be at 50K. So your offer, building the gap, your service would be, in this example, lead generation. Giving your client who's stuck at 5 people a month, 5 paying customers a month, 25 paying customers a month. And that is how you will get them to where you want to be. And of course, the client who is currently doing 10K a month will pay for that service. This is the true essential principle of sales. Remember one thing. Your prospect is in their current state, right? They are here. They are here. They want to get to their dream state or desired state up here. You can build that bridge with your product or service. Yes? So red dot, blue dot, the bridge is in the middle. Your product and service is in the middle. What you are selling is in the middle. Next thing to remember. You cannot create pain. I do not care how famous, how rich, whoever told you, the top salesperson, that you need to create pain. Grammatically, it is incorrect. Pain is energy. Energy cannot be destroyed, only transferred matter. Yeah? Basic science. It can only be amplified and extrapolated. You have to remember you cannot cause pain. You can't just go in and cause a load of pain. Yeah, you're crap. You don't work hard. Your business is failing. That doesn't work. Your prospect's just going to go, well, who the hell are you? Go away. They're going to put their fight or flight up against you. If you go in and amplify their pain by asking probing questions so they can actually understand the severity of the problem they're facing, and then extrapolate that to build a bridge to get to the next product, to get to where they want to be by using your product and paying for it, that is a perfect example of amplification and extrapolation of pain. You can create separation, right? So you can't create pain. You can't create pain. However, you can create the separation. And the bigger the separation you build, all the way back here, just in frame still, the bigger this gap is that you create by extrapolating and amplifying so much pain that they actually thought they were here, but realistically, the prospects realised they're all the way down here. They didn't realise they were so fucked. But now you've made them realise they are. And then all of a sudden, your dream state as a prospect is all the way up here. It's so much further away. It's so much more unattainable because you've created that separation, which in turn means the bigger the separation you build, the more likely your service, your bridge, your product is going to be bought because they're hungry to get up here. It's a lot harder to make a sell from here to here. Current state, dream state. Moving there is hard. That is super easy to sell to. This is really hard to sell. This is really easy to sell to. And then, following on, you don't sell a product or service, you sell the results and the path to the future they want. You don't sell a product or a service. You sell the path to the future. Right? One more time. You don't sell a product or a service. Like when you're buying that bottle of water. You don't buy the water, you buy the hydration and the comfort. You don't buy a pair of shoes. You buy comfortability and durability for doing your 15k runs every day. The prospect isn't buying your service. They're not buying your product. They're not buying lead generation. What they're buying is a path to their dream state. Okay, so these 3 things here are super crucial to remember. Common misunderstandings in sales, right? Beliefs in sales. Most likely, you will have a few common misconceptions within sales, and if you sell with them at the forefront of your mind, you are simply going to fail and most likely quit for a reason that I've heard more times than I've eaten a ham sandwich. I'm not born with it. I can't do sales. I'm not born with it. I can't do it. You're just born with it. You've got the charisma and you're born with it. And you've got the charm and... No, it's a skill. It's like juggling a football or playing professional Call of Duty or any skill in the world. It can be learned, it can be forgotten, and it can be adapted. Sales is a skill, and first of all, sales is easy. Because that's my paradigm, and I know that. It's not a belief. I know sales is easy. Because I've worked for it, and I've come to the realization that actually it really is easy to help somebody go from in a lot of pain to the place they want to be. It's super, super easy, and we're going to break it all down for you. You need to recognize that sales is easy. If you believe that it is easy, over the course of the next few months, you will find out that it's easy. If you believe sales is hard, then guess what? Sales is going to be really fucking hard for you. Really hard. But if you believe it's easy, then trust me, it will become very, very easy. The confirmation bias. The tendency to interpret new evidence as confirmation of one's existing belief or theories, right? So you start off in sales and you think sales is hard, but you're looking at the evidence to back up your point as to why sales is hard. If you think sales is easy and you book 100 appointments and one of them close, well, sales is easy. I've got my first close. It only took 100 messages, 100 booked appointments. Sales is easy. So your confirmation bias is going to determine whether sales is easy or hard for you. And I'm telling you now, sales is easy. Sales is a talent. You're born with it. That is false. That is utter fugazi nonsense. Sales is a skill that can be learned and developed, just like playing football, playing the piano, and cooking, right? It really is. You need to have the personality for it. False. You need to perform the actions of being outgoing and extroverted. That is incorrect, right? You don't need to be this outgoing, extroverted person in sales. What you need is to be able to talk to somebody, the skill of extrapolation of the pain, building the bridge, and then offering the service. That's literally the 4 simple steps right there. So you don't need the personality for it. If you're looking at working in a car dealership, then maybe the more extroverted, charismatic salesperson sells more deals because they're in face to face. They've got a fresh haircut, all suited and booted. Well, luckily for you, you use this. What you do is you go, "Hey, buddy, how's your agency going?" And they're like, "Oh, well, it's awful." So, well, expand on that for me. And yes, you can do this through filming selfie videos and talking. "Hey bro, what's good? How's it going?" You can leverage voice notes, which are going to be super effective, which we'll get to on much further down the line. However, it all starts with a simple message. "Hey man, how's it going?" "Yeah, not very well." "Well, why is it not going very well?" And I'm sure every single one of you in here messages friends, family members. Hey, maybe you've even replied to a celebrity story before. Do you know what I mean? Everyone can send a message, and everybody has the capabilities of sending a message if you're consuming this content. Whatever you're consuming this content on via school, that same device you can sell on. You can use and leverage your sales skills. So personality in sales is utter bullshit. It means nothing, and that's a faulty paradigm that you need to fix. Salespeople are high energy. Yet again, this is false, right? Sales should be composed and sophisticated. It shouldn't be rushed or over the top. This is real life, right? I am a human being. I'm not Leonardo DiCaprio playing Jordan Belfort in The Wolf of Wall Street. My name is actually Sam, and I've actually built these assets and filmed these videos for you to consume. This is real life. It's not Wolf of Wall Street where everyone's addicted to cocaine and shoving crap down each other's throats, saying, I'm not leaving. All of this, shaving her hair. If you haven't seen the film, but, well, if you're under 18, don't watch it. It's an 18. But if you have seen the film, then you'll understand what I mean, right? This is not Wolf of Wall Street, okay? This is real life. You do not need to have high energy. Composure and sophistication is key. Sales takes too much time. False. You can outreach from first ever cold outreach message to a sales call and then close within that sales call within 3 hours, right? You can sit here, message someone who's a cold prospect that you found through your lead sourcing, which we'll get to later on. Say, yo, what's good? How's whatever niche you're in going? Yeah, not too good. Well, how come? Why is it not going well? This. Extrapolate more and more pain. This can be done within the space of an hour and a half. They book a call. An hour later, they have a sales call, which would be framed as something slightly different. And then from there, it would be the closer's job to close that deal. So you can go from completely uninitiated cold prospect with no idea who the hell you are to a paying customer within the space of 3 hours. But I've seen it with my own eyes. I've done it with my own hands. It is perfectly doable. Sales does not take too much time, right? I'm sure. Would you rather do 3 hours at McDonald's flipping the burgers, frying nuggets, making milkshakes for £8, £16, £24 an hour? Or would you rather £1,500 commission because you just closed a 15k, or you just had a 15k deal closed at 10% commission? Choice is yours, my friend. The choice is yours. Sales is about adding value. Yet again, this is false. We want the prospects to know that we are experts, but we don't want to solve their problem in the DM or on a sales call. If the problem is solved in the DM or on a sales call, then you won't make a sale, right? This is bread and butter, surely. If someone's got a problem, they're down here, and you've caused all their pain, and you get them to their dream state without the product or the service, you get them to their dream desired state by giving value in the DM, well, you're selling yourself short. You're giving the answer to somebody else without them paying for it. So, dangling the carrot, solving quick, small fixes to show an authority is the key. Don't ever be adding so much value in the DM that they don't even want the service because you solved their problem, because that is shooting yourself in the foot. Sell to everyone. Yet again, this is false. You sell to everyone you can help, but you don't take people's money to line your pocket. That's not okay. If you can't help them, keep your integrity and move on to the next person. There's enough people in this world to sell to who need your help, right? Those poor people who, stupid, got more money than sense, and you say, yeah, man, come jump this sales call. We'll pattern it. It'll be sorted. Don't worry about it. And realistically, you can't really help them, but they got more money than sense, and you take their money. Karma's going to come for you, man. Keep your integrity and move on to the next person. Sales is only for confident men in suits. Nice suit I'm wearing. So, this is partially correct, right? As much as I joke about my suit. So, correct. Fashion to suit the occasion, it will help. It will build authority. Enclosed cognition, right? If you jump on a sales call and you're sat there in a suit, you're going to look like you hold authority. If you're not doing any sales calls, you're a DM setter, right? and you're there setting in your pajamas, you've got an hoodie on, a onesie, a dressing gown. Mentally, that enclosed cognition is going to feel like you're still in bed, you're lethargic, you're lazy. It's not going to work, right? So if you were to sit there in a suit and send messages all day, it may make you work harder, right? But it's not needed, and anyone can sell anything if you know where and how to sell it. So partially, yes, this should say sales is only for suits, right? Because for confident men who wear suits, that is not the case, right? Sales is for men, for women, confident, shy, whatever, and you don't need to wear a suit. However, in certain circumstances, a suit with enclosed cognition, if you want to go ahead and go Google what enclosed cognition is, then yes, a sales suit may help you out, okay? So, moral obligation in sales. When a sales occurs, a problem is solved. The prospect wants to be put in pain, right? They do. They really do. If a PT said to you, like a personal trainer, yeah, we're not gonna push your PR today as I don't want you to be challenged and I don't want you to be aching after the session. You'd fire that personal trainer and get a new one. Sales is the same. You're still bridging that gap. The personal trainer is bridging a gap from your current state of maybe you're skinny, right? And you want to get ripped for summer because you're going Ibiza with the boys. Whatever it is, right? That was an example. But the personal trainer is bridging that gap. They're pushing you, they're causing you pain to get you to your desired state. Sales is exactly the same, right? The prospect is in their current state, they don't know what's going on, they're struggling, they haven't got an idea how to fix it, who to help, yada yada. Salesperson comes in, extrapolates that pain, like a PT, builds a bridge by offering the service, like a PT, and gets you to your dream state, like a PT. So in this instance, the prospect wants to be put in pain because they want to get to their desired situation. And you can't reach that desired situation without extrapolating the pain. So, salespeople like yourself and I, we have a duty to only help people who need our help. If you can't help, don't say you can help. You could make the prospect worse, right? If you say, yes, I can help you, something I don't know anything about. I can help you with your wallet production, right? I'm going to come in, I'm going to help you mass produce a load of wallets. And they say, yeah, okay, all right, cool, yeah, sounds great. We're a men's fashion brand and we specialize in wallets. And I say, okay. And then I actually can't help them produce any wallets at all because I've got no idea about manufacturing, about producing, about wallet design. The prospect who's paid for your service is going to be in a worse state than where they were before they met you, before they interacted with you. And yet again, we go back to reputation, right? Your reputation is the one thing that you cannot change. It's irreplaceable. So make sure you hold your moral integrity and remember that your reputation is pretty much written across your forehead and it's the most important thing that cannot be changed about yourself. However, when you do find someone you can help, even if they don't know that you can help them, but you know you can help them, you have to be ruthless. It's your moral obligation to help them. And if that means it's going to line your pocket at the same time, then everybody's winning. The prospect gets helped, they get to their dream state, the salesperson gets paid. Woo! Okay, you understand? Easy. Sales is about helping people. Let go of any attachment you have to your conversion rates, commission and paycheck, right? Put all of your attention and your attachment into genuinely helping people and good stuff will come to you naturally. And by the good stuff, I mean this, right? Money. You will get paid. If you can help people, you will get paid. If you want to sell to people, you won't get paid because you'll be focused on your numbers. Yes, I need to make a sale today. I need to make money today. And that desperation will come across to the prospects and you will sell nothing, right? So instead of being desperate for the sale, if you're desperate to help someone and be like, look, I can really help you out. Like I can see the pain you're in. and I've helped lots of other people in exactly the same situation as you before. These are the steps we need to take. Let's jump on a call and discuss them. Then you're going to make that sale, okay? So sales is about helping people, not lining your pockets. Your conversion rate is the byproduct of how much you care about the prospect, okay? Hear me out. You should derive all of your sales satisfaction from your ability to help other people out and take responsibility for their situation, right? So if you can take responsibility for their situation and help them get to their desired state, while disregarding your sales satisfaction and all your pretty numbers, you will not lose, right? If you help a prospect out with sincerity, you will not lose, okay? And then finally, you need to keep in check, right? Qualification. Do they qualify to work with you / buy the product? Because no matter how much pain they're in, if they don't qualify, if they don't meet your needs as a service, because as much as you want to help them, it's a two-way exchange. It's a value exchange. You provide value and they provide value. So you need to keep in check. Qualification. Do they qualify to buy the product from me? Do they qualify to work with me? Qualification, we'll go into this later on. But this could be financial, this could be ethical, this could be their mental position, this could be the current state of their business. Lots of different things to qualify them, right? So do they qualify to buy my product? Obviously, this occurs in the DM when you're speaking to somebody. Your DM setting, you're saying, right, I'm speaking to this person, I'm extrapolating and amplifying the pain, but do you qualify to work with us? Now, during this process, you must remain ruthless. Charge a solid price and don't ever waver your offer or start making exceptions. You are selling to the fit, the people that fit your criteria. So if a prospect's in need of your help but doesn't fit the offer or the model you're doing, they'll have to find somebody else. That is plain and simple. They'll have to find somebody else. You need to remember never to be greedy. However, you're not running a charity here. If you want to go and run a charity, be my guest, man. This isn't going to be for you, okay? But at the same time, remember your moral obligation. You cannot be greedy. Now, important things to remember. To become a master, it takes a lifetime. Just because you consumed all this training does not mean that you've had years to practice and solidify your skills. Everyone's first sales inquiries are horror, like absolute horror. But it can only get better. Don't expect to be phenomenal. Adopt a growth mindset and learn the skills on the job. Keep getting better every day to succeed. Continue to revisit this training. You've gained access to this one way or another. You're fortunate to have access to this. Make sure you revisit. You may have missed some bits as well. Solidification of the program will enable you to learn and grow quicker. You are malleable, okay? If you think that you're bad at sales, just answer this. How many sales calls have you done? If you think you're bad at appointment setting instead of closing, well, how many appointments have you booked? How many cold DMs have you sent to potential prospects? The only reason you're bad at sales is because you haven't done enough sales repetitions. You haven't done enough sales calls. You haven't done enough appointments booked. You haven't done enough cold outreaches, okay? And the only reason you haven't done enough sales calls is because you think you're bad at sales. So break this belief, sit back, and watch the wonderful transformation you will make. And finally, pair up with other people. Use the school community to find fellow appointment setters who you can train with and partner up so you can start doing some role plays, right? However, do not use this as an excuse to put off real sales reps. So, going back to what I said about the role plays, there will be some role plays in this further down the module as well, so you can kind of get an understanding of what the role play looks like, as well as kind of how the conversation goes before looking at a script. But like I said, do not use this as an excuse to put off real sales reps, okay? Just don't do it. But once again, this will be the end of sales essentials. And then next lesson will be the 3 parts of the brain. So welcome to the 3 levels of the brain. Now, as we go through this document, you will understand why in this lesson we are addressing the 3 types or levels of the brain, should I say. So bear with me, this has everything to do with sales. We're not just doing a load of biology. You will understand, right? Just be patient, bear with, and let's go for it, okay? So, first of all, when understanding the 3 levels of the brain, how open we are to interpreting information and how much value we attach to that information varies tremendously, right? Because it depends on the state we're in, but most importantly, what part of the brain is receiving that information. So we have 3 levels of the brain that we're going to walk through, and your new understanding of how the brain works is going to differ massively and have such a huge impact on your success rate and how well you're going to do in sales, because you are going to learn how to outreach and communicate like a pro because of these 3 different levels of understanding, right? So, number 1, the first level of the brain is called the reptilian brain. It is the most primitive part of the brain. It's responsible for the basic instinctual survival skills, such as survival functions, the fight or flight mode, thirst, being nauseous or nervous, right? This is often called the brainstem or the R complex. Now, in sales, we do not want the prospects to be interpreting our information we're giving them with their reptilian brain, because they're going to be in a state of self-protect, and that's not going to work, right? So an example of this would be you're walking home from the club, it's a late night, it's late at night, it's very dark, you're walking down an alleyway and you hear footsteps, right? The limbic system, the second part, and the neocortex are not going to be receiving that information. The reptilian part is, because you're going to be nervous and your fight and flight is going to be kicking in. You're going to be checking your shoulder, you might even start running, right? You're going to get a bit scared, or at least I would, all right? So when we're speaking to the prospects, we want to remember that we don't want them to be receiving the information with the reptilian brain. So we're going to have to do a little bit more building of the context and familiarity, which we're going to get onto later, so that when we send that first initial message and build rapport with them and have a conversation, they're not in their fight or flight and going, whoa, who are you? No way, this is a scam, I'm not doing this. And all of that malarkey, okay? So, number 2, the limbic system. This is the emotional center of the brain, and it's responsible for your emotions, memories, and social interaction, right? Now, this part of the brain can be engaged when doing a sale or outreaching, prospecting, whatever you want to call it. However, emotional selling isn't necessarily maybe very ethically, so we want to stay clear. An example of this would be the gift you received for your 10th birthday of your grandmother that you can remember like yesterday, and it's all those years ago. That's because the limbic system has connected the emotional attachment you have with that memory and put it together to create a solid memory of something that you've enjoyed from your childhood. Now, third and finally, the neocortex. This is the most important part of the brain, which we're going to go into, and it's the one thing that I want you guys to remember. This part of the brain is the most evolved part of the brain, right? And it's responsible for your conscious thoughts, reasoning, and decision making. Okay, so why would we want to use this in sales? Well, when you're speaking to the prospect, you want the prospect to be in a state of understanding and reason. So an example of this in general life would be asking your partner what car we should buy for the family, right? You've got to think about all the different pros and cons. You've got to reason, you've got to make a good decision. Is it going to fit the kids? Can I fit the groceries in it? Is it going to be practical to park on the driveway or leave on the road? And all the other questions you might think, right? So when we're talking to a prospect, we want them to be in the neocortex. And now we're going to move further on and go into detail about how we can make sure that the prospect is in the neocortex. But please, please, please remember at 5 minutes into this lesson that the neocortex is the most evolved part of the brain, what it's responsible for, reasoning, decision making, and conscious thoughts, okay, and why we use it. Because we want the prospect to understand the severity of the problem they're in, being down here. We want them to understand and with reason make a decision that actually I do want to be up here in my dream state, and then with reason and understanding that the gap between the middle is closable because of the product that you're selling, right? So when you're taking a stranger from attempting to initiate or engage for conversation at the very, very start of the outreach, it is crucial that no matter how good at sales or how good your offer is, that the prospect will not be interested in what you have to say if their reptilian brain is taking the information in. People don't like to be sold to and don't like to be told how to spend their money. Instead, they would rather spend their money in a way that they want and they think exchanges value. It has to be, look, right here, it has to be worth it, okay, for the prospect. Them spending money, they have to want to do it on their own and it has to be worth it, right? If a person is in fight or flight mode, the reptilian brain, the one we don't want it to be using, and you offered them £1 million for free, they'd instantly say, no, that's a scam, that's bullshit, I'm not doing that, no way, no thank you, that is not okay. And they'd waffle their way out of it and say, nope, I'm not doing it, there's a million reasons why it's a scam, I can't be doing it, right? Spam creates fight or flight, okay? So what is spam? So spam in outreach, in sales, is not following the 4-step conversational workflow, right? Going in, your opening message is a direct sale attempt, or going in and sending a huge lengthy paragraph just explaining the whole offer, or even going in and just providing a load of value. You might think that going in and solving all their problems is great because it will lead to a sale, but technically you've used spam, right? You've gone in, you've sent a load of unwanted information, which to the prospect they haven't asked for it. You've gone in a cold message with a load of information. I can help you do this, this, and this because we do this, 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 and this. That's spam. We do not want to be spamming, okay? And secondly, the spam creates fight or flight. So if somebody messaged me on Instagram, I opened my Instagram request and there was somebody saying, hey Sam, I can get you 150 booked appointments in the next 3 months and they will be closing at a 20% close rate and this will then in turn generate you X amount of money. I'd say, what? No. This is either a scam or you're trying to get money out of me for a service which I don't need because I haven't had the urge to go out and find it. You've had to come to me and try and sell it. So that spam is going to create your fight or flight, which for the prospects, they're just going to be not interested, right? They're just going to say, no, go away. I don't want to do that. Here, yet again, the reptilian brain, they're instantly going to say, no, don't do that. I don't want it. I'm not interested. Understanding this leads us to focus on bringing the prospects to their neocortex, right? So we need every prospect to be trusting and susceptible to education before we even pitch. And when I say pitch, we're only ever going to be pitching a sales call if it's for a high ticket offer, or if it's a low ticket offer like this, the school community, then you can obviously pitch in the DM. That is acceptable because a low ticket offer does not need a sales call, right? You don't need to close someone on a low ticket offer. It doesn't make sense. You can do that in the DM. You don't need an hour-long sales call, okay? But how do we move a stranger from reptilian or limbic into the neocortex part of the brain? You create what's called context and familiarity, right? you guys are going to hear these two words over and over and over again, and you're going to be sick to death, okay? So prepare yourselves. So a brief example, just quickly, while we're just dipping our toe into context and familiarity, before later on we go on a whole lesson on how to create context and familiarity. So example A, right? Do you believe that this is going to create context and familiarity with a prospect, and it's going to make them think with their neocortex part of the brain? So example A, I receive a random cold DM on Instagram from somebody who doesn't even follow me. They have 2,000 followers and 2 posts. And the message reads, hey bro, I can show you how to book 50 more meetings per month if you spend 10k on my course. Now, example B, is this creating context and familiarity and moving the person into the neocortex part of their brain? So you receive a cold DM on Instagram from someone with an optimized Instagram profile. They've got 12,000 followers, they're verified, they have 19 reels on their Instagram account, and they're all talking about booking appointments and scaling an agency. The message reads, hey, first name, Sam, James, Julie, Jennifer, Jackson, whatever it is, right? I love your profile, bro. I see you're in high ticket sales. Me too. How's that going for you? So in that last message, or example B, should I say, we need to examine how the context and familiarity makes it acceptable to start a conversation, to message. So if you received example A or sent example A, straight away that's going to be straight into the reptilian part of the brain. It's going to be fight or flight. It's going to be, I'm not spending 10k, 50 booked appointments for 10k, no way. You're not verified, you've only got 2k followers, only 2 posts. No, this is too sketchy, I'm out. No thank you. Whereas example B, he's not even trying to sell me anything, right? He's built familiarity. I see you're in high ticket sales. He's seen that what I do, he's looked through my profile, it's all good. Me too. So he's given me something to relate to. Me too. And he's asked a question. How's that going for you? Already, I'm here, yeah? And he's finding out what kind of pain I have. If I have any pre-existing pain that he can amplify and extrapolate. How's that going for you? Yeah, cool. And then alongside the questions he's asked and the information he's given me, the profile optimization, which we'll get into later on as well, shows that he's an authority. He's made 19 reels on booking appointments and scaling agencies. He's verified. He's got 12,000 followers. His Instagram seems more legit. Like, it reflects somebody who may be in the high ticket sales space, like myself. The outcome of example A would be horrific, okay? All the messages would be ignored, and if you're lucky enough to even have it opened by a prospect, this is probably because the prospect knows nothing about you and is curious who the hell you are, right? So when you send them a DM, example A, to the prospect, they're going to be straight into their neocortex, right? They will see this as a threat, the reptilian, or you'll get ignored, aired, or maybe if you're lucky, you'll get a rude answer telling you where to go, right? They'll say, up yours, see you later, no thanks. Whereas in the second example, example B here, the prospect knows more about me, the me too, and builds that context and familiarity by coinciding with the same vehicle of business as myself, right? So even though you know very little about the prospects, a DM will still be answered if you create that context and familiarity, right? Addressing the prospect individually, making it personal, giving them a compliment about their profile, and then pulling it back to show that I've taken notes, and you give the prospect the time of day to have a conversation. You're not just spamming loads of people the same outreach message saying, hey, do you want to buy this product? This is what it's going to do for you. You're building that rapport and the context, the familiarity with yourself as a setter to the prospect. Okay? And then finally, you flow a bit of power, which we'll go into later on as well, by asking a question. So instead of me coming in and asserting all my dominance and saying, hey, I'm in high ticket sales, I do this, this is me, I'm the authority, I'm better than you, I give the power to the prospect. I flow them the power. I say, look, I'm going to give you a chance to lead the conversation and to take where it goes. Okay? So, as it says here, finally, flowing a bit of power by asking a question, you let the prospect take authority in the conversation. How's that going for you? And then the prospect replies, and they're now the authority. Yeah, it's really good. Oh, I'm struggling a little bit. Why? How come you're asking, bro? What's up with this? Because obviously not everybody's just going to answer your question, plain and simply. Yeah, it's great. No, it's bad. Right? Because you've got to remember, entrepreneurs, they think with 9 binary thinking. So it's not just necessarily going to be yes, it's really good, or no, it's really bad. It could be, well, some parts are good, but some parts are bad. Or you could just be questioned in general and they'd say, well, how come you're asking me, bro? Like what's up with that? Now, example B is more susceptible to being opened and replied to, as it interacts with the possibility and potential of the limbic brain, okay? As the prospect may be excited to have a verified person in the DM who has strong social proof. So this is why account optimization is so important. Or, most likely, the neocortex, the third part, because they're curious and intrigued and they want to learn more about what you have to say, alongside they're going to answer that question. Now, this is the same reason that if you or I, or the prospect, receives a message from Elon Musk, Cristiano Ronaldo, Alex Hormozi, etc., a really big figurehead, we would all open and reply to that message almost instantly. Now, the outcome we want, that is so simply done by these figureheads, is we want to accomplish every time with an outreach message what they can do, the power they have of being able to message anybody and getting a reply instantly. Now, this is easy on paper, but unless you, as the setter, you're on the account of a figurehead, or maybe the person whose offer you're on has a big personal brand or a huge audience, then it's unlikely that you're going to get these instant replies, the same as Cristiano Ronaldo would or Elon Musk would, unless you create that context and familiarity. Okay? So we'll leave it there for this lesson with in bold context and familiarity. And I'll see you in the next lesson where we will dive deeper into, you guessed it, building context and creating familiarity within the prospect. Hello and welcome to creating context and familiarity. Right, now in this lesson we are going to go over how to create context and familiarity between a completely cold prospect who has no idea who you are and able to convert them into a paying customer with lots of trust, lots of conviction. Okay? So, creating context and familiarity when you have a small personal brand or no authority. And of course, this can be done with absolute no personal brand as well. However, most of you are going to be building smaller personal brands to try and develop into something bigger. Okay? So, when we do outreach, getting a reply is the hardest part of the conversation. Okay? It really is. Once you've initiated that conversation and the conversation's flowing, it's super easy to keep the prospect engaged. And for some reason, if they're busy or whatever and they become unengaged, follow-up chain makes it super easy to get them back, right? So if you don't get a reply, you're simply going to have no conversations. If you send 100 DMs but get 0 replies, well, you've got no single prospects and no conversations. So having the best sales tactics, being able to flow the best amount of power, having the best scripts all mean absolutely 0 if you can't even get a reply to a message in the first place. Okay? So make sure if and when you have no authority, make sure everything is about the prospect. Put them in the seat of appreciation and acknowledgement. So, number 1, you must either make the prospect feel good about themselves, idolizing or complimenting them about the work they have done. No matter how big or small, idolization or appreciation for accomplishments is going to get the attention of the prospect. No prospect will dislike appreciation, and that is in any circumstance, okay? As soon as you acknowledge their accomplishments, no matter the size or severity, you will no longer be perceived as a reptilian brain threat. Okay? Now, why is that? So obviously, last lesson, the lesson where we went over the 3 parts of the brain, the reptilian brain is often or nearly always associated with fight or flight. Okay? Facing a threat. Now, if we were speaking as complete strangers and I looked through your Instagram and it said, just landed my first client, one of your highlights, okay? Me going to you as a person of authority who's landed lots of clients saying, yo bro, congratulations, you signing that first client is probably the hardest client you're ever going to sign. Because once you can sign one, you can sign as many as you want. So really well done. That's great. Keep up that good work. All of a sudden, the prospect's going to go from a place of fear of who the hell is this to neocortex living saying, wow, this guy's pretty cool. Like no one's picked up that I managed to sign my first client, and this guy who's signed hundreds of clients is congratulating me on it. What a cool bloke. I rate that. So they're going to be leaving their state of reptilian mind and going into the neocortex. This will move a prospect from the reptilian brain to the limbic to the limbic, where you can then start to create that context and familiarity. Okay, so they're in the reptilian, you've idolized and complimented their accomplishments, and now they're going into the limbic part of the brain where they start to feel a little bit of emotion. Okay, wow, this guy's cool, I'm going to hold a conversation. Now, this is where you create the familiarity and the context to the point where the prospect feels like they already know you. They're relating to you. You can source information from their profile, their highlights, their posts, use anything you can find and include it in the conversation. It can even be to a point of they've got holiday highlights, right? And you say, wow, see you went to Turkey. I love Turkey. That's so cool. Was it a business trip or was it a holiday? Oh, it was a holiday. Oh, cool. Okay, well, who did you go with? Did you go with your mates? Yeah, it was. Oh, nice. Well, do any of them work in your business? How quickly and easily have I gone from a photo of my man in Turkey on holiday to business partners? Literally one sentence. So it's super, super easy to leverage the whole of their profile to understand and build that context and familiarity. B, like I just said, mentioning their location or a solution to a common problem within their niche. So, for instance, let's pick a SMMA agency, right? And they're really struggling to drive traffic to the page because they're not doing any short form content, right? So something simple as, hey bro, see you run an SMMA agency, and I know at the moment everyone's finding it really hard to run traffic to them creators. Have you ever thought of leveraging YouTube Shorts as an alternative to TikTok, right? Super simple. And the results of this, the message should connote to or mention something familiar to the prospect. In SMMA, are your clients doing well? On holiday, how did you go there? Was it for business? Was it for pleasure? Who did you go with? Were you with your business partners, etc.? This should be taken from their profile or the understanding you have around the problems within their niche, okay? Engaging with their content and warm up the lead. Potentially following and engage, but message on separate days. So I could sit here, find someone who seems like an ideal prospect. They're in the correct niche. They might be having the right problems. I just need to find out what pre-existing pain already operates there amplify it, and extrapolate it. When doing so, to create that familiarity, I might drop a follow, I might drop a couple of highlight likes, I might drop a story like, I might even comment on one of their posts saying, this is really sick content, keep it up, something like that. Days later, you can then keep doing the same thing. Oh, another story post. Maybe they've posted their breakfast and it's like something really healthy, and like it, reply to it, yo bro, this looks like such a great breakfast. Are you into your nutrition, right? Straight away, that's going to get the conversation going because they relate to eating good breakfast, maybe they're into nutrition, and that's literally a very simple answer that I've just made up, okay? You're more likely to get a reply once the prospect has warmed up to you compared to receiving a spontaneous out of the blue from someone random. So you're going to be less of a random person if you've liked a couple of their stories over the course of 2 days. You already follow them. You've engaged with their content. You've commented on the content, congratulating it, saying this is really cool or well done. Or maybe they've made some content about achievement and you say this is sick, well done, what's the next milestone? Something like that, okay? So at the start, building context and familiarity, taking someone from a complete and utter stranger to somebody who is more than happy and wants to talk to you seems really hard and scary. But when we break it down like this, it's actually super easy and the most effective way of getting a reply within cold outreach. Now, account optimization. We touched on this a minute ago. But depending on what platform you're using, whether it's Telegram, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, School, X, LinkedIn, right? Loads of platforms we can do outreach on. You need to optimize your account, okay? However, obviously, depending on a platform, account optimization varies, but the main points are the same across the board. Across every platform, the key points are the same. So, number one, making sure your profile picture is clear and represents you in a respectable manner, okay? Number two, make sure you have content posted within the niche you're setting for or you're selling within. Okay, this is going to make you seem like an authority. If not within the niche, at least some sort of value content to prove you're an authority in the sales space. This is so the prospect can consume the content, which in turn will create context and familiarity between the prospect and the setter. It's all very good you commenting on all the prospects' content, but if you're building content yourself and you're showing your personality, which I like to think within these lessons I've shown quite a lot of personality and they're not black and white and boring and mundane and monotonous, then the prospect is going to understand you more and relate to you more because they can see what you're really like as a human being instead of just being like a robot, and then you don't really know if I'm funny, if I'm outgoing, if I'm shy because I am a robot. Whereas when you bring your personality into it, you use tonality to create context and familiarity with your own content. It's going to help build that bridge between you and the prospect, that familiarity a lot closer between you and the prospect in a shorter space of time. And of course, sales loves speed. Remember? Social proof and engagement. Building followers is okay, but can often, buying followers is okay, but often can unsolidify your profile. Why would you have 20,000 followers but only 200 likes on your posts? So there's a big argument between having 100,000 followers verified, looking like a huge authority, but only 1,000 likes on your posts. In my eyes, for me personally, I like to keep it authentic because then the prospect knows that you're coming from a position of honesty, right? You're not going to be lying to them, because if you're lying to the prospect about how many followers and likes you're getting, well, who knows what else you're lying about? Your service, how good it is, how much it's going to cost. This will also make the prospect feel like they can't trust you as you've not been transparent with your engagement, your follow ratio, and you've bought followers. So on the flip side, the prospect will trust you more when you are transparent, when you don't necessarily buy loads and loads of followers. Like if you want to buy like 2,000-3,000 more than you already have and you've got like 2,000 already, it's not going to hurt. But if you've got like 800 followers and then you all of a sudden you buy 10,000 of them, it's just going to be a mess. If you've got 5k and then you go ahead and buy like 3,000 more, that's fine, right? It's going to be okay. So just make sure you're transparent and you're not really taking the piss, because if you're being dishonest with, like, extremely dishonest with your engagement and your social proof, then you're not going to be trusted and you've wasted money, right? And most of the time, botted followers also like ruin your account as well, especially if you're making organic content, where this isn't really sales, this is more marketing. But if you're making organic content for your personal brand or to gain inbound leads, having bought followers is going to annihilate your engagement, because the amount of people that it gets pushed to, it will get pushed to your followers first. And if 80% of them are botted accounts, well, you're only going to get 20% engagement. So then Instagram, TikTok, whatever platform you're on, isn't going to push the content to non-followers, because the content is seen as non-engaging. People don't want to watch it. People aren't liking it. People aren't sharing it, who are your followers. So why the hell would people who aren't your followers like it? Think about that one. Now, be respectable, okay? An easy to read username. Usernames are a huge indicator of account legitimacy. If you're outreaching on an account and it is named The Real Bike Rider, as much as it's a non-offensive, respectable name, it's not relevant to what you're doing or what you're attempting to do. In this case, I would change the username either to your name, for example, at Will Durham, someone I just randomly made up. Sorry if someone called Will Durham's using this. Please don't sue me for plagiarism. Or something relevant like Will Books Calls. Your name's Will and you like to book calls. You can even be creative, of course, and of course usernames can be hard to come by. There's so many users that maybe your desired username isn't available. So you can use numbers to replace letters. So you could have WI11.B00K5.C4LLS. That still reads Will Books Calls. Okay, so get creative with it. The more creative and appealing the username is, the more likely you're going to get a reply. Posts and highlights are a must. They are a necessity. They are a need. If you don't have it, good night. You're going to sleep. It's not going to work. If you have 0 posts, I wouldn't trust you messaging me. Okay, I wouldn't. But what to post? You want to post photos of you, right? Lifestyle photos. Maybe go and spend 15 quid on a club sandwich at the local golf course. Take your laptop, take your phone, take your headphones, get lunch out, take a couple photos. Go to Starbucks, right? Sit in a coffee shop. If you go to a beach on a holiday, go and take some photos there. If you simply can't take any lifestyle photos, then by all means, you can fake it till you make it using luxury lifestyle photos of other people. However, I wouldn't suggest this simply because you're breaking that transparency. You're breaking the trust. As well, I wouldn't suggest having any photos of you partying, out smoking with your friends, doing whatever, because this is just going to demoralize your profile and your rate of reply will correlate to this. So archive story posts for highlights are a must. If you're like me, I've had my Instagram account since like 2016. It's like an 8-year-old account. Go through and look at all of your archive stories and then put them into highlights, right? So people can see that your account is aged, it's a legit account. And secondly, I don't know, 21, 8 years ago, what was I? 13, yeah? So at 13, when I was on holiday, maybe over the course of a year, I took one cool photo. The sky looked nice, I was in a cool location, whatever it is. You can use that on your account to build that context and familiarity, build that rapport, build that trust, build the transparency. So make sure you go through all of your archive stories and highlight everything you deem to be either cool, lifestyle, or niche related, okay? And finally, your bio. Your bio should be short and snappy. Emojis will make it look cleaner, but I'd use 1 to 2 emojis per line, maximum. Make sure to use the lines and not to have separate info on the same line. Create mystery as if you're in school in a creative writing exam and you're told by the teacher to hook the reader. Draw the reader in. Make them want to read more. On Instagram, you want to make them scroll more, okay? Exactly. But in our case, scroll, consume content, and speak to you. In this day and age, and near 50% would argue that social media, especially Instagram, is more important than a website. So don't go slacking on your Instagram, right? Your Instagram game has to be hard. It really does. Especially if you're outreaching on it, or if it's your Facebook, whatever profile it is. Your main profile, if it's a big social platform, that profile's got to be cold. It's got to be hard, all right? It is more important in my eyes than a website. Now, what I'm going to do is I'll just quickly, if I just pull up my Instagram quickly, shameless plug, drop me a follow at 5am.jl. Thank you. So, why I've pulled this up is to show you quickly how I've built my personal Instagram account out for cold outreach, okay? So, first of all, the profile picture, we can see myself in Amsterdam on the canal, looking suave, all's good. Full body, full face, everything. Nice little background. Decent. It's not amazing, but decent profile picture. Secondly, username, right? So my name's Sam, obviously 5am. Like I said, read sam.jl for my last name, my initials, okay? Full name in the name, keep it nice and professional, clean. I've got my threads at here, which is exactly the same. Business profile, so it's an entrepreneur here. My bio, I've only got 3 lines. Little quote, I owe it to myself to be great, with 1 emoji. Obviously, I'm a growth specialist and a remote sales executive, so I've got the up emoji like for the graph. And then I'm a founder and co-owner of Attract Appointment Setting Academy, so I've got that in there as well. I've got all my highlights of all my travel, 2019 when I went to America for a couple months, 2020, highlight of myself, my dog because he was a legend, big up Albert each and every time. Travel in 2023, travel in 2024, UK because I'm from the UK, my better half, the appointment academy, and then some quotes from my threads. If it's going to load, which it probably won't. Here we go. So some thread quotes there. And then we go through, so pinned posts. I've got myself looking suave yet again in Greece, me on a plane, little from Glastonbury Festival. Lots of travel you can see, which obviously is asserting as authority because to travel, well, you need to make a bit of money to be able to afford the time off, your work, and obviously to be there. Some little sunsets, more travel. So I've gone for the personal brand of lots of travel, luxury fashion, some may say, as well as travel, because they're 2 things that I'm very much into. And it's just nice and clean, right? If you receive a message from this profile, it's a clean profile, it looks good, it's got everything it needs to get replies, and yeah, it's just fine and dandy. So don't go out and screenshot my photos and put them on your Instagram, because that would annoy me. But build a similar kind of profile. The sky, travel, yourself. As you can see, no offensive photos. All of them are pretty much full body of me, lots of travel. So yeah. That's how you kind of want to be building your Instagram profile. So that will be all for this lesson in building context and familiarity. Now, next lesson is all about pain extrapolation, pain amplification. So I will see you in the next lesson. Okay, then, Appointment Setter Academy. Today we are going over ethical pain extrapolation and amplification. Okay, so when we are talking about pain in sales, we are not set out to be malicious. You can't just go around heightening, extrapolating, amplifying mental pain. That is psychological abuse, and we're not here to do that. If you're going to do that, you may as well get a baseball bat and just take it to some kneecaps, because it's exactly the same as physical harm, but up here. You cannot be doing that. However, pain in sales is one of the 3 main factors in building the gap between where the prospect currently is and where they want to be. Now, the second main factor from pain is confidence. Building confidence for the prospect by showing authority, initiative, trust, and acknowledgement. Without these two pieces of the pie, the third one we will get onto, the prospect will not take action. No matter how much pain they are in, no matter how big the gap is, if there's no pain, no confidence, no progression will be made. Now, to convert a prospect from a random stranger to a paying client, you must amplify and extrapolate both pain and confidence. Now, here's how you do that. The amplification and extrapolation of pain. You're going to want to lock in for this one. Put your seatbelt on, get your notepad out, get your pen ready, get your glass of water, because we're diving deep, okay? So, individual pain rarely creates action without amplification. This is because pre-existing pain can be avoided by simply pretending it doesn't exist. It can be masked by distractions like Netflix, TikTok, even playing football. As well, more often than not, humans simply enter a delusional state to cope with it. They just disregard it. Oh, yeah, well, I get paid at the end of the month and my debts will be paid once I finally get there. It will be alright. That is not the case. They are in pain. The prospect is in pain. I am in pain. You're in pain. Every single person is in pain. Just maybe not enough pain to change. As Tony Robbins says, change occurs, so changing from this state to this state, when the pain of staying the same is greater than the pain of change. So it's more painful to stay where you are compared to the pain you're going to face of going through change. So one more time, that's a really, really important one. Change only occurs when the pain of staying the same, staying here, is greater, is more pain than the pain of change. And obviously, everybody hates change. Pain cannot be created. It can only be amplified or extrapolated. You cannot create pain because people have ego. Everybody has an ego. Ego exists. You can only understand, amplify, and then extrapolate the pre-existing pain to heightened levels. Now, pain can be amplified and extrapolated with four main factors. Two of these are conscious and two of them are unconscious. Number one, conscious pain. Problems, obstacles and inefficiencies that need to be solved and overcome to get to their desired situation and achieve their goals. Problems. So they are here, they are facing problems that need to be overcome and solved to get to their desired situation. This would be relevant if the prospect was struggling with marketing, client acquisition, hiring staff, building a brand of a business. These problems must be overcome to reach their goal. This is the easiest type of pain to manipulate within the setting and sales process. You need to be a therapist. Sit there and dive deep into the issues they are facing, find out the ins and the outs, and really explore so you can amplify the pain that they are facing. Keep asking questions. Once you know what the issue is, well, why is that? How is this affecting other areas of the business? Well, could you elaborate on that, please? These are the kind of probing questions you want to be asking to dive deeper into that pain, playing the therapist/appointment setter role. Okay? Now, number two. This is an unconscious thing. Having what isn't wanted. This would be to the prospect that is currently existing in a situation they cannot shake. Examples: being in debt, overweight, having no friends. They have what isn't wanted. Okay? They have debt, which isn't wanted. They have excess fat, which isn't wanted. They have no friends, which isn't wanted. Okay? Now, Unconscious points are slightly harder to manipulate and amplify the pain because they are unconscious. They're not sat there consciously thinking about not having any friends. It's more of a fact that they're lonely. Now, point number 3 ties back into point number 1 of problems. Point number 3 is conscious consequences. Negative things that cause suffering as a result of any problem. Being lazy is a consequence. No business progression is a consequence. Becoming broke is a consequence. Becoming overweight is a consequence. Losing all your friends is a consequence. And losing your clients is a consequence of the problems you are facing. Let's break that down some more. So, being lazy is a consequence of doing no work. No business progression is a consequence of not working on your business. Becoming broke is a consequence of not putting the work in and making money. Becoming overweight is a consequence of eating like a pig and not being healthy or exercising. Losing your friends is a consequence of being antisocial. Losing your clients is a consequence of delivering a crap service. Okay, you starting to understand? And then number 4, yet again, unconscious. This relates back to point number 2 of having what isn't wanted compared to point number 4 of wanting what isn't had. So, a desire of a situation or place that is not yet achieved or that is unattainable to the prospect. This could be a relationship. This could be wanting to sign 1,000 clients. This could be wanting a 6-pack or having £1 million in cash, a Lamborghini or a Rolex. Everyone has an unconscious desire for something that they do not have in their life. It may not be physical, flexy and materialistic. It can be something as simple as peace and quiet. Confidence within sales, right? So as I previously mentioned, no matter how much or the level of pain that is amplified and extrapolated from here, if there is no confidence built within the prospect, then why would they buy the bridge and move to here? If they have no confidence in the bridge you're building, in the product you're offering, in the service you're selling. They simply wouldn't, right? End of. If you're down here or you're up here, right? You're here, eye level. And the setter comes in and goes, oh, well, okay, sick bro, I see you do SMMA. How many clients are you currently working with? Well, I'm working with 2. Okay, well, why are you only working with 2? Well, two of them left me. Well, why did the other 2 leave you from 4 to 2? Well, my service delivery was poor. I couldn't facilitate their needs. I couldn't generate from traffic. Okay, well, what currently are you doing for traffic generation to keep your current clients? Well, not much. So they've realised they're in a shit situation, in a real sticky one, because they've had 2 people leave them, and they've realised that because of my questioning, they are really bad at generating traffic for their clients on social media. Now, just because I've caused the extrapolation and amplification of the pain they were already in, does not mean that they are just going to buy the product, because they have no confidence in me. They don't understand because they haven't seen an offer, any testimonials, any inkling of what it is that we do. So why would they buy? Imagine you are the prospect and I have just amplified all your pre-existing pain. You don't have enough clients to be able to scale or employ staff. This in turn means that you're still living at home, which takes a turn on your motivation and drive because it's hard or is low because you're not stimulated enough to work from your bedroom, and you're easily persuaded to go out every weekend as you still live in your hometown with all your lazy, party-addicted school friends. See what I did there? School. Well, no matter how much pain you have heightened, amplified, extrapolated, if my offer, pre-existing clients and myself, is all a fugazi and you have no confidence in me, you will not buy. And it works the other way around. If I was the only sales consultant guaranteeing 100 new paid clients every month with 7 years worth of testimonials, proof, hard work, just because you have confidence in me and my offer does not mean that you're going to buy because you haven't had your pain amplified enough. You're comfortable and happy with where you are. Confidence can be installed within 3 different forms, okay? Now, number 1, the offer. If you are an appointment setter going through these lessons, training and desiring to become an appointment setter, the offer is not down to you. The offer is not your job. So the person who runs the whole operation will create the offer. The offer is the product or the service. Now, if you are selling that product and service for someone else, the offer is not down to you, okay? It is not your problem. You are selling the offer. You're not creating the offer. So the offer. How your service or product is portrayed. How it allows the prospect to disregard and progress from their current pain. How it helps the prospect to achieve their goals and get them from their current state, where you are now, to their dream state, where they want to be. Now, number 2, you as the setter or the salesperson can create confidence yourself. How much conviction and belief you have in the product as a whole, and how it genuinely can help and change the position of the prospect. How you will help them achieve their goal. Genuism and altruism is real. If you are very giving and you're being completely transparent and you're saying, look, this genuinely has helped hundreds of other people in your situation, then I personally believe that we should have a conversation about potentially moving forward and working together, because we know where you are at, where you want to be, and how this product is going to get you from where you are to where you want to be, right? But you have to be genuine, and like it says here, altruism is real, right? You have to be altruistic with it. You have to be legit. You can't be a scammer, fugazi, con artist, because it won't work. You won't build confidence by lying. By being legit, open, honest, you will build confidence. And thirdly, people who already work with you, right? Testimonial videos. People who have worked with you in the past, work with you now, they bring confidence because they once were in the place they currently were, and now they got to where they want to be by using your product, okay? So how other people, just like them, have gone from being in their position that they were, the stuck position, to their dream state. You have solved the same problem before, however, it was just for somebody else, okay? As long as your prospect understands and receives the confidence that the product will solve their problem, you will win. The offer stands as the strongest confidence installer. Since you have an undeniable offer with average sales and no testimonials, you will still win. However, having hundreds of testimonials, a great sales rep, and a poor offer, you'd be unlikely to convert. Which is why, if and when you're qualifying as an appointment setter and you don't want to work within the offers that we currently run and you want to go and find yourself your own offer, it's so important that the offer is correct and you have conviction in it. The offer is so important that if the offer doesn't align with you and your goals and it isn't targeting people who you think you can help, you will make no money. It's as simple as that. The offer is super important, right, in building confidence. Now, this may be out of your control. If you are an appointment setter and you're on an offer that is simply just diabolical, in this instance you have 3 options. Option number 1, you stay on the shit offer. You have a horrible time in sales, you struggle, and it takes time to get to your financial goal and to your dream state of being a master at sales. Option number 2, if you feel like you have the confidence and expertise, you can attempt to consult on the offer with a product owner. Suggest that maybe an advancement with the offer could lead to hundreds of more sales. Let's look at the offer, reframe it, and then see if we can move forward. Third and finally, leave. Find a new offer that you can get behind that you have a strong conviction to, as well as proof of concept, right? It's so important. If you're just jumping on a brand new offer and they've never ran offers before, it is unlikely that the offer is going to do well, right? Because there's no proof of concept. So if the offer has proof of concept and it's worked prior, and it's a strong, irresistible offer that prospects can't really say no to, then you're golden, right? So that's the kind of offer you want to be looking for. For me personally, I would never work on an offer that I have no conviction in. Sales is about helping people solve their problems. And, well, if you're selling shit for the sake of making money, but you're not actually helping people, as well, you don't believe in the product or the offer, how can you help people? Why are you selling it? It doesn't make any sense. So that is ethical pain extrapolation and building confidence. Now, the third part of this section is going to be building the gap, which we will cover in the next video. So I will see you all there. So the gap, right? The gap is what the entire world economics ticks on, and something that we call the gap, right? So in life, people have their current situation and their desired situation for most aspects of their life, right? Now, the situation typically revolves around health, wealth, relationships, and happiness. So every day, people wake up and buy things that escape them from their current situation to achieve their desired situation. This applies from everything from chocolate to a pet horse to my consulting service, right? So this is what it looks like. Their current situation, the gap is the distance between where they currently are and where they want to be, and this is their desired situation, right? And going back to applies to everything, right? You literally buy a bottle of water, right? Like this, you buy a bottle of water to bridge the gap from your thirst, right? You don't buy a bottle of water because you want a bottle of water. You buy a bottle of water because your desired situation is hydration and your current situation is dehydration. And you bridge that gap by buying a bottle of water, right? So the sooner you can understand that, the sooner this will be bread and butter, be easy, right? So the secret to client acquisition is positioning you and your product as the staircase to the person to climb the bridge over the gap, right? To sell your product or your service, it must be a vehicle for their change, right? So this is an OnlyFans model in her current situation. This is her desired situation of making 20k a month. You, as the appointment setter, need to find out where she's currently at by asking probing questions, what's painful, what she's currently doing. Then you want to find out where her desired situation is, how much money she wants to be making, what that money is going to do for her. Is she going to travel? Is she going to look after her kids better? Is she going to provide a better life for her family? Whatever it may be. And the sales call, where the closer will go over the systems, the infrastructures, the softwares, the chatting team, etc., etc., etc. The sales call bridges that gap. The service of an OFM, OnlyFans Management Agency, bridges that gap. So today we're diving into gap selling methodology, a powerful approach to sales that discovers and the focus of identifying the gap between where your client is currently at and where they want to be. This method shifts focus from selling a product to solving a problem, leading to more meaningful conversations and successful closed deals. So understand gap selling. Gap selling is about understanding the client's current state and their desired state, and then the gap is the distance between them two. So once you've identified the gap, we can then position our product or the service, the OFM, as being the bridge that helps them achieve their goals. Now, the more painful their current state is exposed, the larger the distance from their desired state will appear, right? So, but the bigger the gap, the bigger, better the service being sold will bridge that gap. The bigger the gap, the easier the sell, which is where we come into pain, confidence, and the gap, right? So we go back to here, their current situation. They might think their current situation is only a 4 out of 10 painful, right? But if you probe questions and make the prospect understand, you amplify, extrapolate that pain, they're going to then realize that their painful situation is not a 4 out of 10, it's an 8 out of 10, which means the desired situation is 8 out of 10 away instead of 4 out of 10 away, right? And then the more confidence they have in you, the better you have results, testimonials, you can articulate yourself correctly, and you know exactly the product you're talking about, the service you're talking about, the more confidence they're going to have in getting to their desired situation, which means you just want to build this gap as big as possible because nobody is going to want to pay, give 50%, whatever, a gap this big, right? But you say, actually, your situation isn't a 4 out of 10 bad, it's an 8 out of 10 bad, and you've got 10 out of 10 confidence that we can get you there. Bang, the gap is huge. So the service is going to make that jump a lot smoother and easier. So we need to understand, right, their current state, the client's existing situation. This looks like filming content on their own, doing all their chatting, not knowing what content to make, right? Current state, future state, earning a certain amount of money, living in a certain country, buying certain things, providing a certain lifestyle for themselves, their family, their children. And then the gap, the challenges that prevents them from getting to that future state, not knowing how to do content, not being able to chat for themselves 24/7, not having any content ideas for short form content, etc., etc., right? You understand it. So to conduct this effective DM discovery method correctly. So discovery questions are crucial in identifying the gap. And here's how we're going to structure them effectively, right? So the DM discovery structure, you're discovering where they're currently at. You want to build rapport, set the agenda, explore the current state with open-ended questions. Then you want to uncover their desired future state. Identify obstacles and challenges, their pain points as to why they're not in that future state already. And then summarize their findings to build rapport, to confirm your understanding. So if somebody says, I'm struggling with content creation ideas and I don't know how to run reels or trial reels, you would then say, okay, so from my understanding of this conversation, you really need help creating a social media roadmap to generate new subscribers. You summarize what they've said so it shows that you have an understanding, you've listened, and that's going to build a lot of rapport. Then, after understanding their current and future situation, right, you want to pinpoint the gap, the specific challenges and pain points. This is where your solution, the OFM agency, comes into play. Analyze the difference between their current state and their future state, quantify the impact of the gap. So, what is that going to look like? If you don't have management, are you ever going to get to your goals? How is that going to affect you? Well, I'm not going to know what content to make. I'm never going to make any money. My OnlyFans is going to fail and I have to get another job, etc., 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 right? And then you want to prioritize the challenges based on urgency and importance. So the pain points, what's the most important? Is it most important that they're chatting all the time for themselves and they hate chatting? Is it most important that they've got no idea about short form content, right? What is the most important thing? Pinpoint that and really emphasize on the highest leverage pain point. Now, this one's been a very short one. It's a very, very important one, but a very small one. Once you understand the concept of the gap, building that bridge, building the distance of the gap from current to desired state, you're going to win, you're going to crush. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
So this is going to be some of my favorites here. So sales questions, fundamentals, right? How to question, what to question, why to question, all these good things to the prospect. So the limits of consultative needs-based selling. So what is consultative selling, right? Consultative selling focuses on asking needs slash logic-based questions. What's the number one challenge you're facing? What are two things keeping you from moving to your goal? What do you think the solution to this problem is, right? These kinds of things. These questions are logical and surface level, and therefore they generate logical and surface level answers. Why this fails? Two main reasons, right? One, people do not make buying decisions based on logic alone. Of course, there is logic within it. There has to be reason there. There has to be logic, right? But Dale Carnegie, if you know who Dale Carnegie is, when dealing with people, we are not dealing with creatures of logic. We are dealing with creatures of emotion, creatures bristling with prejudices, and motivated by pride and vanity, right? So logical questions produce logical answers, but emotional buyers need emotional clarity before they take action, right? We're dealing with people here, right? Not robots. A robot is going to make a buying decision based off of numbers, but a person is going to make a buying decision based off of emotion, what they want, right? Everybody wants money. They want money. They want 10K a month, right? Why do they want 10K a month, right? They don't want money is just a means to an end, right? As we all know, money is just a means to an end. It's a tool. It's a step. It is not the end goal. People want money, but there are reasons people don't want money just to want money. Like that's not how it works, right? People want money for security. People want money so they don't have to worry about a roof over their heads. People want money so they can retire their parents. People want money for that nice car, right? So these are the things that you have to understand. So people do not. Number two, I'll go more into that later. But number two, people do not know what they need, only what they actually want, right? So when you're asking questions like, "Hey, what's your number? What do you think is the, what is your goal here? What do you want? What do you think is the best thing moving forward for you?" People are gonna tell you, even if you ask them, "What do you need?" Right? What do you need from me? What do you need to in order to reach 10K a month? They're gonna actually tell you what they want, not what they need, because most of the time people don't know what they need. So when asking questions like above, prospects tell you realistically they're actually telling you what they feel they want, even though they're telling you what they feel they need. It's what they want. All their answers are biased towards their perspective, right? So you're not actually working towards solving their problems most of the time. You're just stroking their ego and telling them what they want to hear, right? Like a doctor, right? If a doctor is just asking you, "Hey, if you go, hey doc, I have a knee pain, give me some painkillers," right? The doctor doesn't just say, "Hey, all right, cool, I'll give you some painkillers." The doctor starts asking, "Oh, how long have you had that pain? What's that pain feel like? Where is the pain? Right? How long has the pain? Is it radiating? Is it moving? Is it all this stuff?" Right? They ask all these questions to dig deeper, and then that guy realizes he doesn't need painkillers because painkillers is only going to fix the symptom. It's a band-aid, right? The doc realizes, "Bro, you need surgery. You want painkillers, but you need surgery. You don't need painkillers. Painkillers, it's not going to do jack. You're still going to have the pain a month from now because you need surgery. You need to actually fix your knee, right? So that's the thing about here. So stop selling to surface level needs, right? Most prospects think they know what they need, but they actually just they know what they want, right? Most prospects are going to focus on the immediate symptoms, right? My knee hurting, I need painkillers. Then the actual underlying causes, "Oh yeah, actually I broke my knee 5 years ago, and I still have a torn ligament there that I just haven't gotten fixed." Right? They're unaware of the deeper consequences of their problems. Right? Another analogy here, just like a migraine. Right? Where's the pain located? What does the pain feel like? Yada yada. Same thing. I just brought it up, but with a knee instead of a headache, right? So the takeaway here is your job as a sales rep is to uncover the real problem, right? Uncover what the prospect needs in order to actually solve the problems, not what they want in order just to fix the symptom, right? So if you've ever heard of NEPQ, what is NEPQ? Neuro emotional persuasion questioning. Now, Jeremy Miner is, if you've ever heard of Jeremy Miner, he's a big person in the sales space, like, obviously like Alex Hormozy, anyone like that. He is the one who really brought NEPQ to like mainstream, and like this is, asking questions that are deeper, right? Questions that are hitting the psychological buttons that they need to hit, right? So that it's a structured method of questioning that helps prospects kind of identify emotional motivators behind their decisions, right? So instead of asking, what do you want to get to? I want to get to 10K. And then moving on from that, what do you want to get to? I want to get to 10K. Why do you want to get to 10K? Because I want to quit my job. Why do you want to quit your job? Because, I'm spending a lot of time and I don't get time with family. Or, I'm spending a lot of time at work. I don't really get to hang out with my friends. So you want to quit your job, not because you're working too much, right? But because you want more time to yourself. You want more time to spend with friends and family, right? These kinds of things, right? You just dig deeper and deeper. So you uncover the internal tension that is driving the buying process, or that is driving the process towards the sale, right? So this allows you to tackle the real problems and solve them, allows you the prospect to feel open and discuss more openly with you as well, right? So this encourages like real communication and the prospect to arrive at their own conclusions. And that's a major thing. That is a major, major thing. Major sauce here in sales. You do not sell anybody. They sell themselves. And that is a fact. That is a fact. You cannot sell anybody. You can tell you can tell anybody you as much as you possibly can. You can shout at the top of your lungs like, "I can make you $100,000. I know, I will do it. I'll do it." But they're not sold because they haven't gotten to that conclusion themselves. You're just telling them, and that creates more resistance, right? So this way, instead of pushing the solution, you're pulling the prospect in. You're asking questions, and they are arriving at that scenario, at that destination themselves, right? Why is that pain? What is the pain? Knee. I have this pain for so long. Why is it pain? Why? All this stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. I had this break, some years ago in high school, and now I need to, and I never got it fixed. Oh, so did you need surgery at the time? Yeah, I needed surgery, but I didn't get surgery, right? This kind of thing, and then The prospect arrives at the conclusion themselves without the doctor saying, you need surgery, right? You need surgery. We got to get you to surgery now. Just like, oh, do you think you might need surgery? Oh, I think I might need surgery. It might be time to solve this, right? So the core principles, people are more persuaded when they persuade themselves, right? People always, it's like your mom telling you to do the dishes and you already started doing the dishes and you already started doing the dishes and then your mom told you to do the dishes. I don't want to do dishes anymore. It's that simple, right? People are persuaded when they persuade themselves. They are more motivated when they get to that conclusion themselves than when people are telling them, right? So they only truly they sell themselves. We just educate and we direct them from there, right? So effective questions guide the prospect to their own emotional clarity. Wording, phrasing, sentence structure are all critical for the success, right? Tonality, timing, and structure are all critical for success. That's for closing, right? If it's an actual conversation, we're talking about DM setting here, but if it's an actual conversation on a closing call, tonality, timing, am I going to get real slow? And this is very important for you to understand, right? This creates the tonality. You have to understand this, right? Or does that make sense? Like, oh, we were going here, blah, 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 right? Creating energy, creating excitement, oh, right? All that kind of stuff. It all matters, right? So, number 4, getting prospects to pull you in, right? So now you're really pulling them in, but they want you closer now. They're gonna open up emotionally. They're gonna identify their own problems. They're gonna ask questions about them themselves. What do you think about me? What do you think about this? Right? They're gonna help you sell themselves on the solution essentially, right? And they're gonna overcome their own objections. Straight up, they're gonna overcome their own objections. You're gonna be proactive instead of reactive. So in conclusion, right? For this part, sales success lies in your ability to guide by asking the right questions and then educating. The best sales reps don't convince their prospects, they help their prospects convince themselves. Right? If you develop the skill, you'll set and close more deals, earn more commissions, and you will build stronger client relationships, all while working less hard to sell. Just point blank. Right? So the next step from here is to be able to see and understand from the prospect's perspective. And this will be another document. This will be a next lesson later. But for now, peace. See you in the next one. All right. So now the fundamentals part 2, seeing from the prospect's perspective, right? So this doc might just be one of the most important lessons on setting and sales fundamentals straight up. So too many reps are focused on selling and pitching, pushing the sale, right? We kind of spoke on that on the sales questions fundamentals part 1. Right? So the truth is, if you want to really win, you need to understand how to think like your prospect, right? This is deeper than what we just talked about. This is a whole another level of understanding their struggles, their fears, their goals, their doubts, right? Well, this is called empathetic selling. It's the foundation of every top performer's success. So you have to kind of understand their reality, right? So let's break that down a little bit. So OnlyFans creators, right? Models are actually, you have to understand what they're actually going through, right? So forget a second that you're a sales rep, that you're a manager. Imagine you're a solo creator grinding away day after day trying to make a living on a platform, right? So we talked about their biggest pain points and desires already, right? We'll just go through them real quick. Once again, financial stability, right? Burnout, mental health, content creation, time and lack of, right? So with financial stability, you should position the offer as a predictability partner, right? Bring in systems, marketing, content plans that help stabilize and grow their income consistently, right? Right? Because they want that, they want stability, they want security, right? There's no consistency in their finances. So positioning it as we are a partner, we're gonna bring you systems, we're gonna plan content, and we're gonna stabilize and make your income grow consistently, right? Burnout, mental health. Once again, right? They're exhausted. They're doing so much. They're doing everything all at once. So what you do, you don't sell the management. You sell the freedom. You sell a better lifestyle, less stress, a team that they can trust, that can take care of everything, and allow them to live the life how they want, to have their mental capacity, their time, their energy for themselves. Content creation, right? And many content creators have no idea what to do, how to do it, right? So they start off with massive energy, thinking this is just gonna be awesome. This is just gonna be so cool. I'm just gonna record and send, and I'm gonna make money, right? But it's not so easy, and they quickly find that out. And they're having issues coming up with content and looking for trending content and recording it and editing it and posting it. It takes a lot of time, right? So you position it as, again, like we're just a back end team, right? You gotta take away all the stress and thinking and effort on your end. So you have all the mental capacity and all the time to focus on your life and other tasks. Number four, the time and lack of, right? Once again, they're drowning in tasks. They're creating, uploading, and responding and tracking analytics and responding to all the fans and trying to upsell PPV and all that stuff. And that's without mentioning if they have a 9 to 5, right? Imagine if they're trying to do all that and they have a 9 to 5. So time is their enemy. So when you pitch, right, you want to position it like we're going to give you back your time, right? So you can either grow your business more and or live more, right? So you see what I'm saying here when it comes to understanding their perspective. If you can understand their perspective, you can understand what their real pain is here, right? The time is the enemy, right? You can position it. Right. So what I'm trying to say here is a lot of sales reps, they get in a cycle of saying the same things over and over, and they're pitching the same stuff to different creators who have different problems, and that's not how it works, right? That's monotonous. I get it. You're having a lot of conversations in the DMs. It can get a little monotonous and cyclical over after a while. But you can't just copy and paste answers, right? You can't, because what you're gonna do, you're gonna sell one dream to one person, and it's gonna be their dream, and they're good for that, right? It's gonna make sense. That position is gonna make sense. Yeah, I do want that time. But then you're gonna, for the other four who are in a different kind of pain, or 6 or 7 or 8 or whoever, it's not gonna work, right? And there goes a perfectly good prospect, a quality prospect who would have closed had you actually understood where they're coming from, what angle they're coming from, understood their perspective, and positioned the offer in the correct way, right? And that's what I'm saying. A lot of people, they just want to copy and paste, but it's not how it works, right? Everyone has different needs, different wants, different problems. So you have to make sure you're positioning it so that you're hitting the correct buttons, and it's not going right over their head. So number five, difficulty standing out, right? Once again, they want their personal brand, they want growth and this kind of thing, right? So your positioning becomes more in tune with their actual desires, right? Comes more in tune with okay, we're gonna grow your brand, right? We're gonna brand position you. We're gonna do some creative marketing for you. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do a whole content plan. It's gonna align with your brand of fitness, right? You want to be a fitness influencer, right? Blah blah blah. We'll do it like this. So what we do is, you're not an OnlyFans girl who does fitness, but you're a fitness influencer who just happens to have OnlyFans, right? It's positioning. It's different, and creative marketing. Oh, that sounds awesome. Never heard about that. That's how it always goes, right? So you have to position it in the way that it makes sense, and you don't have to unnecessarily add any other details about other stuff unless it just kind of sweetens the deal, right? But that's for the closer. You're just trying to position the offer so that it makes sense to their pain and it aligns with their desire to get them to the call, right? You want to position it so that you're the strategic weapon. So step two, in that regard, you have to shift your mindset, right? From salesperson to problem solver. Now that you know what they're going through, here's the shift, right? You're not selling a service. You are solving a crisis, right? These are people who have their own lives. They are literally like, they are living people who have their own lives. And sometimes it's hard to wrap your head around, but they have their own issues. They have their own stress. They wake up and they're like, oh my gosh, I got to go to my 9 to 5 again. And I really don't want to. I just want OnlyFans to take off so I can make 5K, right? So you have to approach it mentally in that way, right? You have 2 ears, 1 mouth. Use them respectively. I always remember this. And even in the same sense, whether you're on a closing call or it's a setting, it's a set, like a DM set, you want to listen more than you speak, right? Meaning you want to ask questions and just let them speak, voice note, text on the actual closing call, way more than you actually speak at all, because the more they dig themselves deeper, the more they speak, the more they sell themselves, right? So what's the hardest part of doing this all alone, right? When was the last time you felt truly excited about your page and results? What's your dream outcome with this career? Where do you want to be in 12 months? Just ask these questions and let them say, let them complain, and let them get it out, right? Because they're just going to dig themselves deeper and sell themselves more, right? And this allows you to connect them. This allows you to connect with them and get them closer and closer to the sale, right? Another thing is mirror the language, right? If they say, I'm tired of being stuck at the same income, right? Don't reply with, we offer packages for growth. That's great. Blah, 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 right? You say, oh, so you're feeling stuck and you want a breakthrough, right? Yeah, that's exactly. I feel stuck and I'm stagnant. I want a breakthrough right now, right? So you're speaking the language. You're speaking their language. You're using their same vocabulary that they use, because that is what's going to resonate with them. They've already told you their problem. You're just rewording it, digging the knife deeper, so that they're like, yeah, it's exactly it, right? You totally understand. You're validating their pain, and you're showing that you understand them, right? And you say that's completely normal, right? A lot of top creators we've worked with have felt the same way before we started. You're not alone. This is a system issue, not a you issue. Once again, validation, earning their trust, and just making them feel heard and understood, right? And so then at that point, it's just bridging to the closing call, right? After building the trust, you need to guide them towards the closing call, but it must feel like the next logical step, not a sales trap. The reason I bring this up in this is because you don't want it to feel clunky or weird. It has to be smooth. It has to be a smooth process. It just has to be natural, right? So you're gonna like use their words. For example, so what I'm hearing, you're working nonstop, dealing with inconsistent income, and you're just ready to stop doing it on alone, right? Yeah, that's exactly it. All right, now give them the solution without giving everything away, right? You want to give them enough that they get a taste, but they want more. You want them just curious, right? So, yeah, we've helped creatives in your exact position go from burnout to balance and double their income while doing it. I can't cover it all here but I can walk you through how we do that for you personally on a quick 20 to 30-minute call, right? Would you be open to jumping on a quick 20-minute call today, tomorrow, within the next 48 hours, always, right? So I could show you exactly what the process would look like and see if we'd be a great fit, right? And this is just very laid back. You're not pushing, you're just inviting. You went through, you wrote the story. Oh, okay, so this is where you're at. Oh, okay, this is what we've done. Oh, okay, I'd love to give you more because I can't. It's too much right now in a DM chat. It's too much right now, right? So then you just love jump on a quick 20-minute call so I could show you exactly what the process would be like and see if we'd be a great fit. That's it. Like maybe it won't be a great fit. Maybe it won't work out. Maybe you want something else that I don't. I don't know. But no pressure, right? No pressure. This is just a quick 20-minute call, right? It's not a meeting. Like understand all this wording is exact. All of this wording is chosen for a reason. It is not a 20-minute meeting. A meeting sounds business. A meeting sounds like, oh, well, the meeting. What's going on in the meeting? No, it's just a call, man. Just a call. That's all. So some bonus techniques, right? Use you-centered language, meaning talk in terms of their future, their peace, their goals. You want, what do you do? How do you want to get there, right? These kinds of things. Detach emotionally from the outcome, right? If you need the sale, you'll act needy. If you serve first, the sale comes naturally, right? A lot of people you've heard this, I'm sure, commission breath, right? They're just talking because they just want the money, and anyone and everyone can feel that, man. So you have to act and on the basis of knowing their one, you're understanding the perspective, right? You understand where they're coming from. And two, you honestly actually want to help them. You actually want to help them because this is a real person who has their own needs, who has their own wants, who has their own pains, um, and that has their own stress, and they want their problem solved, just like anyone else, right? So if you act and you are actually wanting to help someone, they're gonna feel that, and they're just gonna move forward within that regard, right? So, and then another thing, send a voice note if applicable, right? If you can't get them to call right away, send a 1-2 minute personalized message reinforcing your understanding and why this isn't just personal, um, or why this isn't just business, it's personal, right? Once again, you're a person, it's person to person communication. This is just conversation. I'm not a salesperson trying to sell you something. I'm not a manager or a sales rep. You're not a creator or a model. I'm just dude. You're just girl. I just want to talk. That's it, right? That's all. That's all it is. I'm just dude. You're just dude. Whatever it is, we just want to have a conversation, person to person, right? So, sales is about understanding people better than they understand themselves, and that's fact. Like everybody knows that we probably, unless you really work on yourself personally, we probably understand ourselves a whole lot less than other people who know us understand us within certain regards, right? And that's kind of what sales is, right? If you can feel their pain before they explain it, you can speak their dreams before they admit them. You can show them a better way before they even ask for it. You won't just close more. You won't just set and close more creators, right? You'll change their lives, and that is what it's about. So, um, yeah, hope that all made sense. I'm sure that'll help you. That this like being able these fundamentals are of the most importance. If you can get this right, that's fundamental. If you can get this and it becomes ingrained in you, it will translate into all of your techniques, and 100% it will translate into your bank account. All right, so I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Hello and welcome to the Lead Sourcing Encyclopedia. So in these lessons, we are going to go over what is lead sourcing and how to do it. Okay, so this module is going to be strictly for lead sourcing. So let's jump straight into the lesson. What is lead sourcing? So lead sourcing is an allocation of time to speed up your setting process. It is a catalyst that is a must-have pillar before you head out to the trenches and start booking those appointments. Now, I don't want you to ever focus on finding individual prospects. I want you to find a thought leader or an influencer or a guru and leverage their following, right? So go out, find a thought leader, a guru, an influencer, and use their following. This is the best way to leverage a personal brand without even having one, okay? You use somebody else's. It's genius. So if I had a Formula One inspired product and I wanted to sell to Formula One enthusiasts, instead of being on Facebook and typing in Formula One and trying to find people who had Formula One in their bio or who had liked Formula One content, I would go to a Formula One driver and leverage their following. Maybe they have a community or they have a huge following full of people who all love Formula One. What I don't want you to do is ever use a lead finding software because they are abysmal. They do not work. Do not use them. Things like LinkedIn Sales Navigator will not do all your dirty work for you. It will simply prolong you being able to find your own leads. Because eventually you're going to have to, so do it from the start. Leveraging communities and audiences created by pioneers within the niche is the highest leverage way of finding leads. Okay? Selling to communities is 1,000 times easier than selling to a blind public, since their pioneer or figurehead has already done all the convincing persuasion for these people to enter that vehicle, to enter that business model. So regardless of what niche you're in, whether it's e-commerce, OnlyFans management, service as a system, SMMA, AI, coaching, all communities operate in the same way. They attract carbon copies of each other. So if I'm in a social media marketing group, I'm not really going to be able to find much information in there about AI compared to if I was in an AI group. So as it says here, if I'm in an SMMA group, it's unlikely that I'm there to find out source on e-commerce. And it's also unlikely that everybody else in the group is there looking for source on e-commerce. They're all going to be there for SMMA. It just doesn't make any sense, right? Everyone in the community will have a common goal, and that's either to start or scale to where they want to be. And if the product you're setting for offers either start or scale in the same niche as the community, well, now all your leads are in one place. They all have the same common goal and they all want the same objective. They want to move over the gap. They want to build a bridge from their current state of either stuck, not being able to scale, or don't know how to start, to being in a dream state of large scale or started and running a fully operational business. Where they are now to where they want to be, right? When finding your perfect prospect, you don't want to be searching for that needle in a haystack. Instead, find the highest performing, highest leverage influencer within that space and target their audience. Maybe they have a Discord, maybe they have a podcast, a Telegram group, a newsletter, a Facebook group, an Instagram community, right? The list is endless. And then once you've found that community that is specific to your niche, what you want to do is target everybody in there. That is your group of leads, right? Your ideal lead has now gone from being a needle in a haystack to a needle in a sewing kit, or even potentially finding a needle in the mix of a pot full of needles, right? That's simply how easy it is. So why is it so important to find an influencer with a community? Well, leverage, right? It's so much higher leverage to find one person with a huge community who's very famous with a big social media presence than it is to find one individual person struggling within your niche. So once you found the community run by one influencer slash guru, you will be having a field day. And the second best thing is almost all of the communities offer an upsell. This means that people within these communities are open to investing, potential buying, or even paying for information, right? They're already ready to make that jump. They have already invested in improving their current state by investing either their time into a free community or money if it's a paid community. Now, I'll touch on this briefly, but paid community setting is ridiculously OP, right? It is overpowered. Now, you have to play the incognito card when doing this, otherwise you'll just get banned, kicked, and you won't get refunded. So what you want to do is in these groups, make sure you're providing value, asking questions, you're being active, whilst individually messaging other members of the group, and start prospecting like that. Now, you don't want to be too incognito to a point where you're always active on your status, but you're never putting any information in there, you're never asking questions, because you'll become what's called an outlier, and then you're most likely going to get banned or kicked or removed from the group. However, you don't want to be too outlandish and too obvious that you're in the group selling and you're always posting, I'm open for messages, share source, right? You don't want to be too shiny and bait, otherwise you'll get banned as well. But you need to find that happy medium of being incognito enough to fly under the radar, but to a point of where you don't get banned. Okay? And now, the location of a guru or influencer. When you're seeking an audience, ask yourself, if I was a prospect in this space, looking for information about this kind of stuff, where would I go to consume that content? Would it be on Spotify with podcasts? Would it be on YouTube with YouTube videos where there could be links to communities or social profiles? Would it be in Facebook groups where you can do influencer searches or keyword searches? Would it simply be on Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, X, right? On social media? Or would it be in a Telegram group, say, where you can do keyword searches? Now, this is going to be it for lead sourcing today. What I'm going to do is just quickly show you what I would do if I was looking for lead generation nice and quickly. So say we are in the SMMA space, right? We are selling a SMMA offer to generate 15 paying customers a month, right? Instead of trying to go out and find those 15 people to buy your product every month, what I would do personally is I'd go to Instagram, I'd search Renzo Gavari on his Instagram. He has one of the biggest Instagram social platforms for SMMA. He posts lifestyle content and SMMA content. If you want to make your first 10k a month in your agency, right? And you have 450,000 leads who are all following this guy for the same reason. They've got the same interests. They're all interested in SMMA, right? And you can message every single one of them. This guy's got 7,000 comments on this. Easy. So go to the comments. So he's on a call to action post where he says script. This guy here wants a script, right? Perfect. Brilliant. I can't message this account. Great. We'll try again. This guy here wants a script. Brilliant. I can't message him either. I don't know if I can send a DM on Instagram. I don't know if that's cash. Well, you get the idea, right? You get the idea. So you'd go find a person, call to action post for in the following, liking all their stuff, commenting on their stuff, and drop them a message and be like, hey, I see you are in this space, you follow this figure body. How is your agency, whatever it is, going, right? Simple as that. So that has been the lead sourcing encyclopedia as a general consensus. What myself and Kishon are going to do now is move through in the later videos and do platform specific lead sourcing. So I will see you on the other side. Hello and welcome to the outbound principles and the outbound systems part of this school community. Now, in this module, what we are going to do is go over outbound, what it is, how to do it, and how to be a master of it, okay? Now, within this very lesson today, what we're going to do is we are going to cover the 8 main principles and pillars that make up our ATRACS Appointment Setter Academy laws, okay? So if these laws are misunderstood or forgotten, you will result in your outbound systems failing, right? You will fail at outbound. If you forget any one of these, it will fail. And the reason why this is because these are the foundational principles of outbound sales. And exactly like a house, if you build it on shit foundations, you build a mountain on sand, it will come crumbling down, right? So let's jump straight into it. Now, number 1 is consistency, right? First and foremost, consistency is the number 1 factor about getting results. This is one of the first 5 results that you must never ever forget. No matter what you do, what you say, who you are, you must stay consistent, right? If somebody's got a problem and outbound isn't working for them, first thing I'm going to say is, well, what does your outbound schedule look like? And they'll say, well, I did outbound for 2 weeks, and then I had a week off, and then I did it for 4 weeks, then I had 2 days off, then I did it for 1 week, then I had 2 weeks off. That doesn't make sense, right? From the next rules we're going to see, you have to be consistent. Even if you can only do an hour a day, make sure you do that hour every single day, right? It has to be done because outbound compounds over time, right? It really does. So you must stay consistent. Now, rule number 2 is volume, right? Volume is the main factor that will contribute to your success. You want to consistently be on top of your volume game since sales is a numbers game, right? It's all about numbers. For this example, right, so say you are appointment setting for our community, you're bringing new members to our community, and every 1 in 10 engaged prospects you message closes, right? They buy into the community. Well, if you want 50 people to come into the community for your commission, simply send 500 messages. If you want 1,000 people to join the community, well, simply send 10,000 messages. If you want 100 people to join, you have to send 1,000 messages. It's as simple as that, okay? Volume is crucial within outreach, and if you're not hitting volume or hitting your KPIs, your outreach won't compound, right? Because there's not enough volume for it to compound. Now, rule number 3 is follow-up. The fortune is in the follow-up. Outreach compounds, and before you know it, you've sent 2,500 messages, right? These people that you've messaged within this 2,500 are a lot warmer leads compared to people who are completely cold, right? Now, most people book in by whatever it is on the 5th to 8th contact point. However, some people take as long as the 12th contact point, right? So if you keep continuously following up and following up and following up, eventually you're going to get to those contact points of 5, 8, 12, and they're going to convert, right? They're going to convert to a paying customer. Compared to if you message 100 people and maybe 80 people read your message, but only 20 of them reply, right? Is it going to be more worthwhile sending 80 follow-ups, so 1 follow-up to all of those 80 people who just read your message, or sending another 80 messages to random people, right? It's going to make a lot more sense to follow up with those people. It's going to be a better use of time to follow up with those people as they're warmer, right? They may have gone through your profile, they've opened your message, etc. So they're a lot warmer leads compared to people who are completely cold. Now, rule number 4, the gap. We went over the gap a lot in Sales Foundations, and the reason why we're touching on it again is because it is crucial for outbound, right? Creating the gap and building the bridge. Creating the gap solidifies the prospect's understanding of where they currently are compared to where they want to be, right? Their ideal state. Now, the bigger you build the gap and the stronger you make the distance between that gap, the better chance, opportunity you're going to have of your prospects converting, right? If you've got a strong offer, your product's good, your service, or your solutions, it's going to stand out a lot more because it's going to help them move from a place of all the way down here of current situation to all the way up here of ideal situation. If you don't build that gap, the prospect may think that the distance is minute, right? They're here and they want to get here. So by not building the gap, the prospect thinks it's really easy to get from where they are to where they want to be, and they're not going to be interested in what you have to offer because they think, well, I can get wrong with it and it's super easy. But if they're all the way down here with extrapolation times 100 of pain, and now all of a sudden their desired state is all the way up here, they're going to think, wow, the gap's so much bigger, it's so much harder, and by us selling the path to where they want to be, that path is so much nicer, it's so much bigger, it's so much harder to do on their own. They need your help a lot more. So by building that gap, you're going to make the sale a lot easier, right? Now, rule number 5, POC. If you're wondering what POC stands for, it means proof of concept. Now, when there's a strong POC, this is the only time scale can fully occur, right? If you're booking 2 meetings a day and you do that by sending 100 cold outreach messages, well, if you're doing this consistently, continue what you're doing with your SOPs, your standard operating procedures, and double down, right? If you want to book 5 calls a day and you're only booking 2, well, within those 2 bookings, if they come from 100 cold outreaches and you want to book 5, simply just do the same SOPs, the same proof of concept, and send 250 messages a day, right? And that will result in 5 book calls. If you want to book 10 book calls, then you'd simply send 500 messages, right? You get the gist. Now, what you need to do is you need to keep it the same, right? Once you've found your proof of concept, your POC, something that works for you, an outreach standpoint, stance, something that works for you, keep it the same. Once you've found out what works, your method, you've tested loads of different things, maybe you've sent loads of voice notes, maybe you've done loads of the dangled a carrot, maybe you've done loads of video messaging, right, where you're saying, hey bro, what's good, how's it going, da, 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 da. Maybe you're using voice notes or you're just typing, whichever works best for you. You want to keep it the same and just change one variable at a time, because if you're changing lots of variables at once and then all of a sudden it works really well, you don't know what you changed to make it work. The same as if you're changing 4 or 5 variables at a time and then all of a sudden everything goes to shit, well, you don't know what it is specifically that you changed that made it go to shit, right? So you need to change one variable at a time once you've found your POC, and then test it and track it for the best results. If it doesn't work, change it back to the original and then change a different variable. Test that, track it. If that works, keep it the same. And then you can change another variable. Test that, track it. It doesn't work, perfect, go back to the original. Test another one. Track that. If it works, keep it the same. You understand? POC is very simple, but a lot of people overlook it. Now, rule number 6, yin and yang, right? Yin yang. Yin yang connects the idea of not having the light without the dark, and vice versa, right? Within outbound appointment setting systems, this means you want to incorporate both quality conversations and the quantity of conversations. You don't want to have the yin without the yang, because you can't, right? You simply can't. And if you do, you will fail. So in simple terms, what this means is you want to have a strong mixture of quality, prospects and conversations, whilst having a nice round number of quantity, right? You want to have a good mix of both. You don't just want to go for 4 quality conversations a day or 1,000 shit conversations a day, right? One's quality, one's quantity. It doesn't make sense. You want to have a strong SOP, standard operating procedure of quality conversations, and then in turn mix that with a high quantity of conversations, and yeah, you will skyrocket at outreach, right? You really will. You will be the best appointment setter in the world if you can find a strong POC mixing quality and quantity. Now, rule number 7. Outbound lag is real, right? The work you do today will not be rewarded today. You do not work for the now, but in sales, you work for the future. The day you plant the tree is not the day you eat the fruits, right? Cold outbound reach often has a 2 to 3 week delay, meaning the messages you send today, the rewards will most likely be reaped in 14 days' time, right? This just proves that the work you do today will not be reaped today. Now, the reason for this is because if you send 100 outbound messages today, right, maybe tomorrow some of them get opened, maybe the day after some of them get opened. Then they might reply, and then you're going to have the conversation. You need to extrapolate the pain, build the context and familiarity, provide small bits of value within the DM, whilst then obviously offering a value call, or then doing the low ticket sale within the DM, right? Now, all of this has to occur, and often you have to follow up a couple of times. People are busy, right? You can't expect people to just be sat on their phone waiting for you to message them all day, waiting for you to reply to them, waiting to reply to you, right? That doesn't work. People will have agencies, businesses. They might already be setting on different offers if you're targeting setters. Whoever your ideal client is, they are busy, right? They're human beings. They might be into fitness, they're playing football, they're making dinner for the family, they're walking the dog. People are busy, right? So the lag is real. And trust me, for the first month of appointment setting, if you're really struggling with it, it's because appointment setting, outreach, it compounds, right? So you send 100 messages one day, the next day, and then all of a sudden you get to the end of the week and it's compound. You've sent 700 messages. So on that 8th day, you've got 800 people you can follow up with. Compared to 7 days ago, you had no one you could follow up with. So the compound is real. The lag is real. Don't stress about it. It's expected. It's normal. Just understand that and you'll be fine. Now, rule number 8. We've gone over this loads. We've gone into a lot of detail, but I wanted to add it in to the outbound principles just to hit the nail home a bit more, right? To really, really push it down your throat so you understand how important that amplification, extrapolation of pain really is. Now, as we already know because we've gone over it, but there is a very big misconception within sales about pain, right? The amount of times I've heard people say you need to cause pain, put the prospect in pain, it's quite honestly ridiculous, right? Now, you cannot cause somebody pain. You cannot create pain because it's simply impossible. Pain is an energy, right? It's a feeling, it's an emotion. Now, with energy, it cannot be destroyed or created, simply transferred, right? So the prospects already are in pain. They just don't know they're in pain, right? So what you want to do is you want to be exaggerating it, amplifying it, and extrapolating it. Now, as we can see here, on the flip side, however, instead of causing some pain, what you can do is you can become a master of extrapolation and exaggeration. Now, what I mean by this is that when you're finding out where the prospects are currently at, before you build that gap, while you're getting to know the prospects, extrapolation of pain is the most crucial tool within your belt. Now, to extrapolate pain, probing questions and really questioning the prospect on where they currently are and where they want to be, how their problem is affecting them, is putting them in the position of where you are right now. And what you want to do is you want to pressure the prospect into opening up and to feel that pre-existing pain that they are already in, they already have. Now, this isn't creating pain, right? It's bringing the pain out that every human has to the forefront, heightening and amplifying it so the prospect can really understand the pain that they are already in. Now, everybody has pain points you can target, right? Most people just don't know that these pain points exist within their lives. And it's our job as salespeople to draw out this pain and explore it to amplified and new heightened lengths, right? And this is so the prospect can understand where they are currently at. Because if you can't understand where you're currently at, how the hell are you meant to understand where you want to go, right? So we extrapolate and manipulate and amplify this pain so the prospect can understand where they're currently at, and then from realizing where they're at, they can then understand how far away they are from their dream state, where they want to be. But that is all for our 8 principles of outbound systems. Our next lesson, we are going to go on to DM setting, right? DM setting in its entirety. So I will see you in the next lesson. DM setting as a system. So welcome to the DM setting lesson as part of the outbound module. So today we are going to go over DM setting as a system. Now, to create a system around DM setting, you're going to need these 4 parts, right? The input, your leads or your prospects, which of course is niche dependent. The process of running the play in the DM, this is what I like to call it, running the play, or how the play goes here in the middle. And then obviously after you've run a play, the output is an appointment. And then 4th and finally, you need to scale, right? So data analysis, metrics, going over, looking at your SOPs and your POCs, seeing what can be improved. Now, the process for play, right? So here you can see my little flowchart I've made out for you. You've got your input at the start. You then run the DM play, which is the process, and the output of that is the appointment. And then from there, you can look at the metrics and scale. So what is the process for play? What is running the play? This play is a 5-step conversational workflow that is used by all the greats, and it looks something like this. So first of all, you initiate the lead, you send an outbound message, you grab the attention of the prospect and you start the conversation. Step number 2, you create context and familiarity with that prospect. Step number 3 is you qualify and identify the inefficiencies that we can solve and amplify that pain, right? The inefficiencies and the pain are normally along the same lines. Step number 4, you provide a solution to the small problem that was identified within the conversation. This is to build authority, rapport, and confidence within the prospect to show that we have value to give and we are an authority. We, as in myself and you, the DM setters, right? Then step number 5, finally, you want to send a booking link if you are booking appointments, or you want to send the low ticket payment option within the DM. Now, you should never just be firing out these links, whether it's a link to a school community, a link to a WAP for a Discord, whatever it is, or a booking link for a sales call. You need to ask permission, right? It's so important. You have to ask permission. This means you have a leg to stand on. If you ask permission and they say, yep, send me the link, you send them the link and then they don't book in, you have all the power. Yo, what's going on, bro? You said you wanted to do this. Are you actually serious? We only work with serious people. Do you want to do this? You've asked to do it. Why haven't you done it? If you just send it and then they don't book in and you say, well, why haven't you booked in, bro? And they say, well, I don't want to book in. I didn't ask you for this link. What are you doing? I know you're trying to sell me. No, I'm not doing it. So making sure you have permission to send that link is crucial, right? That's something that so many people just look over, and it's so simple as just asking, yo, can I send you this link? Are you all right? Shall I send it now? Shall I send it later? Get some sort of permission to send that link, and then you hold all the power. So let's break it down, right? Number 1, initiating the conversation. Now, this can be done through a voice note. This can be done through a video message. So like a voice note, but with your face in it, where you can use facial expressions, body language, tonality, or a cold outbound message, right, for a DM. Now, this needs to be creative and capture the attention of the prospect, because the hardest part of outreach is getting that first reply. If you don't get any replies, well, you're never going to be able to sell. So getting that first reply is crucial. Now, if this message is opened but ignored, then you must initiate follow-up 1. And you do that 24 hours later. If that follow-up is ignored again, then you leave that prospect for a week, right? You don't want to just be spamming. If they don't reply to any message, the first message or the follow-up, you leave them, right? You don't want to be spamming them. But if they reply to the follow-up or the second message, the follow-up is the second message. So if they reply to the first message or the follow-up message, then your prospect is engaged in a conversation. This is where you then want to create context and familiarity to the extent where the prospect feels like you're helping out and providing a lot of value. You're bringing value to a positive note with the individual. Now, at this point in the conversation, if you've not received a reply, then obviously you would then go on to follow up, right? Your follow-up chain. This happens every 24 hours and this can be done over the space of 8 days, right? Now, over the course of these 8 days, if you send a follow-up every single day for 8 days and they don't reply, leave that prospect for a week and then you'd go back to follow-up. This would be what we would call a low level of importance prospect. If they replied on the fourth one, they would then be high level of importance because they're a lot warmer. Now, these can be conversation starters. These can be following up with the actual conversation, so having context in your follow-up to the conversation you've already had. These can be memes or voice notes. Now, you want to be creative again because obviously we want to garner and capture the attention of the prospect, but we will go on to follow up later on. So don't worry if right now you're a bit confused and you don't know how to do follow up and you're thinking like memes, what the hell, what do you mean follow up memes? Don't worry, we will go over that a lot later on. Now moving on to number 3, qualification. Now this is, yeah, again, I know I've said a lot, arguably the most important, but qualification is super key, right? This is where you are probingly asking if they are in the right position to join, right? This could be financial, this could be ethical, this could be within their business, if they're in the right position to join. Now, you don't simply just want to go out and say, our product is $5,000, can you afford $5,000, right? You do not want to do that at all. So when you're there and you're finding out if they are in the position to jump on board with your offer, you want to keep your moral integrity and not just sell for the profit, right? So this means if they can afford the first payment but can't afford the second or the third, they should not be sold the product. Now, qualification can look like monthly reoccurring revenue within the business. It can look like their paycheck from their 9 to 5. It can be financial or ethical. And also if they are in the right state of mind, right? If they have the time to consume the content, if they have the time to put towards building what you want to build, and if they have the correct attitude towards learning and growing. Now, once a prospect is qualified, now we do this before we try and do this before we build the gap, right? Because if you spend lots of time building the gap and then you find out that the prospect isn't qualified, then you've wasted your time, right? It was pretty pointless building that gap because they can't afford to jump on your whatever it is, yeah? So once qualified, the identification of the problem, so you start the pain amplification and extrapolation. This is where you're going to build the gap from the current state to the desired state. The inefficiency can be anything, right? Most often for agencies, it's lead flow. So really depict the issue and extrapolate the pain that's been masked while they've been stuck in this vicious, repeatable cycle of plateau. Now, moving on to number 4, the solution. So the solution you give to their problem determines the amount of authority you have over the prospect. This is where if you're on an offer and you don't know exactly what it is your offer represents, you have no legs to stand on. If you're speaking to an e-com store owner and they say that their biggest bottleneck is marketing and you have no idea about marketing, you and your offer is to do with product selection, say, then you have no authority over this prospect. So if your offer is marketing or a marketing agency that helps scale e-com stores with short form content, then you'd be laughing, right? What you want to do is you want to give a couple little hints and secrets that can be implemented straight away, and then the authority you'll gain will be second to none. Now, just quickly adding a little bit more value in here. With your solution or you fixing the problem, if you fix the problem fully in the DM, then obviously they're not going to buy your product. If the problems they're facing, which have caused them a lot of pain and you've amplified that, if you fix their problems in the DM by telling them what to do without building the gap and then putting them in a desired position by buying your product or offer, then you've yet again wasted a lot of time, right? Because you've just told them what to do. However, if you just give them snippets and you say, well, you do this, and you briefly just summarize it, and then they ask you lots of questions about it, be like, well, that's the whole point in our strategy call, or that's the whole point of our discovery session, is so we can go into this in more detail. Now, number 5, sending the booking link. Now, you should never spam/fly out booking links. You need to ask permission to send a booking link. Number 1, it's polite. Number 2, it's unsalesy, right? Bro, if you're dead ass serious about getting out of this predicament you're right in, then I'm sure you'd want me to send a booking link, right? So we can chop it up and solve this. If they then say, yeah, let's do it, send that booking link. If they say no, it's often because you haven't amplified enough pain. They're not in enough pain. They haven't realized they're in enough pain to jump on a call or buy the product in the DM to get to the place where they want to be. And finally, number 3, right? It's clean. It means you're not just chucking out this link left, right, and center and proving to yourself and the prospects and future ignored replies that the booking link comes with authority and severity, right? They're lucky to get this booking link because we don't just fly it out. We don't just send this booking link out. We're giving you an opportunity to learn, grow, and we're going to help you with that. Now, this booking link comes with a lot of power, right? Not many people get this opportunity to book onto our calendar, so you're very fortunate. Now, once the prospect has booked in, a mutual connection should be made between the closer and the prospect. Now, obviously, this is for like a high ticket sale, okay? So what you want to do is make a group chat on either WhatsApp or Instagram with the closer, the prospect, and any business partner alongside yourself, connecting everyone together so the prospect and closer aren't meeting cold turkey on the sale, right? It's just going to smoothen everything out, and especially if you make sure their business partner's in there, or even before sending the booking link, be like, perfect, bro. So let's use this example. Bro, if you're dead ass serious about getting out of this predicament you're in right now, then I'm sure you'd want me to send a booking link, right? So we can chop it up and resolve this situation. If they then say yeah, be like, perfect. Well, finally, bro, just before I send you this link, what I want to do is I want to make sure that you and your business partner can both attend the meeting, because it's pointless talking about half of your business or talking about all of your business with half of your business there, right? So if we can make sure your business partner's there, that's the way we operate, that's going to make the most sense. Now, once they've said that, yep, and they both choose a time together on the calendar, and then you make a group chat with their business partner and yourself and the prospect and the closer, then when they got on that call, that disgusting objection of I need to speak to my business partner is gone, right? It's eradicated because their business partner is on the call. So if you make sure you do that every time, the whole process is just going to be a lot easier for you. Now, this has been DM setting as a system. I hope you all have enjoyed. If you're unsure about some stuff, make sure to go through this a couple more times, and I will see you in the next one for the script of the 4-step dangle the carrot video. Hello and welcome back to the Atrax Appointment Setter Academy. Now today we will be going through the dangle the carrot play, which myself and Jake we have collaborated on and come up with this play ourselves a couple months ago, and we've used it ourselves and it is exceptional, right? So by the name dangle the carrot, you guys can probably already guess that. Imagine you're sat on a donkey's back and you want the donkey to keep on going, and you're just there dangling the carrot off the end of your fishing rod in front of him, and he's going to keep on going, and that donkey is going to get to where you want it to go because it's just going to keep on chasing that carrot. So that is why we have named it the dangle the carrot play, and without further ado, let's just jump straight in and go through it. So this is based around the 4-step conversational workflow that was created by Serge. Yeah, if you don't know, get to know. That's all I can say, right? But regardless, that doesn't really matter because we are going to break down exactly how you can dangle the carrot. So your framing, right? You can be engaging in the conversation, right? To start off, step number 1, engage in the conversation. So this is by creating context and familiarity with your prospect. So you can either reply to them in a Facebook group or any group chat reply, school, Facebook, Telegram. This can be a story reply on Instagram, a cold DM, or a voice note, right? Just do something to engage with the prospect and build that context and familiarity so you get a reply. Now, when going through this, step number 2, what we want to do is we want to be able to put the prospect in a state of mind of where we want something, right? So this could be we're messaging them to share some source with them, maybe get some advice on their comments that they've put in this group chat, questions within their niche, right? Support questions. So this could be in SMMA, what is the best traffic method for growing a fitness influencer, right? So this is how you're going to manage all of your appointments. You're going to go in and want something or give something. This is going to get the conversation going, and it's going to build that rapport and that context and familiarity with you as a setter to the prospect. So like I said, maybe you're sharing source with them, you're giving little tips and tricks. Maybe you are giving them some advice on their comments in the group chat. So say they're in a Telegram group and they're asking a specific question about this specific topic in this niche. You can go in and say, hey bro, saw that you asked this question in so-and-so group. This is what I would do in this circumstance. This is what worked for me, etc., etc. And then obviously ask some questions within their niche. You can go in and say, for an ecom guy, you can go in and say, yo bro, I've just started up my second ecom store and it's in the pet niche. What kind of stuff has been working well for you? And they would say, well, I'm either not in the pet niche, I don't know, I can't help you. And then you can divert the conversation a different way, or you're going to dive down that rabbit hole and get the conversation going. Now, step number 3 is finding that inefficiency. What you want to do is find out numbers, right? Number of current clients, their revenue, approximate number of booked calls, the duration in the game, whatever it is, right? Inefficiencies often revolve around numbers, not being where they need to be, not being good enough, not being where they want to be. And this is where you're going to exaggerate those pain points. You're going to amplify that pain, right? Is it their marketing methods? Is it their lead flow? Is it their client acquisition funnel? You can ask lots of different questions, and of course, each niche is going to be very different. Like the kind of pain points that somebody in SMA faces compared to somebody in ecom is going to be very, very different, right? So first of all, you're going to want to know your niche. So the offer you're working on, know what the general consensus, the general pain points are within that niche. And then you want to double down and hit home on them. Really, really ask these probing questions. So you could say about marketing methods, right? For instance, and then you want to then go in and ask them how that's affecting their business, how that's affecting them personally, what are the consequences of this, these kind of questions. Like we said before in the pain episode, you really want to be a therapist and dive deep into their pre-existing pain points to really amplify them to a place of pain like they've never felt before. Now, step number 4, we then want to go on to educate the prospect. We want to build authority as well as curiosity, right? Now, wherever you come from, say we're in SMMA again, and we're educating the prospect, you don't have to be truthful, right? You don't want the prospect to know you're a setter. So you need to come with a place of authority. Maybe you're a fellow SMA agency owner, right? When doing this, you need to obviously create a story and a background of where you got to, how you got where you are, where you started, etc., etc. Now, within this, you have to have a consistent story of, in this example, your SMMA agency, right? We work with Attracts and they have done this for us. You can provide some solid value, training, sales source. Now, number 5, what you want to do after you've built that authority and that curiosity is you can go back to step number 2, right? And ask another question, see if you can share some more source. Maybe that pain point you first dived deep into wasn't painful enough, right? So then go back to point number 2 and find a different pain point and dive into that. ask them lots of questions. Well, what does this mean internally for your business? How does that affect you? Is that affecting your family, etc., etc., right? Really amplify and build that pain again. Work through number 3, number 4, right? And then say we've got to education and authority and it's gone well, the prospect is in lots of pain. You can offer the value call or the solution being the paid low ticket offer in the DM, right? Now, if we're talking about high ticket offers, we can use, this is where the dangle the carrot really comes in. So it's, well, if we go with the example with, I actually worked with Attracts Consulting and they managed to get me an extra 150 new cold leads per month, whatever it was. Now, what you can do here is say, well, as a setter, I can potentially pull some strings since I was talking to, name me, whoever, you can make up the name of the CEO, Sam. I was actually talking to Sam and he's looking for a couple more setters to come and work with him on the Atrax Appointment Academy. Now, when prospecting, you need to offer the call and the prospect needs to see it as luck, right? So I'd say, hey bro, you seem like a really, really down-to-earth guy and I can see you've been in an appointment setting for a couple years now, but it just hasn't taken off with you. Fortunately for you, bro, I could probably pull some strings since you've been really honest with me, transparent, and you seem like a really genuine bloke. And while I was talking to Sam, the CEO of Atrax Appointment Academy last night, he was saying that actually after a couple more setters to work with. Now, would that be something you'd be interested in, bro? If I could maybe pull some strings, see if I could talk to Sam and see if he had the time to talk to you? Instead of just giving it to him on a plate and saying, yo, bro, here's a community, join this community, you can go through the training and then you can become an appointment setter. If it's easy and boring like that, people won't be interested. If the prospect sees and feels like you're doing them a favor, you're putting them on a pedestal, you're flowing them the power and giving them some authority as, I'm going to do you this favor because you've been a really open, honest and genuine guy. You seem really cool. They're going to be so much more likely to take action than just being like, yo, bro, here's the link. You can pay for it if you want. If not, don't worry. So this here, I could potentially pull some strings. I could help you out. I was speaking to this person. I was speaking to Jake the other day and we want to help you out. So let me see what I can do and I'll come back to you. If a prospect is then like, yeah, perfect, this sounds great, don't straight away send them a link. Be like, okay, I'll go speak to Sam, see what I can do. Then you can get a booking link, send it over, make sure this is a couple hours later. Something else you can say to flow them some power is, the industry is full of time wasters, but you seem like a really good fit. You're a down-to-earth guy who wants to help others out. Now, I'm going to do you this a favor because you're a sound bloke, so hopefully the good karma will come back round and it will help you out further down the line. Other things you can say. I can't promise that this is going to come through. However, I am going to try my best for you because you seem like really genuine person, really hardworking. You want to help other people out. Something like that. And then you can go on to say like, see, I've spoken to either Kishon, myself, or Jake, who is my student success coach, and they said that I should send you this booking link and you need to book in at a time that suits best with you. Is that okay with you? And now, because you've mentioned our name as the authority, the owners and founders, creators of this group, the prospect's going to be a lot more enticed to book the call with us or to jump into our program because it's coming from a place of authority, right? We are the authority. But always, always, always ask if you can send the link, right? You never want to just send the link without any permission because, like I said in the last lesson, you don't have a leg to stand on. And again, a must do is, do you have a business partner? And this applies more for like high ticket sales compared to setting for our community because most setters they won't have a business partner, will they? They'll be setting on their own as like a sole trader instead of like a limited company as such. But when setting for a high ticket offer, we must make sure that if they have a business partner, could you make sure that they're able to make the call and select a time that both of you are going to be present for, since it won't make sense talking about all aspects of your business, agency, yada, 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 if only half of the agency owners are there. Then obviously you send a booking link, and then ask for the Instagram of the prospect or WhatsApp to make a group chat, right? We don't want the prospect to know that on a high ticket offer. Again, you will have obviously all the back end systems. You will get notified when a prospect books in, whether that's through Calendly or something through like Go High Level, whatever it is that you're using. We don't want the prospects to know that we have access as an appointment setter to the back end systems, because we're framing ourselves as somebody who worked with the person who runs the offer previously, or you've previously worked with myself, and because we're close, or you're close with the person whose offer used to be on, you're doing them a favor. You're dangling their carrot. You're saying, look, you seem like a really good bloke, girl, whoever, whatever you identify as. You seem like a really decent person. I want to try and help you out, but I'm not promising anything. And if you said all of that in the DM, and then all of a sudden they book a call, and without them giving you your phone number or Instagram, you suddenly just add them to a group chat with a closer, they're going to be suspicious, right? So you need to ask for the Instagram or the WhatsApp, as we don't want the prospect to know that we have access to the booking system. Since we're not prospecting from a team member's point of view, more of an old/current partnering agency, or maybe a friend, maybe an ex-partner who has now gone on into a different vehicle. However, we want to help them out because this person did loads for me when I used to work with them on their mentorship, so I'm going to help them out by referring a couple of people who seem like they'd be really good fits. And of course, this is all depending on your framing. Now, that is the dangle the carrot 4-step conversational workflow setting outreach process. You can use this as a script. This will be available for you to make a copy and then obviously add bits into. So engage in the convo, you could go here and put in some like, hey bro, seen you're in SMA, how is your client acquisition funnel ATM. Use that as one of your openers, right? And then go into number 2. Obviously, once you've made a copy and then you're editing your own copy, you want to share some source. So you could be like, hey man, see that you're asking about whatever they've asked about in a Telegram group or a Facebook group. Let's say they're talking about short form content. Hey man, see you're asking about short form content in school group, what platforms do you currently use, right? It's literally as simple as that, and you can go through and make this a script by using all the prompts and stuff you have here. So yeah, that is the end of Dangle the Carrot. I will see you guys in the next lesson. Peace. Hello and welcome to the Catalyst Positioning in the Atrax Appointment Setter Academy lesson. So welcome to DM Catalyst Positioning. And here we are going to build and create catalysts you need to expose prospects to at any given opportunity. This will encourage them to be walked through the 5 stages of the DM setting systems, right? So to convert a prospect into a paying customer, there are 5 conversational steps to go from cold to closed within the DM in cold outbound, right? So number 1 is conversation initiation. Number 2 is context and familiarity. Number 3 is identification of inefficiency and qualification. Number 4, providing solutions, adding value, asserting authority. And then number 5 is booking a value call or selling a low ticket DM. So each stage is susceptible to different catalysts, and each catalyst will not work alone. However, when chunked together, they are unbeatable, right? They are unbeatable. So, number 1, the catalyst for speeding up conversation initiation is your own initiative and putting consistent work in, right? You need to put the work in. So catalyst number 1 is lead sourcing. Now, we've gone over lead sourcing before. Everybody watching this video should know what lead sourcing is, so I will leave that there. Number 2, initiation to engage. So the first message to having the conversation going. Once the conversation has been initiated, the prospect becomes engaged. When the prospect is engaged, the Trojan horse permission message can be sent, video or voice note. Hey, I see you're in X space, whichever space they're in. I have the solution to get from your current situation to your desired situation. Send me a thumbs up and we can continue exploring how it goes, right? Now, I do not want people to be using that. If you say, hey, Mr. Prospect, I see you're currently in the SMMA space. Now, I know your problem is marketing. I have a solution to get you from where you currently are to where you want to be. Send me a thumbs up and we can go from there. That is not going to work, okay? Because right now, we don't know their current situation. However, this is the Trojan horse permission message that we will go on to later on, right? So for example, if you're setting for this community and you find a load of appointment setters looking for placement, then you could say, hey bro, I see you're an appointment setter and you've been in the appointment setting space for quite a while. Now, I'm just wondering if you are currently placed in a setting role. If you're not and you're looking to advance your skills, then just send me a thumbs up, bro, and we can continue the conversation on how you can develop your skills and get placed with appointment setting. Now, that is a super easy Trojan horse permission message. You're asking them permission if you can pitch them, if you can go into detail about this community, whilst not being too salesy. And then from there, if they're going to send you a thumbs up, you can then continue on building context and familiarity. You can go through and amplify the pain. If they say no, they're not interested, then I would leave it for a while and then follow up the next day with, hey bro, did you get a chance to listen to that? I really feel like you could benefit from what I want to show you. Something like that, okay? Then you move on to number 3, qualification. Now, qualification is super simple, right? Probing questions are going to be your saving grace. An example of this, how many clients are you currently working with? How many appointments are you booking per month? What kind of MRR are you making, right? These kind of questions are going to draw information out of the prospect that is going to entail them or end up making them extrapolate their own pain. Now, number 4 is providing solutions that is super, super simple, right? Hopefully your product knowledge of what you're selling is good. If not, you need to go back, revise it, and know what you're actually selling. If it is this community, your appointment setting for the community, and you're trying to bring more people in, you need to have gone through this course inside out, back to front, attended all the calls, know exactly what kind of rewards we give away at the end of the month and our end of month giveaway calls, and know how that works, right? So if you don't know what you're selling, and obviously if you're not on this offer with us, if you're placed on your own offer and you're just here to advance your skills, or if you don't want to be on our offer and you're learning it and you want to go onto a different offer in the future, you need to know what you're selling, okay? So if you don't know what you're selling, speak to some past members who have bought it, find out the strengths and the weaknesses to inspire conviction within the product, right? You can then send the VSL to provide the solution. If not, a voice note of a play down offer will do the trick. Now, you can follow up engaged conversations up to 8 times every 24 hours. Be creative, ask probing questions, use voice notes. You can even use a bit of flanter, right? Flirty banter, especially if I like to do it. I'm a heterosexual male. If I'm prospecting a male, I love to use little jokes, say they look good in their profile picture, stuff like that, which is going to make the prospect laugh and engage with the conversation. And then finally, memes as well, which we will go on to later on. Now, number 5, of course, is sending the booking link, Calendly or GHL, whatever it is, okay? And then follow up for the confirmation. Say, let me know when you've booked in. Even if they've booked in, obviously we don't want the prospect to know we have access to the back-end systems. So just be like, yo bro, did you book in then? Obviously I don't work for Sam. I don't know if you've booked in or you've bought it or whatever. Can you just confirm that with me? And then if you're setting for a high ticket offer, you need to follow up until the prospect gets on that sales call, right? Just because they've booked a call, your job is not done. You need to make sure that you're still in regular communications with them, that they're going to be attending the call. Otherwise, you are going to be wasting the closer's time, and the closer will not be happy with you if they have a no-show. This is down to you. This is not the closer's problem. Now, the Trojan horse permission message. This is the first step once somebody is engaged, right? Within the conversation, and the contacts and familiarity has been built. Now you're comfortable with each other, the Trojan horse permission message can either be sent a video, a portrait, selfie, voice note, informal, but most of all, you don't want it to be any sleaziness, no sleazy salesperson, right? You want it to be a 20-second intro to request a pitch. So my live example would be, if I was an appointment setter going out and setting to bring more people into this community, I'd say, let's say my prospect's name is James. I'd say, hey James, I see you are currently an appointment setter. Now, I'm just wondering if you're looking to level up your skills as well as get guaranteed placement. Because if you are, I'd love to go into a bit more detail into what I can do for you, and I can show you a couple things. If not, no worries, bro, that's completely fine. Another one, hey James, I see that you're an appointment setter. I was just wondering if you're looking to get guaranteed placement as well as advancing your skills. If that's something you're interested in, just send me a thumbs up, bro, and I'll go into a little bit more detail about it. If not, no worries. So the structure, you need to ask a no-brainer question. Okay, are you looking to level up your appointment setter skills? Most appointment setters will say yes. Most appointment setters will want guaranteed placement. Are you looking to level up your appointment setting skills and receive guaranteed placement? Well, yes, of course. Be transparent. It's a pitch. I want you on a call, right? So if that's something you're interested in, just send me a thumbs up and we can go into a bit more detail about it. They know you're going to go in and pitch, go into detail about it. Obviously, request for permission. If this isn't something you're interested in, then don't worries. I don't want to share this with you if this isn't something you're interested in, because that just keeps the sleaziness away. It's nice and professional. And of course, using a thumbs up for a call to action is super simple. Anybody can do a thumbs up. On the likes of Facebook Messenger, a thumbs up is literally an automated sticker next to the text bar, right? So ask for the thumbs up. As soon as they send the thumbs up, you can then go in and break it down, ask some more questions, extrapolate some more pain. Now, key points for delivery. You want to start out as if you're reaching out, excited to reach out to this person, right? Be genuinely happy to reach out to this person, because you never know what, you might just change this person's life. Especially if we're talking in context with this. If I'm reaching out to my prospect James again, and I'm being really enthusiastic, and he takes a leap, he joins the community, he goes through all the training, he gets guaranteed placement, well, you never know, he might just go on to earn 10, 15, 20k a month appointment setting, and it changes his life for the greater good. So, like the last one, imagine if they book an appointment and this changes their life, right? Because it totally can. So, whilst being in the motion of filming these videos, because I definitely recommend you want to be doing them in a selfie portrait like this, like, hey James, what's good, bro? So I see you're currently an appointment setter, and I don't know how long you've been in a space, but if you're looking to level up your skills alongside receive guaranteed job placement as an appointment setter, all I want you to do, bro, is just simply send me a thumbs up, and I'll go into a little bit more detail about that. Now, if that is something you're not looking to do, that's totally cool, bro. I understand that not everybody wants to be the best. So if you don't want to be the best, no worries, bro. You can just ignore this message. Now, something like that is going to really engage the prospect, because the thing at the end, everybody wants to be at their best, especially all these entrepreneurs, right? They think they're super, super superior compared to everybody else. So adding little things like that at the end is going to get your reply rate super, super high. Notice that I was looking at my phone at the camera. I wasn't looking at this recording. I was smiling a lot, and you need to make sure you're looking at the camera, right? Looking down here at the camera. I'm not looking at myself here. I'm looking at myself on the Loom video, whereas here I'm looking and talking to the camera. Imagine the camera is the person's eyes, right? You don't want to stare at the camera for the whole 20 seconds. You can break eye contact to be normal, because if I recorded every single Loom video like this, you would think, this guy is so weird. What is he doing? You can break eye contact every now and then come back to the camera to re-engage with the prospect. Put your thumbs up when you're asking for them to send a thumb up in the Trojan horse permission message, because this call to action is just going to psychologically re-solidify what they need to do. They need to send a thumbs up. Now, sound casual. Sound like you've just picked your phone up and it's not planned at all. This could take a couple times, 15, 20 times before you become natural on camera, but I promise you it will bring your appointment setting on leaps and bounds. Now, make sure it does not sound scripted, okay? This is where you kind of want to have the general consensus in your brain and just go off of it lots and lots of times, right? Film it in your camera roll, go through, find out which ones were the best, listen to what you said, and build on from that. You want to keep it short. It says 20 seconds or less. You can push 25 seconds, 30 seconds, but I would not recommend anything longer than 30 seconds. Otherwise, people will just be unengaged and not watch it. Now, key points to remember, it should naturally fit into the conversation that you're already having, right? So if you're already talking to them about being an appointment setter, or maybe appointment setter training, or like being placement if they're on an offer or not, this is the perfect time to drop this video Trojan horse message. You should be able to record it in under 20 seconds. Like if it is longer than, that should say 30, my bad. So it should be able to film it in under 30 seconds. Seriously, if it's longer than 30 seconds, you're saying too much. Now, I'd recommend doing this non-evergreen, right? So you include their name and you're specific to that conversation. And then obviously when you get to scale, you can make an evergreen one that is in your camera roll and you can just send to everyone, which an evergreen would be something like, hey bro, how's it going? I see that you are in this appointment setting group on Facebook, whatever it is, say the name. Are you looking to level up your skills and receive guaranteed placement, right? Something like that. Now, don't be lazy. Non-evergreen will perform better. Eventually, like you can have your own setters and hire setters to do this yourself. And we're going to have you guys build out mini sales teams. So you guys who come through as setters, who do a fantastic job, who book X amount of calls, we're then going to go on to making you a setter manager and give you setters underneath to help you manage your setters to increase their sales skills as well as yours in a managerial role. Now, an evergreen. An evergreen is more scalable and you can send it at any time, but the cons of it is it's less professional and it's more salesy, right? It's straight from the camera roll. Whereas a non-evergreen, filmed in the moment, live, is more personal. Getting their name in it is a huge thing because they know that it isn't an evergreen VSL sales letter from camera roll. It is personal, but it does require energy and effort. What you want to do is practice this a few times so it feels natural when you come on camera. Another great thing you can do is if you use CapCut, you can use teleprompter and you can film a couple on there. So just pick some people who you're prospecting to and then put in a load of notes. You can make a rough script. I wouldn't ever read off a script, just put bullet points in there of key things to say and then record it with the teleprompter on there telling you what to say. Now, the call to action must be a thumbs up, right? It has to be a thumbs up because we don't want to ask them a question or anything. We just want to say, are you cool with me sending you this? If so, send me a thumbs up. We want the action to be as simple as humanly possible so we don't have to think. They can literally just go, yep, thumbs up, and then you can go into the sale or the... So the call to action must be a thumbs up, right? It has to be a thumbs up. Now, we don't want to be asking them a question or anything where they're going to give us a long, open answered reply. We will simply want to be saying, if you're cool with it, send me a thumbs up. If you want to hear what I've got to offer, send me a thumbs up. We want the action to be as simple as humanly possible so they don't have to think. So that when we're there, we give them a thumbs up and then we're okay to go ahead with the sale. We're ahead to go ahead with the pitch, right? It needs to be simple. Now, part 2, the Trojan horse follow-up message, right? So key points, this should be simple and a short message. Your goal is to get them to watch the video. When sending this, try replying to the initial Trojan horse message, right? If the platform allows that. So on Instagram, you swipe across and then reply to that message. So some examples would be like, hey James, is the video above cool? Hey James, is that permission granted or not? Hey James, did you manage to watch that video I sent you? And do this in a voice note as well, because then when it comes up in their notifications, especially on social media, it says sent you a voice note, right? They can't read it and then ignore it. They have to open it and listen to it. So as it says here, this should be delivered as a voice note. And then third and finally, if there is a VSL for your offer, then you need to send the VSL made by the owner, creator of the offer. If you're working with us, then you will send our VSL, and from there they can send a thumbs up, and then we can run from there after the VSL, and then you get them booked in and paid. Now, engage follow-up chain, right? So the introduction. A lot of prospects need to be nurtured to be converted, right? To nurture them to the next stage, we need a vigorous 7-step follow-up chain that breaks the pattern of being ignored. Here's what it looks like, okay? So follow-up 1, simple text. Follow-up 2, a simple text. Follow-up 3, a meme and a text. Follow-up 4, meme and text. You understand, right? Follow-up 1 and 2 should be sent between 12 to 24 hours after the message that has been ignored. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 should all be 48 hours afterwards, right? So every other day. Follow-up 1 and 2, these are simple text messages just bumping the video, right? Getting the message back to the top of their DMs. These don't require much for all creativity, 3 to 6 words maximum. Simply just re-engage the conversation to get them to watch the video, or until they tell you to fuck off. Do you know what I mean? Until they tell you to leave, stop, I don't want to hear this, go away, leave me alone. So here are some of ours that we've used. What's your thoughts on that, James? Was it really that bad? And then obviously these are more cultured and require not only text but the memes as well. And memes are a great way to get people back into the pattern and introduce some humor, right? So key points should be relevant to your niche, right? They should be funny, but the goal is to get a reply, not to make them laugh. And of course, they must be appropriate. Now, to create your memes, go to the meme generator that is here and upload them to your Google Drive or save them to your camera roll so you can just, from camera roll, drop them in the chat straight away. Now, here are some example memes, which I will just show you now. So here we go. If it's ever going to load. My follow-up's being left on red, you, right? Pablo Escobar, I'll be waiting for you to reply. Not opening the video, watching the video, replying to the video, booking a call, right? These kind of things are going to get the people laughing. And it's super simple. All you need to do is just go here and then let's just make one real time. So let's go for this one. Text 1 is ignoring me. Step 2, booking the call, or no, sorry, let's go for listening, with help if I can spell, listening to my video, brilliant, to my video, and then at the 3, you stuck being not playing ball, right? So here we go, you stuck not playing ball. So this would be a meme. It literally, seen how easy it was to create. So ignoring me, listening to my video, you stuck not playing ball, obviously playing ball, not following the rules, not going along with it. You would generate meme and then just download it. As you can see here, there are so many. You can go through, obviously, you can add your own images, new templates, you can search for different memes. So if we go Mr. Bean, here we go, then all these Mr. Bean ones will come up. If we go for frog, right? Couple Kermit ones up, Pepe comes up. You can see like there's loads and loads and loads. Car, SpongeBob, the one about, this one's quite funny, right? So there's literally unlimited amount of memes on here for you guys to generate, and yeah, it's just a great way to follow up with prospects instead of just bumping this message, which so many people do, and it's quite frankly awful, right? So yeah, as it says, we have actually used these and they generated us over like 500 to 1,000 appointments. It's actually crazy, right? Now, each meme that you create should be accompanied by some short text. Example, got to warn you, they're coming. Eyes, just going to drop this here. I'm getting old here. Where are we? James, 1, 2, 3, or 4, right? Say you've sent 4 memes, which one's the funniest? Where are you? Whatever, yeah? So once someone sends you a thumbs up, you know they have an issue, right? They're in a predicament, they've got a problem. And no one is happy with their current state who would engage in the sales process that is this direct, right? They want to schedule a call or pay the low ticket offer in the DM. They will not waste time if they don't need help. So from here, we send a booking link or we send the school link in the DM and we wait for confirmation to come through GHL, Calendly, or from the prospect saying, I'm in, thank you very much. If a notification doesn't come through within the hour of them asking for the link and you sending the link, then you should initiate the final follow-up sequence, right? So can you now understand principle 3? Yeah, fortune is in the follow-up. Now this is what it looks like, okay? Simple follow-up text, just a bump, and then simple text, 3 to 6 words for the second one. Meme text, right? You guys understand. Now, you may think that 7 follow-ups is extreme. It is, but that's why we get extreme results, okay? So follow-ups 1 and 2 should be sent within the first 12 to 24 hours again, and then 3 all the way to 7 should be 48 hours after the previous message. So here is your simple and easy Catalyst checklist. You've got the Trojan Horse permissive message, which everyone needs to learn how to create. Then you've got your Trojan Horse follow-up messages, the VSL, which is out of your control. It is down to the offer owner creator. Your engaged follow-up chain, your Calendly link or your GHL link or the low ticket offer join up, sign up link, and then the booking, payment, joining up, follow-up sequence as well. Okay, so you've got here the Trojan Horse permission message, which we will leave all of these stuff, how to create and examples in the assets underneath this video as well for you guys to use. So that is all for Catalyst positioning, how to catalyst your way through a DM set. Now, on the end of this, the best way to use a catalyst alongside the dangle the carrot is to mangle them together, right? So every single DM set should be done using that dangle the carrot, the 4-step conversational workflow, right? Of engaging the conversation, creating context and familiarity, extrapolating, amplifying pain, and then obviously booking the call. However, using the Trojan Horse permission message halfway through that, once you've initiated and engaged, you've created some context and familiarity, you've extrapolated the pain, amplified the pain. From there, if you then use the Trojan Horse permission message, it's going to work wonders, right? If you are doing it inbound, so you've asserted yourself as an authority in a group, you've said, hey guys, everyone making less than 3K a month as an appointment setter, send me a message and I'll teach you how to become an appointment setter. I'll give you some tips, some tricks, whatever it is that you're doing for your call to action in group chats. Then you can just straight away, somebody messages you, hey bro, how's it going? You can straight away go, yo, hey James, appreciate your message. So yeah, my name is Sam and I currently work for A-Track's Appointment Setter Academy. Now, what I want to do, bro, is if you're looking for the best appointment setter training on the market alongside guaranteed job placement, simply just send me a thumbs up, bro, and we can go from there and go into more detail about it. Now, however, if you're not trying to win and you're trying to stay stuck where you are, that's completely fine, bro. We understand that not everybody wants to win, and just ignore this message, no harm done. Something like that is super, super simple for inbound that, yeah, we'll get onto it further on down the line when we go into the next module of inbound, but just know that this Trojan Horse permission message is overpowered. Appreciate you guys listening and tuning into this one, and I will catch you in the next video. Peace. So, Inbound. Welcome to the inbound section. And some of you may be wondering what is inbound. So yeah, let's jump straight in and go over exactly what an inbound appointment setter does. So you've been doing a solid job on the outbound front, right? Reaching out to cold prospects, sparking interest from scratch, and creating great opportunities from zero, right? That's a tough skill and it is going to strengthen your foundations. But now I want to talk you through what an inbound appointment setter role looks like, its differences, and how to do it, right? So, inbound, it's a lot faster paced, there's a lot more qualification, and it's less hunting and more sorting, right? But the end goal is exactly the same, right? We want to book quality calls. So, of course, outbound, you're there knocking on doors, interrupting cold prospects, creating attention, and starting from zero. Inbound means that the doors get knocked on us, right? People knock on our doors. They see an ad, they see content, they click a link, they watch a VSL, they've commented on something, they've done a story like, they filled out a form. They show their interest first, right? So instead of meeting a prospect and warming them up from scratch, you're meeting them where they are already warm and then guiding them into a decision. So with outbound, you're chasing, with inbound, you're qualifying. So this means you're not convincing, you're clarifying. You don't need to pitch hard, you ask smart. The energy is less about hustle and more about precision and urgency. So inbound is like a triage at a hospital. People walk in the door. The hospital doesn't have to go out and like try and sell people to come to the hospital. People go to the hospital, and then there's a triage, right? And that triage is figuring out A&E, accident and emergency, in the accident emergency room, figuring out what's wrong with them. Are they in the right place? How serious is their problem? Are they ready to move forward with the surgery? An inbound appointment setter is doing exactly the same thing. So here's what your day-to-day is going to look like as an inbound appointment setter. So you're going to be monitoring DMs. You're going to be watching and monitoring opt-in forms, story replies, Instagram comments, and application forms, as well as follows, right? People who follow you, that's a form of inbound, right? If someone follows you, bang, you hit them up with a message straight away. Hey there, bro, just curious, what inspired the follow, right? There's the inbound. They're showing you that they are interested in either content, purchasing, learning more, whatever it is, they are showing an interest. As well, like I said, so you want to be starting conversations fast. Speed equals trust, right? So if somebody follows you, you need to be messaging them straight away. Speed equals trust. Asking qualifying questions based on your script, right? Probing them with qualifying questions to see where they're at, see whether they can move forward, see whether they have the right problems that you as an agency owner solve. Booking calls with the closer or pushing unqualified leads out, right? And then, of course, following up with warm leads who haven't booked yet. So you want to think of yourself as a filter, right? Only the highest quality leads make it through to the closer. So inbound is leverage because you're not starting at zero. They've already shown an interest first, right? You'll have faster volume of conversations. Your conversations will be going quicker because they want to have the conversation with you because they are an inbound lead. And you're going to be positioned as an authority, not just a messenger, right? So when done right, inbound setters consistently hit high volumes of calls with better shirt rate, better quality leads, as well as more commission. This isn't just easier than outbound, it's different. It requires sharper qualification, faster reflexes, and higher emotional intelligence. But with your outbound foundations, this is where you're going to feel a natural shift once you've got your rhythm. So that is a breakdown of what inbound is, and I'll see you in the next one on how we can leverage it. Peace. So, inbound DM setting, right? These are going to be covering the four main rules of how to be an inbound DM setter, how to cook, how to win. And yeah, let's just jump straight into it so you guys can get some sauce, you guys can go and win, and you guys can make some money. So, inbound DM setting is often given to the highest performing setter as the leads are warmer and the inbound role tends to hold more responsibility. So, let's jump straight into the flow of things, right? Being an inbound setter is the ultimate form of leverage when it comes to appointment setting. This is because more often than not, you'll be placed on either a personal brand account of the agency owner, the model account, or somebody with high leverage, right? Model accounts also work really well for inbound as all models follow each other and they want to build their own little shout out for shout out, follow for follow communities, right? So when you're on a personal brand account dealing with inbound leads, you can also leverage the authority and the power of the account by doing outbound. So what I mean by this, right, is if I am on Iman Gartzi's personal brand, right? And yes, he's going to have loads of inbound leads, but if I then do outbound from Iman Gartzi's account, right, people are going to think that it's Iman Gartzi messaging them, and you've got loads and loads of leverage. So instead of doing like cold outreach from your personal account and only using the OFM agency owner's account for inbound, if you then do outbound from the personal brand OFM agency owner's account, sorry, then it's going to be so much more leverage when you're messaging your models. If you do outbound from a modules account, it's going to seem so much more authentic and realistic that a model is messaging a model compared to just you randomly on your own Instagram messaging a model for recruitment, right? Understood? Easy, sick. So, number one of these 4 rules, right? When you're having conversations, you want these message cycles to be a lot shorter than outbound, right? This is because you've got more leverage, you can be more direct, right? So rule number 1 for inbound setters is the conversations should be shorter and hold more authority, right? Shorter conversations hold more authority. Now, this is because when you're on an account of an agency owner or a model, you have to remember that the model is filming content all day, doing model shit, and the agency owner is running a 6 to 7 figure business and is not going to waste their time just sat in DMs all day having long, boring bullshit conversations about this and that, right? You need to be concise, you need to be direct. The agency owner does not have time to be sat there identifying all the model's problems. Instead, they're saying, yo, model, what's your biggest problem? What are you trying to face? What are you trying to solve? Then you probe the questions, a couple more, and then you book the call, right? Because you can solve this problem with the service delivery. So number 1 is shorter conversations hold more authority. Be direct, be precise, hold authority, put yourself in the mind of the agency owner. Are they going to be sat there asking a million and one questions? No, they don't have time for that bullshit. They're running 6, 7, 8 figure businesses. They're going to be very direct and very concise. Rule number 2 is articulation, right? You need to articulate yourself like the agency owner. So get to know the person whose account you're on inside out, back to front, upside down. Watch all of their content so you can understand their language and the articulation that they use, right? If the agency owner uses a lot of formal English, speak on text as the agency owner with a lot of formal English. If the agency owner uses a lot of slang in their content, use a lot of slang when you're messaging from the agency owner's account, right? It sounds pretty straightforward, but the amount of people that just overlook the simple things, it's crazy, okay? So, when inbound setting, you want to seem as authentic as possible. If a prospect or a model has seen some of the agency owner's content and knows how they talk, what they say, their tone, and you're speaking in a completely different articulation, the model will see right through this. They'll understand that it's just someone on the account and they'll see right through it. They'll probably think it's like a Filipino VA and not be interested. So you want to understand how the agency owner speaks and copy, copy, copy. Watch their short form, watch their long form. Just ask them when you're doing your onboarding, if and when I get an inbound role, how am I going to sound like you? What are your personality traits? What do you like? What don't you like? Ask them everything you need to know so you can speak exactly like them. Number 3, right? Edification. Now, this is going to seem really weird, but trust me, when a chef food preps, it means that a big cook is on the way, right? So, hear me out. So, when you use the agency owner's account to the highest form of leverage and show the model prospect that you are, in fact, an appointment setter on the account and it's not the agency owner, this is ultimate leverage, right? But of course, this has to be done with a Trojan horse permission message video. So the model knows who they are speaking to. So what you want to do is be like, hey there, my name is Sam, and I'm actually the head of recruitment here at so-and-so agency. Now, of course, said agency owner, their name, isn't just sat in their DMs all day messaging models as he's running a 250K a month agency. So the reason I'm sending you this video is because I think you could be a great potential fit to receive X system, but I didn't want to pitch you without knowing if you want to hear more. So simply drop me a thumbs up on this video if you'd like me to run through exactly how this system could work for you. Now, this is going to, first of all, allow you to send voice notes later on in the conversation, which yet again is complete leverage. You can use your tonality, speed, pitch, as well as the pace when talking. As well as edifying the agency owner, by doing the leverage big needle mover tasks. Obviously, the agency owner isn't sat in DMs messaging you because he's managing 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 other models. He's running an agency. Of course, this isn't him. This is me. I'm the head of recruitment. I'm an appointment setter, however you want to frame yourself. This just edifies the agency as a good, hardworking, big agency because the agency owner isn't sat in DMs doing bullshit messages all day, right? It's an appointment setter. So, of course, this is going to be a huge selling point compared to the small bummy agencies who are just sat in their DMs, copy and pasting messages looking for their first one, compared to you being an appointment setter in a sales team working for a huge agency where the agency owner is doing big needle mover, big shit, right? So now you shouldn't be doing this to every single model though, right? You shouldn't be doing the Trojan horse permission message to every single model because when you overuse a system or a technique, you subconsciously devalue it, right? Meaning you're going to put less effort, less time into your videos and you're going to burn through leads. So make sure you're using a mix of all systems and techniques like debate openers, using their name, story replies, highlight replies, Trojan horse, you get it, right? But for the high quality, very, very good models, using the Trojan horse and edifying the agency as being busy, the agency owner isn't sat in DMs, is going to be so much leverage. Okay. Now, the fourth and final one is that anything warmer than frozen is warm, right? And of course, we want to attend all the warm leads first. So, what do I mean by this, right? So, anything that is not actively outbound prospecting is inbound. Story likes, follows, comments, all of these must be messaged simultaneously. Ask them why they engage, right? What about the content? What about the profile? What inspired the follow? All of these people, just because they haven't messaged you saying, hey, my name's Sarah and I want you to manage me, please, just because she hasn't done that, if she's dropped a like, if she's dropped a comment, if she's dropped a follow, okay? These are all inbound leads that need to be hit up, need to be nurtured, need to be messaged. So make sure that anything warmer than frozen is warm. And we want to be dealing with warm first, okay? So these are the four main inbound rules. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you took some value from it, and I will see you in the next module. Peace. Okay, so follow-up mastery, the secret weapon of every high-performing setter. So before we jump into follow-up, everybody thinks and believes that sales is a volume game. Now, this is absolutely correct, but not in terms of most people think. Most people think it's all about the outreach for new touch points. However, you're going to have more chance of success with 100 leads and working those 100 leads for 100 days instead of having 100 new leads every single day, right? Because the fortune is in the follow-up. So let's jump straight into why fortune is in the follow-up and the secret weapon of high-performing appointment setters. So why follow-up is so critical, okay? 80% of sales calls get booked on the fifth contact point, and yet most setters give up after the first or second message. Follow-up is not nagging, it's professional persistence. It allows you to do four crucial things: build relations, position yourself as high status, demonstrate unmarkable persistence, and leverage time and timing. Okay, so building relationships and rapport over time. Most leads are not ready to convert in the first contact, right? So following up gives you more touch points, and touch points equal trust because, as Alex Hormozi says, people don't buy when they understand you, they buy when they feel understood. Number two, positioning yourself as high status. So consistent, confident follow up signals abundance, right? You're not chasing, you're choosing. Time has passed and you're still here, not because you're needy, but because you're selective. This frames you as an authority and not a beggar. Demonstrate unshakable persistence. So, as Hormozi notes, persistence is a proxy for belief. If you're still following up, it tells a prospect that this person must believe in what they're off. It tells a person that this person must believe in what they are offering. It triggers curiosity. People think, why is this guy still messaging me? Maybe it is actually valuable and they can actually help me. Leverage time and timing. Sometimes the prospect's pain isn't painful enough yet. Follow-ups allow you to stay on top of the mind until their timing aligns with the prospect's emotional and financial readiness. Now, the follow-up framework, right? Structure and tactics. So the golden rule, always add value or curiosity in every single follow-up. Never be boring and never be forgettable. So number one, using voice notes. You can use these as pattern interrupts. So voice notes are great leverage because they can't be viewed in the notification center. They must be opened in the actual DM. This creates curiosity. It feels personal and human, and it disarms coldness with tonality. So a pro tip, use voice notes, especially when other follow-ups are being ignored. So some examples are, hey there, was just thinking about our conversation. Have you thought about refer to something that you said back in the conversation? Hey there, are you still struggling with X problem that was identified in the conversation? Hey there, have you achieved the goal of X? Refer to something in the conversation. Number two, memes equals humor, which equals attention. So memes are criminally underrated in follow-up. They are low pressure and they're human. So you want to use these to re-engage dead conversations. But remember, the goal here of this meme follow-up is to re-engage conversation, not just make the prospect laugh. Now, not just make the prospect laugh. Of course, you want to make the prospect laugh. These memes need to be funny. If someone sends you a shit meme and you're not going to laugh, well, you're going to ignore it even more. You're more likely to block someone if they send you a shit meme compared to a shit follow-up, right? So if you're sending memes as follow-ups, they have to be funny, they have to be engaging. But remember, the goal is to re-engage conversation, not just to make the prospect laugh, okay? So they must be niche relevant. So for us, this is going to be purely OFM, so OnlyFans related memes only, okay? Now, not just funny, because obviously your aim is to get a reply. So make sure they're sparking curiosity and getting a reply. And it should match their personality based on prior messages, okay? Now, what I want you guys to do is use this link here. It's called imageflip.com/meme generator, right? And you come in here and you can make all your own memes, okay? So I'm going to make one literally live for you right now, and then as an example, and then, yeah, we can carry on. So here is a really, really simple one. I literally just made it in the last 30 seconds. So first of all, filming all your reels yourself, using our AI repurposing tool, you not knowing if you want to spend the rest of your life filming content every single day, right? This could be a great one to re-engage a prospect who said that they're struggling to film short form content to promote their Instagram, right? So as you can see, there are literally hundreds of templates to use from. Get createful, right? Get createful, be funny. Make sure they are OFM specific. So the follow-up sequence, how should it look? So follow-up should be a meme with message in the image. Number two, follow-up on the second day being your meme, and then thought this would crack you up. Meme three on day three with the eyes. Meme four. Day four being are my memes that bad without a meme, and then number five being still going strong, sister, right? Whatever you want to do, right? So you want to have a meme on its own. Number day two, a meme and accompanying text. Number three, a meme and the eyes emoji. Number four, are my memes that bad? Number five, memes and still going strong, right? Then number three, right? The third way we can do this is the classic message follow-up. So this should feel natural, like you're just continuing a conversation, not starting a sales pitch, right? So remember these rules, right? Refer to the last thing you talked about. Be casual, engaging, and end with a question, so they have to reply. Maximum 1 to 3 lines, and then never sound robotic or copy and paste, right? So every single follow-up you do, you should be manually typing it because it's specific and personal to the individual that you're messaging. So some examples for you for your models. So yo, name of the model, are you still struggling with your short form content strategy? Hey, guessing you're still spending all your time chatting, hence why you haven't replied to my message with a little devil emoji in there. And then what happened to your posting schedule we spoke about? Are you still running that? Right now, of course, you can't go ahead and just send a short form content strategy follow up to a model whose problem is chatting. That doesn't make sense. You're going to look like a novice, like you've got no idea what you're doing. You're going to look arrogant and rude because you haven't reread the conversation. And it seems like you're just copy and pasting and spamming it out. So obviously, these are just examples, but you have to make sure your follow ups have context to the messages that have already happened in the chat. right? So reread the conversation, get some clarity on what you've been speaking about, and follow up about those things. Don't just follow up randomly because you will look like a muppet, and no one wants to look like a muppet, all right? So the bonuses, right? Hormozi's backed principles for follow up. So Alex Hormozi suggests that most people aren't actually underperforming. They're just under practicing, right? So you want to aim to follow up with at least 1,000 people a month, right? Because volume mitigates luck, right? If you do loads of volume, you're going to be lucky. If you don't do much volume, then you're going to have to be lucky. Do you get what I'm saying? So the 48-hour rule. Always follow up with 24 hours to 48 hours of the first contact point if the conversation does not convert. The lead is warm, don't let it go cold, okay? So follow up equals reframing, not reminding. So you're not just there to remind them of your offer, you're there to reposition it in a more relevant way based on their current context, their current situation, and of course their desired situation. Use what they've told you to reshape your following up message, right? So follow up, which is suggested, okay? So day one, message and a voice note. Day two, meme. Day three, four, classic message. Day five, six, seven, voice notes, okay? Then day 8, 9, 10, memes and GIFs. And then from 10 to 14, personalized offer angles, okay? So you can just rewatch that and write it down yourselves. That's fine. Easy. So final tips, right? Track your IG follow-ups by filtering them with tags such as lead, ordered, shipping, etc., right? So when you go to filter the tags on Instagram, everyone who's engaged, mark them as a lead. Everyone who's asked for a booking link and gold con turkey, put them in as ordered. Everyone who's booked a call, mark them as booked. Everyone who's converted, whether obviously they haven't paid because the models aren't paying us for the service, it's a percentage split. Even if they sign a contract where they haven't paid, but mark them as paid, okay? Use these filters in Instagram to make sure your DMs are nice and neat, they're in order, and of course, make sure you're using spreadsheets and trackers as well, right? Set reminder memory is not a strategy. So what we mean by this is by just reminding somebody, bumping a message, that's not a strategy. You want to go in, don't remind someone of, hey, did you see this? Hey, I'm just bumping this. That is not a strategy. That is bullshit and it does not work. You're wasting your time, right? Use an actual strategy. I've given you a whole strategy in this video. Use it, leverage it, don't be lazy and convert people, right? Always, always, always assume that the model is watching and reading DMs. They could have their read receipts off, right? Even if they haven't replied. And be human, be persistent, and be valuable, right? The fortune is in the follow up, but only if a follow up is worth opening, right? That is a wise quote by my very, very good friend, Alex Hormozi. So I hope everybody found some immense value in that. The fortune is in the follow up, of course, and I will see you in the next module. Peace.